Hello everybody and welcome back to another amazing day here at the Elite League, brought to you by ESB and Fissure. And I'm excited. We've got more Dota lined up today. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. And after day one, we were a little bit I would say, interested to see where these teams are going to start stacking up against one another. I think a lot of people put Entity at the top of the list. They're like, oh, that's probably the tournament favorites. We recognize this team. We recognize this roster. We're going to be seeing them again in a little bit. But Zach, dude, how are you feeling about some of these other teams?
I think it's looking fun. There's our first series today is going to be spoiler Entity versus Rest Farmers. That should be a pretty good series. Like you said, I think a lot of people recognize Entity, but maybe don't recognize these other team names quite yet, as new stacks have formed. But once you see these players, I think you'll definitely recognize a lot of these names. So this should be a pretty good series. I'm really excited for it. I am looking forward to. Yesterday, if you guys missed it, we saw some Monkey King shenanigans, some courier sniping from Entity. Wondering if we'll see it here day one, because here you see the bracket. So we are starting with Entity and Rest Farmers. That'll be here on the main stream. I believe Ninja Penguins and MOUZ will be playing at the same time on the second stream. And then later on, the losers from these matches will go down to this lower bracket. So no one's being eliminated in this first series. But later on, we'll be going down to that lower bracket where people can be knocked out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say it's always, sad to see teams get eliminated, but it's also very fun because we get to see some, last ditch efforts, the final strats that, teams come up with in their moments of desperation. And we'll see if it, manages to get them a win. I think MarsBet looked pretty dang good yesterday, though. So this is a team that I think surprised me a little bit, taking game one away from Entity. That being said, MarsBet did get handily crushed in games 2 and 3. And I think maybe you could say Entity was kind of warming up for a lot of these teams, especially like Entity, they were directly invited. They didn't have to go through qualifiers. They may not have played a ton of games recently, maybe only a few scrims. And that's kind of par for the course for a lot of teams, right? Like, these are all brand new stacks, and I got a lot of insider info on Rest Farmers as well. So I'll get to that a little bit later as we go to introduce some of the teams. But it looks like Entity's probably feeling pretty good about their chances after game 2 and 3. They looked super clean.
Yeah, and they don't have to be too worried either, I think, because two teams will qualify moving forward. So there's an upper bracket where you go through. Whoever loses here drops that lower bracket, and you could still qualify. So Entity here, this is a team we saw in previous seasons, so many of the players are the same. Watson, No One, DM, Karaomi, and Fishman. Karaomi, the one running the Monkey King shenanigans yesterday. Will we see that again?
I hope so.
I know many viewers, they don't want it. They don't want it in the pubs, but that's why we got to see it here, We're all just watching the pros do it. We get to enjoy it without it affecting our pubs.
Yeah, that's the truth of it all, right? We're like, at least it's not happening in my game. And here's their opponents in this series will be Rest Farmers, Shad, Xantic, Zibe, Pablo, and Hanskin. And a lot of you looking at this like, is that the same list of players that I remember? Is that who I think it is? It is. It's basically X Alliance and Luna Galaxy that came together to create this team. They essentially formed slightly after the first open qualifier, so that's why they came through on qualifier 2. But this team's incredibly skilled. They have some really, really well-known and very experienced players. That being said, like I said, with some of that insider info, Zibe hasn't played for a very long time. Oh, before we get to the insider info, let's probably go to the game, right? I think it's probably about time. We got a draft ready to go. These teams just blew through the opening bands, so how about we kind of see what we're working with here? Oh, dang. Okay. I'll touch on the DK in a moment, but I do want to get to some of that insider info on Rest Farmers because, like I said, they missed the first qualifier. They hadn't really formed quite yet. They have played a total of 1 scrim as a team.
Nice.
Zibe hasn't played in an incredibly long time, but has been grinding roughly 15 pubs a day to get back in, kind of the flow of things for this team. And Hanskin enjoys long walks on the beach.
5 seconds remaining.
That is a recipe for success.
Yes. Yeah, so very cool team. Yeah, I think this. I want to see this team do well. Obviously, like a lot of these players have a pretty strong history here in the Dota scene, and the Luna Galaxy team that was previously here, I liked a lot. Devi Lama from there has been picked up by Heroic since, as well as like Thelacor is. For those of you who don't know, Thelacor is currently playing on Shopify, so it's like. Luna Galaxy kind of got poached by a lot of different teams, so I love it. I love this team.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like you said, all great players have shown some really good stuff in the past, and now we'll see. You got to bring that together. That can be some of the challenge with a new roster. Even if you have like experienced players, but playing together is different than just being all individually good players. But I guess we'll get to see some of that formation start here. So let's take a look at it. They've got themselves the Dragon Knight. That has been a very desirable pick for a lot of teams. He did slip through the draft. We see some other of the desirable picks banned out. Darkseer as a response pick is pretty new. The idea here is that you copy Dragon Knight with your ultimate, which has been one of the better responses. Dragon Knight is a very consistent build. Sometimes Mage Slayer, sometimes Skip now that it's nerfed, but you're going to see the Manta Ags at some point. And Darkseer and some heroes like Shadow Demon, you copy that. You get your own Dragon Knight. But we haven't really seen like a Darkseer first response pick to it. So could be Entity trying out a new idea here. It's probably an off-lane Darkseer. Like, I don't think I've seen another position Darkseer lately. So that would certainly be a surprise to me. But I think the logic is sound there, at least, of like why they're picking it up.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at their bans, it does definitely tend to lead towards a Darkseer, right? You see the Faceless Void as well as the Lifestealer. I mean, these are heroes that Darkseer is just not good against, right? He does, like, when you make copies of these heroes, they are missing what you could argue are some of their best abilities, the Bash, the Feast, the Ghoul Frenzy. So it feels a little bit bad. So I like those bans. That make a lot of sense. I was a little bit surprised that they didn't look for the Shadow Demon, like you were pointing out. It's like, okay, if you're really wanting to deal with this Dragon Knight, you could dedicate just the Shadow Demon to it from the support role. But yeah, the Darkseer could work. I'm excited to see how they play it and how they want to pair it up. We're going to see a pretty standard support duo here, the Mirana Hoodwink. These two have been super popular. Also, I do want to point out, Techies doesn't feel like a very standard Darkseer pick, but it is a lot of magic damage that can still be dumped into the Dragon Knight, and we've seen this hero picked a lot of times into the DKs. I don't know if it's managed to actually win the games because DK just has such an incredible win rate, but either way, I still like the idea.
Yeah, I don't have those stats on like which one is coming out ahead, but at least in the early game, I think you do bring a good chunk of that magic damage against this high armor hero. But as the game goes on, I think Dragon Knight with his illusions can clear out the mines and frequently does pick up like Mage Slayer or gets magic resistance from his Aghanims once he's level 18. So yeah, I'm actually not sure like which way it goes, but even without just the Dragon Knight, the direct comparison, Techies is just generally good right now. Does bring a lot of magic damage. Like you said, not too common with the Darkseer, but could be position 5 Techies still. Or maybe we'll see something a little... I think it'll be pretty funny, actually, like Ion Shell on Techies, but then he blasts off into you, and then he's right next to you. So that could be pretty fun. He does usually pair up with a more like melee support, but I guess that option is now out of the possibilities. Now we pick up a Disruptor and a Sven, so that'll be cool. Darkseer Sven's pretty nice because you're gonna vacuum everyone into like Disruptor ult, Sven stun, and then Sven cleave could grab everyone. I don't think that's something we've seen too much, mainly because Darkseer is not being picked up very much, but Sven was a hero that we thought should be played more. Based on the games we saw yesterday, not a lot of teams seem to be prioritizing him, but looks like first game, here he is. They were listening to our cast. They're listening to the feedback. They're like, yeah, Sven sounds good. Let's pick him up.
The Darkseer's, like I said, doesn't get played all that often, but neither does Disruptor. That being said, Disruptor Darkseer is a combo that goes back so long. The fact that you can vacuum through kinetic field or static field into static. Okay, it is kinetic field. I'm like sitting here. I'm like, what are this guy's spells? They're the same.
Kinetic
the same
field,
words.
static storm.
Yeah, I was like static field, kinetic field. Yeah. So the fact that you can vacuum through the fence and keep them in place for that static storm obviously sets up for the Sven as well as the techies. You have a lot of follow-up spells now for vacuum, and I think that is quite powerful.
Team banned.
DK will have the survivability to probably tank through this. The supports, on the other hand, if they are caught out, probably not so much. I'm a little bit surprised by the gyro pick here, as this is typically a hero that you definitely don't mind making copies of on the Darkseer just because of how he itemizes, but you don't get the benefits of obviously flat cannon.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the idea, because if I think about other top carries, so there's a couple illusion heroes that, you know, not really, you don't really want to pick them into Darkseer and Sven, and then there's like Luna, who that's also a really good hero to get a copy of. Yeah, so I guess there weren't that many heroes left who you feel comfortable into that Darkseer and Sven. Gyro hasn't been super popular as a carry, but I think he has been rising a little bit. And I think he can bring the damage. Like, I think it takes some time for him to farm up enough, but I think once he does, he is one of the heroes who can stand against the Sven, like DPS wise, which is kind of tough. I mean, they still function a little differently, but yeah, I think he's probably one of the few left with the bans out.
No, you're absolutely right, because there's a lot of heroes that you just can't pick into Darkseer. I will say, I am a huge fan of Muerta. She's one of my favorite heroes in the game, and that hero literally can't be played into a Darkseer in any capacity, like at all. You press the ult, and if Darkseer sees you and drops the wall, you actually one-shot yourself. It is unbelievably painful to play. It's very funny if you're the Darkseer, though.
I believe it, because when you're in your ult form, you get the illusions,
you get the
form, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So he can just like vacuum you into wall and then hit you with the normal punch, and there's just 2 illusions of you instantly killing you. It is
taste of your own medicine.
Yeah. I guess maybe he can't normal punch you because you are ethereal, but you can still get vac walled and then you just die. But you know, I'm sure that patch that's coming on Thursday will address this very specific interaction, because I want to put Muerta.
She's a pretty fun hero. I can't land the skill shots though.
She's so cool.
All right, what do we got here then? We need a mid hero for Entity, and rest farmers could be a mid hero or an offlaner, since Dragonite can do both. But I think, well, actually, in the offlane, I guess you wouldn't mind. You got pretty good armor versus Sven. I don't think you stop Sven from farming. Well, actually, it could be a pretty close lane, because it's like Disruptor Sven versus Dragonite Hoodwink. Sven's like pretty solid, but Disruptor's not the strongest laner, so maybe there is room there to harass out Sven, but he can just jungle pretty quickly. So, okay, they've already decided. Okay, we're comfortable with the offlane Dragonite. We're going to go for the puck.
I think this is really good. I think there's not a lot left in the pool that deals with the puck. The Tiny already banned out in phase 1. They have the Dragon Knight themselves. Sniper is actually banned, which is one of the few heroes that it does actually win against the puck lane. But they also have absolutely nothing to address the Sniper, right? Like Dragon Knight, yes, you can get like Blink Dagger eventually, but that is still not like enough to deal with Sniper. So I kind of like this this last ban. I think this makes a lot of sense. But we'll see what Nolan wants to do here. His heroes that we've been seeing the most often have been his Kunkka, which is already banned. We could see like Alina. Okay, they go for Ember. Interesting. Instead of the Void Spirit.
Yeah, Void Spirit has been a pretty popular response to Puck. I don't know if there's a player comfort thing here, but I do think they needed someone who is going to find heroes, scout them out, because you can't glimpse heroes you can't see, and you want the Darkseer Vacuum to, like, it's difficult to initiate with that to start stuff. It's easier for someone else to like kind of poke, begin the fight, and then people start clumping up. Oh, I gotta help that guy, and then you can come get the vac wall combo. So I do think they need someone to initiate. Spirit heroes do tend to struggle a little bit versus the coil. That is one of the downsides, but I think it still fits kind of what they needed, and he'll have to be careful of the puck, but it's playable.
I would have really liked the Queen of Pain here. Now that I'm looking at this draft, it's like that hero like would have checked every box. It wins or at least draws the puck lane, but it versus Dragon Knight, it is one of the most impossible heroes for a DK to play against, because eventually you have your Witchblade and Parasma. Your dagger is always going to be on the main DK, and he kind of gets like a taste of his own medicine where he throws out these illusions and like slows you, and then you're like, well, I'm gonna put a dagger on you and blink away, so good luck going anywhere, you know. And so you kind of kite the DK. It's a really interesting like kind of counter, but we get the Ember Spirit here. That's what's actually in the game, not the Queen of Pain. So we'll see. I think no one has had a pretty good performance so far, even though this is, I think, their first tournament with him on the team. As like we pointed out yesterday, they did have a stand-in in their last qualifier with him, whereas they're going up against Rest Farmers, a completely new stack made up of parts of other teams here from Western Europe, right? Luna Galaxy and Alliance. So I'm excited. Should be a very fun game one. These are the two teams that I think I have probably expected to make it through the qualifiers, so I really want to see how they match up against each other. But there's still a lot of Dota to be played, and we'll have to find out very soon which of these teams is going to be advancing to this upper bracket finals, as we are getting ready to go right into a pause. We baited you. Get owned, everybody.
That's all right. It gives us time to discuss how we think this game will go. I do think... So I see Zibe's got double bracer. That'll be a lot of strength. Literally, but a lot of like early game power to contest the Sven. Sven has a lot of base damage, so I think we'll see a lot of just small trading in that bottom lane, and I think both heroes will be able to get what they want. Like Sven can sometimes be pretty strong in the lane, but against DK it might be a bit tough, but that's okay because you can always just farm really quickly with Cleave. You just need a couple levels. You usually start like Stormhammer, sometimes the Warcry, and then you start maxing Cleave. So once he gets like level 4 or 5, even if he does get kicked out by the Dragon Knight, he'll be able to jungle and farm. Dragon Knight also won't lose his lane. Like, that's the worst case for a Dragon Knight. If you fall behind, it's really tough to apply the pressure you want, but I think he'll hit 6 at a fine time. He'll be able to start pushing down towers. The mid lane, I think, that's going to be a very interesting lane to me. I'm not fully sure how it'll go. I do think in the first 6 levels, it's kind of okay. But like once Coil comes out, that's where Ember Spirit struggles a little bit more. But I think Puck solo killing an Ember is a little tough. He will probably need some help from teammates. So as long as they have like some wards down to spot these rotations, Ember, I think even at 6 will be okay. And it'll come down to which team is making these rotations first and not getting caught out by the vision.
That's what I was kind of thinking myself, is we're going to probably see the supports playing a big role in this mid lane. I think both Hoodwink and Mirana are decent heroes when it comes to rotating to the mid lane. Disruptor, not so much outside of TPing, right? Like this hero can TP into the mid and then definitely threaten heroes with Glimpse, but you are against a Puck, one of the few heroes that can actually avoid, you know, this Disruptor spell kit, right? So unless you've already used the Illusory Orb, then maybe, you know, you get pulled back. But I think for the most part, the lane going to be a little bit difficult for no one, as it is just... Again, I feel like Ember has fallen off a little bit in terms of the power spikes, and Puck is seemingly stronger than ever. I also do want to point out Xantic, right? This guy is kind of the I was going to say he used to be the only like UK Dota pride until Ari showed up out of nowhere and just took the world by storm. So now he is half of the UK Dota pride. So... shout out to the 12 people from the UK that actually play Dota 2.
Let's go. There's a very high percentage chance you can go pro at this rate.
You have a 1 in 12 chance.
There
Crazy.
you go. All right, we see some early
30
smokes
seconds
moving
to
in, looking for those first bloods. I don't think this Dire Observer spotted them yet, or the Watcher, based on how they moved. But as people start shifting around, they might get spotted here. Let's see. They see the Watcher, so I don't think they're going.
I'd say they should be able to avoid the Watcher, and I really like where this Disruptor Techies is placed because these guys do have a decent amount of damage level 1 just from like either Sticky Bomb or Blast Off, and Fishman being able to glimpse into, you know, Blood Grenade. Like Glimpse is an underestimated spell in terms of damage. It is a potentially 125 damage nuke level 1, so very cool.
Yeah, it did. When that first got changed, it took a little bit, but then people really caught on to this Glimpse kinetic field build. I think that's still the build, but it did get nerfed a little bit. So I think it's less minimum damage, and that made his lane stage a little weaker. And that's, I think, a bit of a question mark here for me as we get into this lane. Like, Disruptor is a weaker laner, whereas the other 3 heroes in here are all relatively strong. So we'll see if that affects this safe lane a lot. But he can always stack. Like, any ranged hero has the potential for some double stacks, which Sven will love, and that might be enough to get through this lane.
Yeah, I was just looking at our mid lane, and no one gets a perfect wave 1, so he's feeling very good. And Puck will do the same. So both these heroes currently 4 for 4 on their CS. Well, very good stuff there. I remember when the change came out for the Disruptor, and I happened to like randomly play that hero in a game. It wasn't like right away. It was just at some point after the change I played him, and I looked at my damage at the end of the game, and I was like, I don't feel like I did that much damage. How do I have as much damage as I do? And I go and look at my breakdowns, and Glimpse was my #1 damage spell by like a landslide. It wasn't even like it was remotely close. Like, Glimpse does damage, especially as you put more levels in this, as it gets a lower cooldown. You get to use it more in the late game because you can just catch anyone from a mile away. So yeah, people definitely undervalue how like powerful this spell can be.
It'll be pretty good here. Puck, like you said, with the Illusory Orb is a little bit harder to catch out of all the heroes, but everyone else pretty good at Glimpse will be pretty good, especially like Mirana, who can usually be safe thanks to her leaps. Not anymore. So long as you keep vision. If you leap over a tree, perhaps, and you don't have the what is that? I'm forgetting this spell. Thunderstrike. There we go. If you don't have Thunderstrike on you, I mean, then you're good to go. But something cool we might see in the top lane, a blast off onto Gyrocopter.
Yeah, you
got
talked
one
about
ion shell.
Potential threat of the Darkseer getting aggressive, and Shad, he came just a little bit too far forward. He will live on 20 HP, but he has to just walk home now. Just a really good punish here from the Darkseer using that level 2 advantage, the blast off from kind of out of vision. And yeah, I mean, you don't really need the ion shell on your techies when he just does that much damage.
Yeah, opted for the level 2 vacuum, which is something you can do when you're looking to play aggressive, and we saw it almost worked there. It was very close. They might get another shot here because Blastoff is back up. Shad's still at
might
half
just be
health.
dead. Oh, okay. I was like, if he blood grenades techies here, he probably just kills him. But maybe he didn't see the sticky palm, not the sticky palm, the Blastoff mana cost or something. But either way, looks like they've restabilized the lane a little bit, so that's great for them. Meanwhile, bottom, we are seeing Zibe just have a chill time on a Dragon Knight. That is unsurprising, if you ask me, especially against some hero like the Disruptor, right? This is not something that has a ton of damage to offer. After I just spent the whole lane stage talking about how much damage this Disruptor can do.
Well, that'll be late game Disruptor once he's got it maxed. But yeah, this is the awkward part for Disruptor. These first few levels. So it's not that surprising that Sven's a few CS below Dragonite, but I think he's still. It's okay for now. We'll see if it gets worse.
It's a Sven, right? He's chilling. Actually, right now, Fishman's looking to get aggressive onto Pablo as he does have the glimpse, pulls him right into that kinetic field. They throw the blood grenade. Pablo trying to chase him down. Sven right on top of him, but he will end up getting that first blood here with that acorn shot. And he's got a bushwhack in a second. That's going to actually go ahead and give him the space he needs. And Watson, he's just in so much danger here from this Dragonite. He's got to breathe fire in a moment. He's going to use it. Gets himself another kill. 2 fall in this bottom lane. And honestly, Pablo doing a really good job kind of baiting with raindrops as well as some extra regen there.
Yeah, I think that was they had the Lotus, right? I think that made the difference there. So it would have been a very nice kill on Hoodwink, who is like a little on the squishier side once you actually get on top of her. But yeah, with the extra healing, just enough. I literally one auto attack away from killing her. But that might literally be the glimpse nerf coming into play. Just slightly more damage would have gotten that kill first.
It was a Lotus, a Fairy Fire, and infused raindrops. So the effective HP extra that he had out of that is like almost 15 to 20% of his entire HP pool, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd say Zibe's definitely finding the game he would like. And this is the value of that double bracer, giving you a lot of these early game stats. Sometimes you just see like one bracer out of Dragonites, but if you get both, you do want to play a little bit aggressive. Here in the mid lane, speaking about being aggressive, these 6-minute runes coming up. We got 6 people here. See if anyone dies going for this.
Xantic is getting crushed in the CS all of a sudden, and Ember, level 6, gonna come in here. Does get caught from the bushwhack, as well as a silence, and Xantic should be able to take his orb back to the top side. Meanwhile, Amplified Damage rune was picked up on Katomi, but Hanskin just kills him instead. Yeah, just Starstorm level 2 and a bunch of auto attacks. That's pretty good.
Good hero for these isolated trades when you're away from creeps.
Xantic's gonna head over, grab his bounty rune in the meantime. Yeah, I mean, mid lane, not doing super hot for the puck here. It is 13 denies to 0. He has a pretty substantial CS advantage on this Ember Spirit. Net worth wise, it's not too bad, about 300, 400 gold. But yeah, Ember's gonna hit level 7 while Puck just barely level 6. So yeah, really well done by him. Both teams gonna get their own Wisdom rune. No one really making that rotation for them. Who do you think is kind of getting the better of the game? I mean, maybe that's a loaded question, but you know, because you can just look at the top of the screen. But in terms of the lanes, like, how do you feel? You know, is this kind of going to plan, I suppose?
I think, well, they know the mid matchups better than me. They're the mid laner, so I do think this early game, I didn't expect. Okay, hold on. Ember ganking in the top lane, trying to kill Shad. There's a lot of rotations coming in. They don't clean this up.
Oh, the puck goes down, or the Ember goes down first. That's huge. That's a lot of experience going the way of the Radiant, and Xantic here should be able to help clean up Fishman as well. He does end up getting his courier, so oh boy. That's going to end up being a lot of gold into the hands of Rest. Dude, that is huge.
Yeah, I'd like to say I think Rest Farmers is winning the early game now. I'd like to adjust my answer. I do think that was a good gank attempt, but Gyrocopter went Falcon Blade, and that gave him a lot of early stats, and that allowed his team to rotate in, which I think exactly what Puck wanted. Either starting a gank or reacting to a gank, because Ember, as a melee hero, and slightly higher attack damage, like, no one will abuse that, and we saw that coming in for the last. It's bottom lane, Hanskin.
No way, dude.
So close, so close. And that's the value of that blood grenade. Blood grenade, great item.
50 HP. He almost threw it too. I could see he was like thinking about it. And he's gonna get a D ward here as well. So not only does he survive, he gets himself a D ward. Zibe just, I mean, they have a really good ward on the side here that's revealing both these supports. So he throws the arrow. That was very close. Anyway.
That would be hilarious. Just like a snipe kill just like that. But yeah, we saw like Ember definitely winning CS-wise against Puck, but the Puck coil is a very strong ganking tool. I'd say stronger than just like the root from Ember. So if Ember doesn't pick up a kill quickly and then gets locked down, like you see what happens. So now, I mean, things are looking really good for Rest Farmer. Zibe took that bottom tower while all of that was happening. Puck has the coil. Again, they could look for a gank. I'd say, like, yeah, we see them moving mid. If they find a couple kills here, Elder Dragon form is ready. They could find a mid. They might find Fishman just right off the bat.
Pablo's
all right.
main,
That's one.
Just for the record. Pablo on one of his most played heroes, Hoodwink. It's not surprising that he's, you know, got the sharpshooter ready to go. And top lane, we will see another rune spawn. This one will be the haste, goes to the Ember Spirit. So he's gonna be very happy about that. Both teams actually missing the observer in mid from each side, so no one really able to find the D ward there. But I think right now, I mean, you have a pretty substantial lead on the side of Rest Farmers, and your Dragon Knight sitting at the very top of the net worth is always a good sign, as he is closing in on that Mage Slayer, just about 150 gold away. He's already managed to take the bottom tier 1, and your team does not have the same tower taking potential. I mean, top tower has literally taken 0 damage. Same with bottom tower. So I imagine these towers are going to be up for until like maybe 22 minutes into the game. Like when we might see Entity able to kind of like 5-man a little bit as they get themselves an easy pick off on the bottom side, set up from that Moonlight Shadow. Because how do you push out Gyro? Like, you can just flak the wave and then go back to jungle, right?
Yeah, it's not easy for a Darkseer on their own. I do think, like, with this haste rune, Ion Shell on an Ember Spirit is very scary in the early game, and this is a maxed out Ion Shell. And then he's hasted as well. Like, they could definitely find some kills that way, but they seem to be in farm mode right now. This is a little bit what we saw from game 1 in Entity.
They coil up the mid lane. They're bringing in some extra heroes. Does he get the Dragon Tail off? He doesn't. The silence, or I'm sorry, the glimpse is there, and he will barely survive that level 3 Starstorm. Thinks that's Sleight of Fist. I mean, it's a decent rotation, but the haste rune, you were talking about it. You couldn't hit the Dragon Tail, so you didn't get the sharpshooter. Yeah, very close to being a kill onto the Ember, but just barely not enough.
Yeah, at least it does prevent no one from using the haste rune aggressively, and I think they feel okay right now on Rest Farmers. Like, they came out ahead of the early lanes, they have that tower, so right now, even if everyone just farms for a while, they just have more map to work with. And the way for Entity to come back is to find some kills, but when you make those kind of plays, and like, sure, no one doesn't die, but he used up a lot of resources, used up his power rune, which he did get another one, Arcane now. It's harder for him to make actual plays, and we kind of see that. Like, everyone's just farming. All 3 cores just jungling. This core's just like, okay, we'll watch you guys jungle. Trying to get level 6 on Disruptor, who had a little bit of a rough start. Maybe once he has his ultimate, maybe that's when they'll feel ready to go, because you kind of need it to kill at least Puck, for example. You'll need that silence.
The other thing, too, is like looking at the triangles from each team. DM has been farming the Ancients as well as the hard camp stacks, while you look over at Rest Farmers, and Hanskin's making another set of stacks here for this Gyrocopter, now 3 on each of these camps. And Gyro's farming a ton of stacks on the other side of the map already. Like, this Gyrocopter is enormous. He's got the Chrysalis Falcon Blade on his way to the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, this is like best case scenario for a Gyrocopter, right? Like, if you can get the early Falcon Blade and sustain your lane, you would love to go for that Chrysalis before going for that Axe, because it is just incredibly efficient damage. And on top of that, he is like 2,000 gold in front of the Sven.
And there's even more once he actually does the stacks in his triangle.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll hit a really nice timing. Zibe's working on a blink. He's about 700 gold off, which, I mean, once he does the stacks, that'll be pretty close to the Gyro Ags timing as well. And they're going to look really terrifying if they decide to fight then. They might still want like one more item on the Gyro, but could be a good time. Smoke up finds this Mirana, not really the target they want, especially if they don't even kill her. That is a little bit feels bad. This kind of what we're seeing for Entity right now is like just these early game plays not quite working out. That first gank top leading actually to like a triple kill for being triple killed by the enemy team. Now like you try to make some smokes, can't even kill the position 5. They're just kind of like slightly on the losing end on a lot of these fights. And now Coil onto Ember. Chain stun,
the arrow's
arrow
not gonna
off.
connect. They do have a lot of damage still to offer, and Zibe's gonna get glimpsed out. No one will barely survive here as he had a regen running this whole time. And yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there. Definitely wanted to go for that arrow before that level 1 bushwhack. So definitely unfortunate. As Hanskin's gonna get back to stacking, he's like, well, at least I can do something.
I can still help my gyrocopter with these stacks. It's getting hard to stack this camp now. Actually, there's a few too, like, as you get that many ancients, it's a little tricky.
I'm not sure if we caught it, but Pablo actually managed to take away the enemy Wisdom Rune as well at the 14-minute mark. So we're seeing a little bit of an XP difference between these supports. Level 6 for both of them on the side of Entity, but Pablo nearly level 10, Hanskin nearly level 9. So these guys are getting a lot more from the support side as they will find Katomi here in the jungle. There's a sharpshooter kill, and just like that, they'll find themselves a nice kill, but Hanskin in trouble himself, trying to dodge out no one, but a vacuum from DM will find the kill. Dragontail does catch the Ember. The Bushwhack is there. They've got the coil as well from the Puck. If they need it, they will drop it for safe measure, as now DM will be forced to haste himself away. His Guardian Greaves get delivered just a moment too late.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it is a 6k gold lead for Rest Farmers.
Yeah, it's let's envision. He's rich. He's a rich man. He's almost 5k. Envisioning the next like 10 minutes. So I see Shad has Alex BKB queued up. So they're looking for that timing when the BKB is finished. He's working on those stacks now. That'll give him the Aghanims, 17-minute Crystallis Aghanims. They're going to be really strong. Sven is not at his timing yet.
Yeah, Sven needs a little bit more time, right? He's got his Echo Saber, needs to get to his BKB. Ember needs to get that Kaya Sange. You do have DM's Guardian Greaves available, and that's why they're kind of grouping up here, but they will get a great Static Storm from Fishman onto 2. They do manage to get an arrow out, but the Puck's going to go down first. Zibe's going to join him, and now Hanskin on the run here. What a fantastic fight here from Entity, as they will lose the Mirana.
Dire's bottom tower.
What a
so
Ward
good.
Sentry. That was
Dire's
beautiful.
top tower has fallen.
They were not expecting that whatsoever. And to be fair, I can't remember the last time I saw a team smoked up in that position waiting for that. That was a really good call by Entity. I think that was like a 4k gold change off that fight.
Yeah, between that and the tower, it's over 4,000 gold, it looks like, that is going to be super costly. They're almost at the Aghanim Scepter. It's coming out on the courier this very moment. Zibe does have his blink, would like to use it. Same, of course, with the Puck. We've seen a Zantic grab this one already. But they want to get active themselves. Like, all right, Static Storm's down, Walls down, God Strength's down. We need to get some towers here, so they will push for the mid tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I do see Katomi here on this Techies. The Mirana's still smoked, trying to chase him, maybe.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
They get the immediate D-ward. Hanskin's like, yeah, I know there's some stuff here, guys. All right, Coil will be used, committed for the Techies kill here. Level 4 Star Storm should be more than enough damage, as Zantic will clean up the kill. Also manages to find a Grove Bow. That's fantastic for Puck. One of your favorite items to get on this hero.
These late game Pucks with all this right click damage, it's very difficult to deal with.
Ooh, Gyro gets caught out. The wall's there as well, holding the call down maybe a little bit too long, but does he have the help coming through? The illusion damage is quite enough and no one will be able to pick that up. Now, do they have TPs? They did. Maybe they just thought he was gonna survive. I'm not sure. No one gets himself a bonus kill onto the backside looking for Pablo. Oh, never mind. Plays him through the trees, able to get out. Dragon out on the front here, though, tanking up a lot. He needs help. An arrow from the Mirana does help, but Watson, with this God Strength, doing so much damage. Ember Spirit does fall to a Xantic, as they've got to get more. They're looking for Watson. Bushwhack off the mark. Puck comes in once again. Hanskins here with those 4 points, but this guy still hurts so much on this Sven. They've kited him for a little bit, but looks like he will be able to back away.
I can't believe how much this game changed in like the course of 3 minutes from that top tower down to the rest.
They're looking for Katomi.
Katomi?
I think they got him. Sharp. Oh, great Glimmer Cape just gets delivered. He's trying to get away. The missile will connect down to 30 HP, and he's going to live. They're looking for Fishman now. Okay. Fishman was looking for like a glimpse play, but they were baiting him instead. Amplify damage Puck here. Do they have the coil? They do. The Atos is going to catch onto the Ember. They need to get the coil out, and they do. Just barely. DM here on the backside with those Guardian Greeks. He's going to make himself quite tanky, but the blink into the Dragon Tail from Zibe doing a lot of work, and now the missile redirects to the Darkseer at Xantic. This damage from this Puck. What an amplify damage rune.
Puck is a great hero for that amplified damage. I guess a lot of mid heroes are, actually. I recall saying something like that yesterday, but he really is. He's got so much spell damage and right click with the modern Puck builds nowadays.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top
Really
tower
strong.
They're stealing
and
another
Pablo will
wisdom
use the
rune,
time to
too.
steal the wisdom rune.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That is the 14 and now the 21-minute wisdom rune taken away, and it's really starting to show on the support difference. Like, not just in net worth, like you can see that Pablo is very farmed, but if you look at the levels, both level 9 on Entity, levels 12 and 13 on the side of Rest Farmers, so big deal for them. Watson does have a BKB now.
Doesn't have a gap closing item yet, though, which he has the blink queued up. I think they'll start feeling ready to go after that. In the meantime, maybe just depends on Darkseer Surge and like glimpse backs to get up to his target. Rest Farmers is going to want to play in the top half of the map. Like, that's where all their wards are, and we see a lot of their players are up there right now. There's a smoke into their own half of the map, though, where they actually have no vision, so this might catch him a little off guard.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This Puck, maybe. A Puck fortunately moving in the right direction.
That's really big for them. Not losing Xantic here is pretty huge, as he's just rushing the Parasma, and he has it. Like, he has the money for this, which is a pretty wild pickup, to be honest, but it is one of the best ways of dealing with some of these tankier strength heroes, like Sven. Pablo in some trouble, does get an Atos out, but a good vacuum back there from DM. A little bit of a difficult hero to kill at times, but enough control between the Disruptor and Darkseer. There's no one in the bottom lane.
Does not have a Remnant out.
There's going to be the Dragon Tail. The arrow does come through, connects onto the techies, actually, so quite nice not connecting onto that Ember Spirit, but the glimpse into a great Static Storm as here comes in Xantic, takes a lot of damage, actually, from the mines, and has to back away, so they will lose the Mirana. Zibe still sitting quite healthy. No one gonna just take a ton here from this call down. The silence as well is there. They get themselves the kill. The wall, however, from DM will slow down any more aggression. Great call down from Shad.
Yeah, amplified even more by that Parasma. I think he just picked that up.
Yeah.
Right? You were saying? Yeah, so Parasma plus Grove Bow into... Yeah, Gyrocopter does a lot of physical damage, but that was also like on top of Rocket Barrage plus call down, and then like all the Dragonite spells as well. So Ember just melted. Stepped just a little too far there.
Yeah, you took 1,000 magic damage, and that's, you know, after you factor Flame Guard and stuff, you know? So 6,000
Ben
gold
has
lead. We're
his
back
blink.
there. Oh, does he? Did he
Yes.
finish it? Okay.
Yeah, he
nice.
finished the blink. I believe Pipe is... Yeah, Pipe, Shard, Greaves on the Darkseer. I think they're finally...
The Pipe is huge.
Got everything. Yeah, I think they kind of have everything they need to start taking some team fights now. Looks like Darkseer's heading over through the Twin Gate, maybe? Maybe push out one more wave.
BKB picked up on the DK, thanks to our observer showing us. So, couple fighting items for both teams. We're going to see a smoke come out as a BKB is finished on Shad. You're almost to these Guardian Greaves on the Mirana, but I think this double BKB, the blink setups here from this DK might be too much for them to deal with. So they're going to head bottom through the portal.
Oh, wait, this could be
as
huge.
This is going to get scouted if they see it. The smoke will pop, looking for Watson. He gets the blink away. Onskin, though, walks right into 4 as he will be the first to go down. And now Shad on the run has to BKB, but Watson is just standing right on top of him. He needs some help, and Xanta comes in to slow him up with that Parasma. That might be enough. So you lose the Mirana, and you force out a BKB. Not a bad find from Entity.
Yeah, honestly, I thought that was going to go even better for them because they have an observer on the Twin Gate, and 3 heroes from Rest Farmers were coming through at the same time. I thought they were going to be ready for like a huge combo at that Twin Gate.
Zibe gets pulled back. Of course, he has the BKB to play with. He's kind of baiting. He's going to be forced to use it. Realizing he's taking a little bit too much damage, surging forward that Dragonite Illusion. Pablo throwing out that Gleipnir to try and make some space, and Xanta gets caught. The Static Storm's on top of him. Oh, what a find by Watson. He's going to ping the high ground, being like, guys, I think there might be a ward over here. Just a hunch. Zibe,
They can find any more. They're still chasing.
Trees. They are not done. Watskin looking for Hanskin once again, as he's got no more leap charges to play with. And it's only a matter of time for this Darkseer Disruptor combo. Once again, the glimpse sends him to his death.
All right, originally they were setting up for Roshan, I think, but they found a couple kills here. It's brought them over to the enemy's half of the map. They'll just farm their way out. But I think they can just kind of repeat this. Head back over towards Roshan. They got the God Strength and the BKB. All this is back up again. And grab this tower before they go.
Yeah, this is pretty huge. It feels like 2 times in a row now where we see like a potential timing coming out from Rest Farmers. They get these double BKBs. They're looking for, you know, some sort of gank. And then they're the ones who end up kind of losing this fight. They bring the gold lead back almost even on Entity.
Yeah, it's been a really fun back and forth game so far.
Very close, yeah.
It was looking pretty worrisome for Entity. Rest Farmers was off to a fantastic start, but that top fight changed the whole game. You know, we'll see how it plays out, but that might be something we'll be talking about later in the post game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some of this comes back to me personally. A little bit comes back down to the puck build where he goes this Parasma. It's an amazing item. Don't get me wrong. It's one of the best items in Dota right now, but it is also very greedy when you're playing against as much like stun control and a static storm, right? Like some of the best counters to a puck is the Disruptor. Gleipnir will catch the Ember Spirit. They got the Dragon Tail into the follow-up. Can they bring him down in time? They're trying to pipe plus those Guardian Greaves. It's not enough. They get the kill, but now Puck's stuck inside the Static Storm. Watson will find the kills. Potomi will join him. Shad trying to run away here. Glimpse will send Zibe back as now it's Ember. Or I'm sorry, it's the Sven versus this Gyrocopter, and he's gonna catch an arrow! Beautifully found from Hanskin. Double kill for the Gyros. They're looking for more on the backside. Fishman looking like he will TP on out. And Pablo gets his solo kill onto that Techies. Huge fight going back the other way.
Now they get the Roshan. Did not expect that after that last fight. Yeah, this game's keeping me on my toes, man.
It's a huge difference when the Morana doesn't die first, actually, you know? It's like their arrow setup and their ability to kind of secure those kills is pretty huge. Whereas in the last fight, it's like Hanskin jumps in, instantly dies, and then suddenly you're missing that arrow threat, it feels like.
Radiant's top tower is
I think part of this too is a lot of the kiting of the Sven. So in that initial static storm, he was free to just attack the puck, and we see he clearly has the damage. But then after that, the actual lockdown of Entity is a little lacking during these BKBs. They don't have any BKB piercing stuns. They don't have very many hard stuns to prevent the BKBs from coming out. So, run into mines. Oh, that's good. A little scary. Like once those BKBs are active on the Dragonite and the Gyrocopter, and they can just like run around this fight, Sven's having a little bit of a hard time keeping up during his own God Strength and his own BKB.
They get themselves a little freebie bottom lane here onto the Mirana as Shad now on the run. Does have this BKB standing his ground, trying to just kite through this Sven a little bit. I mean, that is a pretty... I mean, I was going to say Giga Chad, but I want to say Giga Shad play. As he kind of just baited them. He's like, yeah, I've totally got my team behind me. What do you think, I'm here alone? Like, come on. And they're like, they actually just respected that. They're like, okay, we actually don't know where the rest of the team is. We should probably bail.
You think I'm some kind of carry player that would pick up the Aegis and then go farm on my own and then die? No way. What kind of carry player would do that? They did get a BKB out of him. I guess they used their own as well. They're kind of wasting some of this Aegis time. They do want to wait for the Mirana before they make any real plays. So kind of just let this Aegis expire without giving him too much. I think you're happy finding any of these small kills. Having said that, they definitely want to get something out of this. So pushing back up, looks like maybe the mid tier 2 is the next target.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yo, Hoodwink's build,
like
what a baller. Gleipnir into Crystallis.
Yeah, I pointed that out. I was going to point that out right when the Mirana was dying, and then I was like, oh, whoops. But yeah, he like threw a random like acorn shot to scout, and it brought techies down to like a third of his HPs. It like bounced off a couple creeps and crit twice or something. It was insane. Fishman bottom lane, gonna get scouted out here thanks to the Blinken from the Dragonite. Sharpshooter from downtown, and Pablo will find himself another kill for his basket. Level 18 on this Hoodwink. 3 points in the Sharpshooter from a support at 31 minutes. That is terrifying.
Is it a support? I see Gleipnir, Daedalus.
Yeah, and he's almost the same net worth as the Ember.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That is the Fireball for the Dragonite. Remember when this was only castable during Dragon form?
Yeah, it helped him a lot to have that changed. Although, it's not really part of the build anymore now that Mage Slayer is so good.
Yeah. I mean, it used to be like the best... Oh, Katomi tries to play some cute games here in the trees. Dragon Tail will cancel the blast off for now, and the Fireball putting in that heavy lifting right away as Katomi still will be able to TP out thanks to the Glimmer Cape. Really well played.
Yeah, a lot of TP rotations over, which may seem like a little bit of an overkill since they're like killing a techies, but I think it's a good call to recognize, hey, Dragonite showing over there, that means the rest of Entity might try to fight us in here. So if one of us leaves, we all gotta go. Except Shad.
Get the Sentry, but a nice vacuum will pull Shad up onto the high ground and then get the wall on top of him as well. He needs to TP immediately. He can't stay here any longer, and the puck falling incredibly low. He doesn't have a blink out, but he's got a haste rune. He's out, baby. The Dragon Tail will catch the Dark Seer into the Hoodwink. Damage is quite a bit. No one comes in with that brand new Shivas. Watson blinks up for the high ground. They go for the Hoodwink. The BKBs are out, but Zibe underneath this Dragon form just kiting out Watson. He's trying to TP out. He will not make it. Overwhelming damage here from the Gyrocopter. And with 2 heroes dead and no buybacks on your Sven, it is High Ground City. For the time of rest gamers, as they still got Aegis for 20 seconds.
I can't believe that worked out for them. Gyro got cliffed. They have no Force Staffs because Hoodwink is going Daedalus. So he has to TP out all the way back to his own tier 2 tower. And they still win that fight. That's crazy. I mean, Puck almost died. I guess if Puck dies right away, that looks different. But they felt strong thinking Gyro TP'd out. They push in further. But they just... I don't know. They just didn't kill him fast enough. Gyro makes it back, and this guy, man, he is doing a lot of damage. He is slotted out here, just like the Falcon Blade left to replace. He just brought so much damage in that fight once he came back.
Satanic absolutely necessary when playing as the hero like the Darkseer for this very reason right there. Except unfortunately he popped it a little bit too late. Has to BKB the Glimpse now as well. So at least getting something for free basically with that Glimpse, and they are smoked, potentially looking for more here now. But a good disengage here from Rest Farmers as Mirana will TP back to the base. Puck's already out as well. Will they find the Dragon Knight though? BKB just coming off cooldown will walk right into the Ember Spirit as he realizes the rest of the team is here, and he will BKB TP out as well.
They know that's 2 BKBs recently used on the Gyro, now the Dragon Knight as well. So Entity will definitely be looking for more right now. They did just lose the Barracks. They need to find something to... I mean, they can hold this because Ember and Sven are really good, so is Darkseer, but they want to find something to start bringing them back a little bit more into this game.
They will find Hanskin here, but Guardian Greaves immediately dispels the root. He's out. Zibe will get his Wisdom Rune, and he blinks to safety just in time as almost get caught by DM on the vacuum there. Moonlight Shadow, a heckin' good ability.
Very good. It's gonna let the whole team get out now. And yeah, Entity smoking up. I feel like there's a little, we've seen this happen quite a lot in this game. Just a lot of their smoke plays not quite working out, and somehow always running into Mirana and not actually killing her.
That's one of the benefits of a Mirana. She's not an easy hero to kill because of how mobile she is with leaps. And Hanskin's gone for Guardian Greaves and a Pavis, so pretty tanky.
Pablo's gonna have a Daedalus soon. He literally has the money, but his courier's dead. And I think he was saving buyback, but he used it earlier, so... Oh, they're pushing. He's coming for the Daedalus. He's telling his team, like, hey, let's push into their triangle, guys. We should control that area. It's good for the Roche setup later. Oh, by the way, I have a Daedalus now, guys.
I don't know how that happened. I mean, he has his level 20 talent, too. That -4 armor corruption. Pretty substantial when you factor the fact that Acorn Shot just bounces between everything. We're going to see the fight potentially break out here. No one. We'll need to dodge out this missile. Or he won't. And needs to be very careful because Zibe is hunting. He's looking for an opening, but does not want to commit. Doesn't quite see the Ember. As both teams looking to find their angle, playing around where they have that vision advantage. We'll see Fishman and Katomi set up on the pillar here. What do you call this area? Or what do you... the stalwart? The statues? The ward on the left side, Radiant there? Is the statues area? I don't know.
Yeah, we can start calling it the statues or whatever. I forget what it's called. Stalwart Guardian or something like that? Stalwart statues?
Yeah.
This is the Stalwart ward? Stalwart?
The Stalwart? Very nice. I like it. There is a Scythe of Ice on the techies, by the way.
These supports went for some sick builds.
Yeah.
Straight into the late game. They knew what Dota has become lately.
Lightyear has caught the Darkseer. Can they actually find the opening to bring him down to the backside? Dragon Knight just blocks him, but he gets glimpsed out, actually saving him. And now Techies has to run. Zibe's like, guys, I can just fly back in. I don't really care. Shad's already popped the BKB, though. The question is, can you find anything else? It doesn't look like it. You will take those 2 kills, absolutely. Roshan respawning in 35 seconds, but they have to deal with this bottom wave. And it's been dealt with because Pablo has a Daedalus.
Ooh, amplified damage, that would be huge. Are they going to give it to Sven? Okay, no, they're just going to take it on no one.
Doesn't want to risk it. Which, the way makes sense is Xantic is right here.
Yeah. Oh, careful, Dragon Knight.
No blink, so yeah.
Yeah, a few more seconds on the cooldown. They're still looking, though.
Keep searching, though. Yeah. Oh, just barely off the mark there with the silence. Otherwise, that might have been a kill with Pablo showing up.
Oh, with Pablo showing up, you know you got the damage.
Dude, true. I like how
the
now
way these
I can
fights-
buy a support item, I guess. I'll get a Yules.
Yule.
But it's mostly like he's gonna get a Wind Waker for himself, you know. That's not like a.
It's really he needed mana regen to keep using Acorn Shot to farm.
Guys, I swear, it's on the support.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like it. It's part of the reason both these fights, the way they happen is very important, which, I mean, I guess sounds obvious, but on one side, for Entity, you have the classic Vacuum Wall into Sven and Static Storm, right? So you don't want to group up as rest farmers, especially, I think, Disruptor. Yeah, he's got his Ags in the work. It's still going to be a while away, but when that combo comes out, it's terrifying. You can't be too close to each other. At the same time, that kind of applies to the other side as well. Like, if you get puck coiled into the gyrocopter, the splash damage from a Dragonite, and now this Acorn Shot that is absolutely cracked, right? You're also going to die. So both teams want grouped up fights, and so there's a lot of emphasis on vision, who's being forced to do what. That's why this Aegis is so good, because now you can bait your gyrocopter, put him out on his own, and if they try to group up to kill Gyrocopter, which you kind of have to, this guy's so farmed, right? One guy alone cannot kill the Gyro. That opens up the combo from Rest Farmers. At the same time, if the Aegis was on Sven, you could do something very similar, but they don't have the Aegis, so now they've got to be careful for the next 5 minutes.
I'm like looking through at some like items and stuff that I might have missed just because I'm like, yeah, there's got to be something new. I mean, there is some big stuff on the side of Entity, right? You know, DM is very scary on the darks here. If you happen to find like the perfect back wall, it's great. But your puck has the completed Lincoln's BKB, so it's going to be very hard to actually kill this hero. Also gets the Mind Breaker in terms of the jungle items, which is easily the best one that you could ask for, and eventually you're going to have that Aghanim Scepter and you're level 25, which you are very close to. But it's also this Gyro, who has a completed Nullifier now, and 3,000 more gold to boot, which he looks like he's queuing up the Silver Edge as well as the Aghanim's Blessing. So, I mean, this Gyro will be able to stand toe-to-toe even with the Sven. Like, he will have no problem doing that. As we're going to see Zibe pop the smoke here. Ends up just jumping right in. Stuns up that Disruptor. Doesn't quite find the kill, but here comes Watson. Dragonite falling a little bit low, but does get the BKB off in time. They're going to try and kite this one out. They're actually just beating down Pablo at the same time, but there it is. The BKB's ended, and now it's time for the Dire to try and show up. Zibe taking a ton of damage here still from Noah. Static Storm. It can't save him, and Xantic had the BKB. Shad's just doing way too much damage on this Gyrocopter. A 2 for 2 at the moment. The Ember Spirit able to survive as the Mirana nearly burning down here. Needs to be very careful. This Ember is still incredibly scary now that he has the Timeless Relic.
And these fights are so close, but a big difference there is that Shad gets kited out. Arrow connects, it finishes him off, or at least, you know, gives him time for Shad to finish him off. And Shad still has the Aegis, so they're not even done. They're going to keep going and see if they can force out any buybacks, which they maybe need to be careful on, because that's where Disruptor can be very strong as you try to retreat.
Yeah, they're
copy of the Gyro.
Oh, that arrow almost catching the Ember Spirit there. Is yeah, he's gonna go ahead and just throw out that Nullifier, try and push him back. Still has the Satanic, the Cheese, plus that Aegis. They see the fortification, and they're gonna back away for now. The Slight Chains constantly being spammed out here from Nolan. Another illusion being made here from the Darkseer as they will protect him with that Lincoln's. They do have Guardian Greaves as well as a Solar Crest to play around. Missiles coming through. They're going to go ahead and just throw the coil. Is the missile going to connect in time? It does. And Shad, can he get the Satanic? He does. He just shreds through the team. Unbelievable play from the Dire. Is the Mirana's going to go down the Disruptor. He's going to try and grab the gem. Good luck getting away from Xantic, though. This puck does an immense amount of damage. He will pop the BKB. The Guardian Greaves from TM trying to save him. It actually works. The Aviana's Feather. The evasion gets him out, and the Surge is there. The Brief Fire, however, from Zibe snipes him from
like
downtown.
If he just ran, he would have been okay. He like ran in a circle.
I don't know if he was baiting or what, but does have buyback, and Shad still has that Aegis for 50 more seconds. The Sven is back up, everything available. He's got some heavy lifting he needs to do here. The wall in 12
They're gonna
as well.
have to buy back. They're waiting for as long as they can, though.
Well, your Darkseer just instantly died. They will buy back everything. There you are. All three of them coming right back into the fight. They will grab the first life of the Gyro. Again, swaps in the cheese. He's got BKB. Can he get it off in time? He does. He just drops the BKB, turns around, trying to do as much damage as he can. End up just focusing this throne a little bit, but the Hex ends up catching the puck on the backside. That's huge. He gets so low, but gets the phase shift off. That's 60 HP. He will end up dying with the buyback into the Jaunt. It's Antic right back into the fight for the throne. It's falling. They've looked for Sven. They've caught him. The damage from this Hoodwink. He is just unbelievably strong. No one cannot get out Watson. He's back, but no God strength. And it's Antic on the puck, chasing them back down to the fountain. And Shad will just throw the flag, shred them inside the face, and that will be game one going to Rest Farmers.
What an ending to such a back and forth game. If Sven had gotten lucky with a couple crits, maybe they could have turned it a bit there, but I think Rest Farmers had built up a pretty strong lead up to that point. They threw it a couple times, or I won't say they threw it, but more like Entity made some good plays to bring it back.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they felt comfortable like throughout most of that game. You know, we got this, but yeah, managed to close out there.
There was definitely a couple points that you said where Entity takes a couple good engagements, and they're like, okay, we're back in this, but every time I looked at Rest Farmers and like their new items that were coming out, I'm like, it's getting real hard, right? Like there's some big items coming out. Puck just needed to survive. I think the reason those mid-game fights were so hard is because Xantic kind of greeded out for that Parasma, and he dies in a lot of engagements, and then suddenly you're like, all right, we're missing our backline hero, right? The person that can find these supports and instantly remove them. But Gyro eventually gets to a point where he's too strong here, it seems like, right? Like Shad just super beefy on this Gyrocopter, finishing the game at 13, 2, and 11. Over 50,000 damage dealt, just doubling that of the Sven.
That's crazy, actually. Man. Yeah, I don't know. Both teams are going to have to think about this going into game 2, because I think it was close enough that both teams had a shot. From my perspective, I think Entity came out a little behind in these laning stages. And I think, like we saw in game 1 yesterday, where they picked the Bane, which they really like, but Bane's just not very popular right now. I think Disruptor fits that category as well. They like it, and we certainly got to see some strength to it. But the reason he's not popular is that he's not that great of a laner right now. And they started off on the back foot. They do manage to find some fights, which part of it was the Static Storm on the Disruptor, so you can see why they like it. But yeah, it just felt harder. Like there's other supports that are stronger. I think it might smoothen out their game a little more, so that like the game 2 and 3 yesterday we saw of Entity where they came out ahead of the laning stage, they just crushed it from there. So I feel like starting with the draft maybe might help a little bit to give themselves stronger lanes.
Entity definitely feels like this team that loves playing kind of these comfort picks, right? Because they overall first pick for themselves the Darkseer, and you're like, that's not a hero we see all that often, especially in the first phase, but it's just something DM likes to play. They pair that with Fishman's Disruptor, and you're like, okay, I see the idea here. Like this combo of heroes has traditionally been a very good duo, but yeah, they just lost the lanes a little bit too much. Gyro just completely free into the Darkseer lane, right? Like he's not ever under threat of these ion shells. He can easily clear the waves with flat cannon. His tower didn't fall until about 19 minutes off of that beautiful smoke wraparound ward play behind the tier 1 top, and then mid tower is alive until 22-23 minutes. So Rest Farmers keeping the map control alive gave them a pretty huge advantage this game. But again, that's just game 1. So we've got more Dota to be played here, as we'll be going to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Entity versus Rest Farmers. Everyone stay tuned for more here on the Elite League. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Elite League. As we are just starting out this day, we are only one game in. We have so much more Dota to be played, as it is Entity taking on Rest Farmers. Wow, I just realized that is a very wrong way to say that. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. What is up, dude? How you feeling after that first game?
I'm good. It was a fun game. Some good back and forth. I think always fun to see the teams fight it out. We were saying, kind of think if Entity had a better laning stage, the rest of the game would have gone a little smoother for them, because they made some good plays to bring it back. Partly, you know, maybe some of the itemization was a little on the greedy side from Rest Farmers. Maybe a combination of both those, something both teams can look to adjust. But I think there were more like non-meta picks from Entity. And sometimes you can do that, but there is a weakness to it, which is like usually the reason you're not meta is that you're a little on the weaker side. And we saw that come into play. Like there's some very close moments in the laning stages and the fights later. And that's what all those nerfs, like they do. They add up like just a little less damage. Someone lives by like one auto attack, you know, all of it adds up in a game like Dota.
Yeah, Dota is a game of very fine numbers and balances, but it is time to check out the draft, as both teams are feeling like kind of the same, it looks like, in terms of the draft, except of course the Dragon Knight does not make it through, as Entity has first pick this time, and the Rest Farmers are like, we know how strong that hero is, we're not dealing with that. So
we just won with that hero. You think I'm gonna let you have it?
Are you what you think yeah, never mind, I'm not gonna make any more stupid jokes.
10 seconds remaining.
Now yesterday we saw Entity lose game 1 with a little bit of a weirder draft as well. And then they cleaned up extremely well for game 2 and 3. So let's see if something like that's going to happen here. They have one more ban here. I'd say most of these are pretty normal. Chen, both teams play Chen, so of course he's banned out. Most of these others are pretty meta. Terrorblade, first phase ban is maybe a little bit on the newer side. I am curious if that is going to become very meta going forward. Haha. But Lifestealer also getting banned in the early game. Ooh, let's go. We got a Monkey King yesterday, and we were saying I had a lot of fun watching this Monkey King kill couriers. Could still be a legitimate like carry mid Monkey King, could be, you know, a normal 4 support Monkey King, but I don't want to see any of that. I want to see the really weird courier sniping Monkey King.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's go.
So when they ran this yesterday, they ran it with the Centaur. And the reason they do that is because they want to pair this with a hero that can mostly solo sustain the lane. And then the Monkey King does his shenanigans of killing couriers. And I like the idea of picking just the Mirana here, not revealing kind of anything major in terms of their team, right? They're like, we'll just take a solid Mirana pick. We're going to see what you come up with in phase 2. And then we'll respond appropriately. And I think this is actually a kind of a decent way of approaching it. Like, you don't have catch for the Monkey King yet, but it's kind of one of those things. There's like, if you just ignore the Monkey King, maybe that's better than chasing him around the map, which is what we saw ended up being kind of the demise yesterday for one of the teams up against, you know, this Monkey King from Entity.
Yeah, I think you have to kind of, before you commit to like the weird playing around, because if you can just win the lane normally, just win the lane normally. But something like, if you do want to, for both sides, right? For the Monkey King roaming around causing chaos, you need the offlaner to be sort of okay on their own. Now, you might be doing it because the lane is terrible and you're trying to get something else out. Like, that's one option. The other option is like, that offlaner is okay solo. I can do other things to help the rest of my team. Mirana, I think, is a nice pick up. 1, just solid support in general. 2, the arrow can kind of scout Monkey King a little bit. But 3, arrow, as long as you pick a lane combo with a stun, that is extremely dangerous for an offlaner who is left on his own without a Monkey King support potentially to back him up, maybe tank the arrow for him, to stun, to buy him a little bit of time, stuff like that. So it is a hero who can actually punish an offlaner left alone.
I think they're going back for the Centaur here.
10
Looking at these
seconds
bans, right,
remaining.
you see Slark and Mars. Because when they ran this yesterday, they ran it with the
5
Centaur, a
seconds
hero that is
remaining.
relatively difficult to push out of lane. And these are two heroes that can shut down a Centaur very easily. They get rid of the Morphling. And they'll grab themselves a Crystal Maiden. So doubling down on that strong lane. So Mirana likely to be played in the 4 this time for Pablo, which is fantastic. And we'll see Hanskin taking that Crystal Maiden to the lane. And now you're like, okay, pick your hero. You want to pick run in that off lane, and we'll deal with it. And there's Centaur. This is exactly what I expected.
It's looking good.
It's exactly what I expected from Entity. The Bane, maybe not as much, but you're not into a Rubik this time. And I think that was one of the only reasons we saw this Bane start to struggle a little bit from Entity in game 1 yesterday. The Rubik counter is just incredibly strong. That being said, Fishman died like 17 times in that game or something.
It was a rough one.
Yeah, it is also not an easy hero to play in general. Now the question is, I'm going to ask you this. How do you punish the Centaur here?
So the way it's looking is like Monkey King is going to... He's going to have the option to move around. Let's see. What carry can get the most out of this? I think yesterday there was a Slark in that lane. And then there was just like max...
No, it was Morph.
Oh, yeah,
Remember?
yeah. It was Morphling.
It was like the Morphling, and they're just like, oh yeah, this Morphling will sustain against the Centaur, and then it just never pushed Centaur out of lane.
Oh, yeah. I'm mixing up game 1 and game 2 with the game 1 Bane versus the game 2, which had the Monkey King Centaur. You're right. We have seen like Luna versus the Centaur, not so much like kill potential as some like more aggressive picks, but you actually bring a lot of early base damage, especially with the spells from a Crystal Maiden, to keep Centaur off, quickly build up a CS advantage, and then you just like your Luna after that, which has been a very popular pick in general. I kind of wouldn't mind that. I think the idea of the Morphling was not bad, but I don't know if you have to reveal it here, and you're going to get counterpicked with the carry because I mean it could be Monkey King carry, but very likely to be support Monkey King. So if you do reveal your carry now, there's going to be a response pick to that. I think that's what they're debating right now.
Puck?
Yeah, I mean I like Puck. It's good versus Monkey King Centaur. Bane, it's like Nightmare and Fiend's Grip are good versus Puck, but it's kind of hard to get close to a Puck.
Beastmaster.
Oh, okay. This is actually so sick. Beastmaster
And
is
back for the
without a doubt, one of the all-time best lane counters to a Bane. This is like when Bane was strong and I was playing offlane, I picked the hell out of Beastmaster because it was just, it's so easy to play the lane. You don't even have to try. Like you can't play Nightmare ever because you just have a boar to wake him up. The boar can just run at the Bane the whole time. It is impossible to play this lane. It is so easy for a Beastmaster. So this is cool. I like this a lot.
So now you need a strong laner versus the Beastmaster, who also has a strong matchup into Gyro. Ideally.
That's a real good point.
Who can kill boars?
Anti-Mage is not bad.
Well, I like Troll or Wind Ranger.
Wind Rangers actually sounds pretty good. Troll worries me because it's like, I feel like if you battle trance, you just get roared.
That's true.
You know? Or you just get
Yeah.
roared into arrow. They will take the puck for themselves. I think this is smart because it looked really good for rest farmers. Obviously warmed up on the hero for Idzantic as well. So yeah, this is cool. Good pick.
Yeah, the lockdown is not the best from rest farmers. Like they have a lot of crowd control spells, but if you think like, how do we actually apply it to a puck? You either got to roar the puck, which is fair, but it means your carry pick is then free. Rocket easily dodged. Crystal Main's going to be slow to get close with the Frostbite. Arrow easily dodged. So currently puck looks like should be able to move around the fights as he wants. Sniper, take it out to make sure you don't destroy puck in the laning stage. They do need a mid on rest farmers. Another classic counter is like TA maybe if they want to take that out. But
Damn, I was gonna say sniper. They
10
banned it.
seconds remaining.
I do think they want a little more initiation from rest farmers.
5
Maybe like a
seconds
void
remaining.
spirit. We've seen that as a response to puck.
Yeah,
Could be pretty good. And the
100%.
Aghanim silence could be good versus Bane later on to make sure you can't like you don't want Bane to get the full Fiend's grip off for free.
Entities
So
turn
some
to
way to get to
bad.
that and stop him could be good.
You could look for something like a Queen of Pain as well. They will get rid of the Medusa Sven. I think Medusa, I was curious as being an option for Entity even, but, or I'm sorry, for Rest Farmers, but you
10
couldn't really
seconds
pick it in the
remaining.
gyro slot, right? Because then you snap pick Anti-Mage because it's good against Beastmaster
5
and it would
seconds
crush the
remaining.
Medusa lane.
Mhm.
So it's one of those things that, you know, they go for something much safer. Gyro looked incredibly good last game and is definitely one of those heroes where you give him just a little bit of
Entities
space
turn
and he
to
just gets
pick.
enormous. They'll go for something safe here, remove the Kunkka, which is in its Xantic Classic. It's one of his most played heroes, competitive and in pubs. He will have last pick here for the side of Rest Farmers, but we'll see the carry matchup. Is this going to be the Monkey King 4? Is this going to be the safe lane Monkey
10
King? We're going to
seconds
find out here in
remaining.
just a moment. I still would love to see the roaming
5
fourth
seconds
position
remaining.
Katomi Monkey King. I would.
I think you
I
can.
don't know.
I think you can.
I don't think it's as good this game as we saw on the previous game. But what carries are you looking for at the moment then?
Radiant team pick.
A troll.
It's just going to be the troll. I mean, you
I think-
called it. You did say it was possible. It's good into the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think you're right that the roar is a bit scary, but the roar is good versus many of them. Like I thought maybe Sven could be one too, but like you get roared during your
10
BKB.
seconds remaining.
So I mean, it is
Dota.
just good from the Beastmaster, right? But I think if your laning
5
stage
seconds remaining.
sucks, then like you just farm. You get roared and you're like, whatever, I'm rich, I don't care. Yeah, and I think Troll will be one of the heroes who like won't care about the boar build from Beastmaster, and if you force him to not go that build, then your Bane has a better game. So
There's the
I think it
Void.
kind of works both ways, and there's the Void Spirit. He'll have a good time versus the puck, and then we've actually seen a lot of like right-click Voids, so
Yeah.
maybe we'll still see that, but I do like an Aghanim's. Maybe it doesn't have to be early, but the silence
Like
looks
third
really good
item.
this game.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think this is what I kind of wanted the Ember pick to be last game because it does scale really well, and it is a mostly right-click damage, right?
Mhm.
Well, I say right-click damage. It's mostly like a combination of magic and physical damage, but all of it is set up off of his right clicks, right? You go for an early Witchblade, you go for the Kaya Sanj, you finish your Parasma, get your Aghanim Scepter, and that combination of items is so incredibly strong that any hero will die to this Void Spirit in the late game. Maybe not Troll because he has Battle Trance and stuff, but it's really easy for him to find pickoffs. That Aghanim Scepter will be really good at trying to not only set up kills onto the puck, but also cancel like these Fiend's Grips are going to be coming out from Fishman, and that is going to be a little bit difficult. I'm really curious to see the Bane effect in this game because the game one of yesterday that we saw, the Bane felt so sad. Like his entire game was just giving Fiend's Grip to a Rubik. So this game, you don't have as much that can deal with him. So I kind of want to see, you know, if this Bane pick's going to pay off.
I think he was also playing against a Slark as well, which is
Yeah.
really tough. Like, all of your stuff can be dispelled from a Slark, so he had to be so careful. It was really difficult. His game looks easier this time. He is still on the less popular side, I'd say, of heroes, but I think he does have a positive win rate in pubs. So I think he could be pretty good here. And I think the nice thing is, like, Fiend's Grip does allow your Troll to actually attack. Like, that's the thing. Troll will kill heroes. He just needs to be allowed to be attacked and not kited around during his own battle trance. Which right now you've got like Coil, Fiend's Grip, Hoof Stomp, even like Monkey King Stun. So I think it should look a little better for him this time. And I think applying Enfeeble to the Gyro will be huge. Like as Enfeeble gets maxed out, it becomes pretty long range, and Gyrocopter is a relatively short ranged hero. So I think we should be able to see some Enfeebles dropped on to just massively reduce the attack damage.
Here goes the Monkey King, bottom side of the map. He is getting ready to run down there,
So ready
place
for
his
this.
ward. I mean, I think if
30
you
seconds
are
to battle.
rest farmers, you watched this game. You had to prepare. You know what's going to happen here with this Monkey King. They've kept all their couriers up onto the high ground. Beastmaster's trying to scout him out here. He's got boars looking around. But
Yeah, last time we saw the lion actually sit by the tier 3 tower and
they see the Monkey
wait
King.
to
They
see.
know he's here. He actually showed for a second on his
The
tree
battle
dance,
begins.
and so they know. Big fight for this bottom rune, but Crystal Maiden, not a fun hero to walk down a ramp into, so we'll still end up just being 2 for 2 on the runes. Someone's going to come back and deward this.
Oh, I love this. Look at the boars. The boars looking for the Monkey King.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay, so he's going to try his shenanigans. So let's try to talk about this real quick. One of the punishes is to just, like, kill DM or completely zone him from the lane. CM, relatively aggressive. Gyro, if he goes for the spells, can be aggressive, but many Gyros like to max flat cannon first as a carry, which is not the best at actually killing and punishing an offlaner. So Kataomi going to start here, I imagine, after DM picks up a few levels. Curious if he's still going to go Retaliate, which is the better, like, passive farming skill than Double Edge, which you won't really be able to use 2v1. Oh yeah, here we go. Looking for the courier
It's
already.
beginning. He blocks the small camp. He knows that it's back here, and Crystal Maiden did see him, so she is going to keep her courier next to the tower. Now,
Gyro's
I don't know
also
if that's
hiding
going to
his.
stop the Monkey King. I think he's still just going to walk under the tower and kill it. So, yeah, he's like,
Sees it.
target spotted.
Radiant's
Bonk.
turret has been killed.
Number 1 of the game. All right,
I think
good
he
stuff.
sees the Gyros by the tier 3 as well.
He's going to walk
actually.
over and get it. Yeah, he's not
He's
done.
doing it. He's doing it. Yeah, you guys might be thinking like, oh, what about the other lanes? No one cares about it. We're
No
here
one
for the
cares.
Monkey King.
This is all we. This is what Dota is about. Oh, wait, he
This
saw
is
the mid
Dota.
courier. He saw the mid courier.
Oh, that one's moving.
It's
Go,
got the
get it, get it,
bottle.
get it.
Oh, this is huge.
This is huge. Go, go, go.
They see it.
Actually huge, guys. We're not fake hyping this. This is massive.
Ah!
Has been
Oh my God! It's Xantic's bottle gone for a minute.
And now
in
he's
this
coming for the
mid lane.
gank. He's coming for the gank too.
He has a blood grenade.
Even if he doesn't kill, just harassing at Xantic is massive because he doesn't have a
He-
bottle. He
he's
has no
dead,
regen coming
right?
up here.
I feel like he just needs one more auto attack. Dude, this is the exact thing that happened the last time we watched this matchup.
Let's go. This is why Kataomi is such a fun player to watch. He brings this kind of stuff.
Like,
He likes what he likes. Like, he used to play Treant 4, which was not popular, but he was so good at it too.
Gyro's courier is going back to the base. They're like, we don't know what to do here. Oh, never mind. He's like, oh, I gotta get a bunch more items. And now the Monkey King
So that
is like,
Monkey
yes,
King
please,
can get even more value.
please load up the courier with more and more items. I appreciate.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh my God.
Okay, you see
So-
Beastmaster? Beastmaster is being very careful with the courier moving all around.
Dude, you think so, but
he
Beastmaster's
careful
courier is about to get sniped. Oh God.
Did Monkey King see it?
He sees it.
Or is he
He
just
sees
looking?
it.
Oh, he sees it now for sure. Yeah, yeah.
Radiant's courier
Bro-
has been killed.
I don't even know. Nothing in this game matters at this point. Like, honestly, this is just Monkey King stuff.
DM is getting 2 points in Retaliate. He'll max it out. Because you just can't really afford to use Double Edge when you're being sacked like this. Retaliate will help you, like, jungle farm faster. So, a good adjustment from him. Monkey King now coming to
Oh,
gank
no.
top.
Well, luckily,
Zibbe!
and honestly, this is just a level 1 Monkey King who has single-handedly dismantled 2 lanes.
I'm level 2
Like,
now.
it's
Thank you
Xantic.
after that gank.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm level 1. Look again. Meanwhile, he sees another courier coming bottom, immediately TPs, turns into a banana, and is about to go find another friend.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wow. Someone
Radiant's
stop this
courier
man. He
has
can't
been
keep
killed.
doing this.
I
And
don't think
Xantic
you
does
do
finally
stop
get
him.
his bottle mid, by the way. Finally got his
I thi-
bottle.
Yeah, I think you need to just, like, get level 4 and then just flat out. Like, it should end now, at least in the side lanes. If they're careful and they fly it around the sides, then it's fine. But a lot of Dota players just aren't in that habit. One more mid courier for the road.
Another Exantic courier. No more bracer for you. I will say for Exantic, the fact that he had no bottle and basically no couriered items for 4 minutes, he is still doing really well in CS. Watson top lane getting ran down, so finally one of these side lanes getting punished for this Monkey King shenanigans. And this is how we said is the correct way to address it. Ignore him. Just ignore the Monkey King and play your other lanes. And you know that this top lane is always going to be in favor. The Beastmaster versus Bane matchup is unplayable. You have strong support like the Mirana, and your Crystal Maiden making this rotation top as well. Which, yeah, Crystal Maiden.
She was trying to
walk into the Bane here.
She was trying to repeat it as Watson TP'd back, but Fishman happened to run into him.
Yeah, Hanskin, really good bait here. They're actually bringing in the puck, though. We saw this last game. The puck rotation on in. He's looking for that coil. Doesn't even need it as they will take down Zibe. And now Monkey King looking for more onto the backside.
Looking for a courier. Get Morana's courier. Oh, Puck gonna get it this time.
Puck's just gonna get it. Dude, that is like the 25th dead courier this game. I don't even know. Dude, this is a disaster. Pablo's not gonna be able to finish off Fishman here. He gets a double kill on the Bane. Your Monkey King is still level 2, but you have... I mean, your safe lane is now completely salvaged. Watson is super chill. Your Beastmaster has the same net worth, basically, as the Bane.
I like the idea, trying to repeat that kill top, but Entity was kind of ready for it. Or maybe, like, as soon as Fishman scouted Crystal Maiden, you just have to give up on that right away. But I think the idea was good. If you kill Troll a second time back-to-back like that, it's massive.
Yeah.
And it does punish the Monkey King for leaving, because Crystal Maiden was free to leave her bottom lane so early, because, like, there's no Monkey King here. Like, what's it matter? It's level 5 Gyro versus Centaur, who is actually level 6, though, because he was not properly punished in the laning stage. His CS is low, or it was. He's now caught up, but his levels are great because he's been left alone and not killed. The camps were attempted to be blocked. Monkey King did... like, Crystal Maiden did have the sentries ready to unblock her small camp, so they did get some pulls off.
Oh, God. This Monkey King is just literally sitting at the fountain here. He's like, I gotta buy my Tranquil Boots. I gotta get a couple more wards placed. Pop a Clarity. Gonna find another Courier.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
This is annoying. Top lane, though. Watson's in really deep here as the TP's gonna come through for the Void Spirit. They're like, are you sure about this?
Got an early stampede.
Yeah,
Fishman's gonna die for his carry. Oh, never mind. Watson's gonna die for his support. No way. Is he gonna get out?
Unless they get the TP. Remnant's gonna catch him. They have no more stuns, though.
I think just TP.
Oh, they have an
arrow.
arrow.
No, arrow's still available.
Okay. That will connect. There's gonna be a lot of damage turns around here with the battle trance, but Pablo, he will be able to survive for now, and it will be Exantic that will try and finish it up. So they do manage to punish him. It was a long time, though. That took a while, and they're taking this to put some pressure. Dude, please don't tell me Katomi gets
He's
this.
moving up from couriers. He's evolving.
This is illegal. This is illegal.
This is bad. This is bad, dude. I'm being tempted to do this. I'm gonna ruin some pubs. Oh no.
Why is he here still, dude?
Why shouldn't he be?
I mean, I guess when you look at the Centaur being level 7, nearly to a Blade Mail, I guess it's working out. And it's just set up no one for such a good game, right? Like, the Void Spirit matchup we know is very good for the Void Spirit typically, but when you don't have Bottle, when you don't get your Bracer, when you have to, like, be careful about sending your Treads out, Crystal Maiden's gonna lose another 3 sentries. She's like, bro, I have had my courier has been dead for 6 of the 9 minutes this game.
She is 4, though. I think, look, pro players, you gotta micro the courier around. I know you guys have it in you. You gotta move it around more.
I am just, I mean, the only silver lining is that Katomi, of course, isn't super high level, and all of their wards are placed really deep for this, like, courier scouting nonsense. So, if you want to, like, retreat on,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
oh, I was gonna say retreat into your triangle and farm, maybe, but I guess your Monkey King might just be there anyway. They're looking for Xantic in the mid lane. They will drop the coil, as there's gonna be an arrow, it's not gonna connect, but here comes Shad, a huge call down, just destroys the Bane, and Katomi on the run will be saved thanks to that Stampede. The Void Spirit chasing for this puck, though, does get an Astral, ooh, the Resonant Pulse will keep him alive, and they do punish no one, so some pressure going back their way. A little bit of being that underleveled Monkey King. He's not a really fun hero to fight with at the moment, but they'll be happy to bring in the Mirana and this Crystal Maiden.
Ricky, help me. What should I do? I want to play Monkey King. I want to kill couriers.
Bottom lane,
Okay,
Shad nearly kills himself on a rocket barrage, but Pablo is here. Zibe as well. He's looking for the roar. Will be forced to throw it as will wake up the gyrocopter, chasing down the Bane, but the puck is coming. No coil at the moment, but slows from these Primal Springs. And we're going to be able to hold this Beastmaster in place long enough for DM. And now Watson, he's made his rotation to the bottom side, and Shad is the one in danger. 4-point rocket barrage in this lane against a blade-mailed Centaur, not looking super hot as Xantic with his amplified damage will find a kill. No one gets another himself, and there's the coil holding him in place. The Troll Warlord just cleaning him up. Nightmare to protect the Troll. Hodgkin looking for the kill, does end up getting him, but it's a triple for Watson, a 2 for 4, actually 2 for 5. The Beastmasters respawn.
This was over before I started.
Dude, this game is a disaster.
Dude, this is exactly what I wanted. Oh, this is so fun watching this Monkey King
Pablo,
run
that's
around.
a sick kill.
Nice, that'll speed up his Daedalus.
Now your nightmare lasts forever.
Now, right now, looks like he's got Arcane Boots in the works.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Miranas just go for Guardian Greaves. It's just so strong. Like, this is a hero that can get to it at a decent timing. I do want to point out that your Beastmaster is on welfare. He applied for food stamps. They denied him, and they're like, come on, buddy. You gotta pull yourself
I think
up
he got
by
it
your
improved,
bootstraps.
but Monkey King killed him on the way.
Nah, maybe. Well, bottom lane, they do manage to find a freebie onto Katomi. Again, it's one of those things where this is just a support Monkey King, but that is his first death. And he was 3-0-6, so that kill streak actually ended up being worth a decent chunk of gold. But top lane, Zibe, he's dead.
Oh, Fishman gets it, though.
Yeah. Shad needs to be very careful with this Rocket Barrage. You actually, like, bottom lane, he doesn't die there if he just doesn't press Rocket Barrage. So I'm a little bit surprised he's done this. A lot of gyros just go like 1-1-4 max stats and just farm on the gyro when you are left like solo in lane like this. Maybe he felt like he needed to apply more pressure to this Centaur, but
I think that's why, like, between Crystal Maiden's Q and W, I think he wanted more damage to try to kill Centaur to punish this Monkey King play. But yeah, just not able to find it. They have practiced this. DM was very careful with how he moved around. He has to retaliate, so even when he couldn't, like, lane, he could jungle.
Shad, come on. Go back and get the jungle token, please. There it is. Okay. He's like, where'd my jungle item go that just dropped? All right, thank you. We are seeing a rotation here to the bottom side, but
Radiant's middle tower
they will
is
not
under
find
attack.
anything. A little bit surprising, just
Radiant
cleaning up some
structures
stacks.
are
And in the
fortified.
jungle, Zibe has had a lot of stacks made for him as well, so he's trying to just farm with these wild axes and these calls. But bottom side, Katomi in some trouble. Call down off the mark, and he's going to live as a result. Okay. See, now this is what you wanted of the Monkey King. He's just wasting this Gyrocopter's time, wasting his spell cooldowns. And Watson has a Battle Fury. Thank you, Observer, as we needed to actually see that, because I was curious when that was going to be coming out. He has more than a Battle Fury. He's on his way to his Yasha, nearly.
Radiant's
One more courier!
Mid mid lane. Coil comes out, and they get themselves another kill onto Exantic. That is the blink reveal from the Centaur. Your game is falling apart real fast. And you have a 6,000 gold lead here at 14 minutes, and every single hero on the side of the Radiant just feels lost. Like, they actually don't know what to do.
Yeah, Beastmaster needed a better lane. I think that's why... I think that's part of why the troll pick works, because, like, conceptually later, the roar is annoying, but, like, not if you're just farmed. Not if you're winning every lane by, like, 2,000 gold or something. So, just not being able to really do enough against the troll in the laning stage. He's now in, like, recovery mode. He wants to farm the same stuff as the Gyrocopter. It's making their map kind of small when they're all in the same part. And a Monkey King's, like, causing chaos everywhere else.
I do want to point out as well, like, Exantic's rushing Aghanim Scepter, which does not feel good on Void Spirit, if I'm honest. Like, yeah, I get the idea behind it. You need to be able to cancel. You need to be able to, like, silence up the puck, find the kills. You need to silence up Bane, prevent these feed scripts, but it does not feel good. And Mirana is just dead so easily to the puck thanks to just the damage from that Witchblade. They have no opening to play around. Like, you actually don't. You have this Mirana, and we see a lot of time teams pick up this Mirana, and then they play around the arrow. But who do you play around? Void Spirit is not a hero that sets up arrow. You have a Beastmaster Roar, but the dude has had no game. They do manage to find the Monkey King here. Great Nightmare out from Fishman. Katomi will end up dying. And just getting a little bit too far forward there. But DM's looking for a stomp, and
is under attack.
not gonna go for it as the puck wasn't quite close enough. I feel like you need to get a roar into arrow combo here.
Dire's top
But
tower
Fishman's
is under
positioned
attack.
really well here. Well, good arrow. Just a good snipe once again from Pablo.
There is nothing for
They're
you.
mainly only finding
There's
supports,
nothing
though.
for you anywhere.
Yep.
So it's necessary. They do need kills, and I guess when you're this far behind, like 6k at 17 minutes, support kills are still worth a decent amount. But yeah, it's just hard. Like, the arrow combo is a little awkward. I do think Void Spirit needs the Ags, even though you're right that it feels bad. But I think they have to have the silence to be able to get some of these kills, which they really need to recover. And I mean, we saw this last game too, where actually Rest Farmers was like just about 6k ahead, actually, right around here, and then one massive fight totally changed the game. I don't think they have quite the same combo. Maybe a Monkey King kills a good start. Oh, Stampede maybe saves his life. That's both jumps. He's good.
He's
good.
out, dude. He's actually just out.
Crystal Maiden. Oh, that was close.
Radiant's top tower is under
Chaos caused.
Okay, remember when we said you have to just ignore this hero? Like,
This was over before it started.
you actually just ran 4 heroes behind your tier 2 towers, and you don't get anything for it.
Radiant's top
You get
tower is under
your
attack.
wisdom runes, you get shield runes, you get a
Radiant's
tower.
top tower
Like,
is
you're
falling.
just losing so much of your map.
I think some of it might feel that
Zibe. This coil's gonna get popped. Wukong's command is out into that
so
boundless
close
strike,
to the
and there's just
door.
no shot. Yeah, they just have too much damage.
Some of it might feel that
Dire's middle
because
tower
after the
is
earlier
under
chaos
attack.
Monkey King caused, all the other heroes are ahead of Rest Farmer.
are
So
scanning.
part of it feels like Monkey King is the only hero you can kill, especially when he brings himself to this part of the map. But
Radiant's top tower
like, you
is
die
under
once,
attack.
you're like, okay, it's kind of worth it because they all came to me. You die a second time, it's like, it's still kind of worth it. They came to me. As long as you escape occasionally from these attempts, you're like, they just rotate everyone. I didn't even die. You know, like, your success as the Monkey King being chased is much easier. Centaur being killed off by it, that's a good kill. The Crystal Maiden ult does a lot of damage nowadays.
That was absolutely essential, but Fishman's about to get a Fiend's Grip from the smoke here. They actually just are walking. Okay, never mind. He wanted to go for a Fiend's Grip play on the Shad, but
Look how many
Zibe
Corys
is
are
just
here.
chasing him down. And Monkey King on the backside is not going to find anything. So, okay. A little bit too aggressive, potentially. But honestly, it was just a really nice rotation onto that Centaur. They had a good ward that was already placed, and Troll does de-ward it, but yeah, fantastic. Really good stuff there from Rest Farmers. If they can stem the bleeding a little bit, it should be quite good, because your Crystal Maiden and your Mirana are definitely
Dire's middle
going
tower
to
is under
become,
attack.
like, very scary as the game goes on. Whereas I feel like the Monkey King definitely falls off a lot of time. That being said, he is going for a Yule, so I think his game plan is to just stop Crystal Maiden immediately in the ult.
Yeah, I think it's not too bad. Or, like, just take Gyro out of the fight. Gyro did have a pretty decent game because he was left alone. Like, he didn't stop Centaur, but he is farmed. And so whenever he wants to fight, you just Yules him and he can't actually contribute. I think that could also be good.
Where are we on the Beastmaster's items here? What does he have? He has a Yules.
He's going for
Okay.
a Yules. No, he just finished
That's
it, yeah.
for the troll, I'm
Dire's
guessing, right?
structures
Like,
are
you see
fortified.
Battle Trans come out and you're like, all right, you're caught from a Yules. And Xantic here looking for Katomi. He's trying to finish him off. Balance Strike is there, and it will end up being a nice pick off. On the other side of the map, though, they get the Mirana. So, yeah, it's you know, a trade 1-for-1.
It's okay when you're this far behind, like 1-for-1
Yeah.
trades, supports. It's actually probably in your favor if you yeah, gold wise it's like a little bit in your favor since you're so far behind. I think the Yules on Beastmaster is pretty good for Troll, but also like you try to stampede away, you get lifted up. Bane, you know, channels his ultimate, you can cancel that. There's a couple things that are pretty good. Ooh, big rotation
Shadow.
down here.
Dude, this is
See
a
if they
really
can-
good idea to try and bait this Wisdom Rune.
What
But
are these
Moonlight
creeps
Shadow-
doing here?
Yeah, wait, what happened?
I
How
think
did
they were
get up there in
following
the
a
first
boar
place?
over here or something.
Oh, maybe, okay.
But it's so funny to see them there.
All right.
He's
Go for
getting the
Wisdom Rune.
shard.
They get their Tormentor as well, and it goes to the Hanskin's Crystal Maiden. So, like, we've been seeing a lot of games where they get first Tormentor, and it doesn't go to Crystal Maiden. Second Tormentor doesn't go to Crystal Maiden. And then you're like, well, damn. You know, like, we need this Crystal Clone. That's how this hero farms. That's how she scales. And Hanskin's going to be super happy to get that so quick here.
Yeah, it's pretty good versus Puck too, because Puck comes in with a lot of AoE burst and might accidentally root himself, and it's a really long route, and it'd be one route into a second route, and hopefully the rest of your team like capitalize on that, gets him killed.
I think Troll battle tranced his own Tormentor, because it is on cooldown and their Tormentor's dead. I'm like, oh, that's usually what happens. Their coil to the top side gets dropped here onto the Mirana as no one will grab himself a solo kill. That being said, Katomi tries to steal the kill. I was going to say the hero that got it, though, is the Monkey King. So he has more mobility on the Balance Strike. So if you thought it was hard to kill him before, now add a free Blink Dagger that you can't cancel.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Be a good escape from Crystal Maiden's ult. Get away from Gyro.
Dire's
Sort
middle
stuff.
tower is
Bottom,
under attack.
they're doing Roche in the meantime. Centaur's tanking it up for the Troll.
To the Dire.
They are
Fishman?
smoked here. They might be able to find a fight.
I mean, they want to go in. There's a great initiation on the backside. No one pops the BKB immediately. There's going to be a Aurora onto the Centaur, making some space, but Watson's chasing. He's trying to get that Battle Trance, trying to get the root here onto Shad. He will get it, and it's Watson's turn to turn it on as it's a quick 2-for-1. You've lost the Void Spirit as well. He's really wanting this kill onto the Beastmaster. It should be no problem at all for him. Finally getting the root, grabs the kill. No one finishes up the Crystal Maiden. 4-4-1. This game is spiraling out of control for the side of Rest Farmers. As Pablo's like, I'll get a tower, I guess, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Guess not, actually.
9 HP, so it doesn't even manage. He's gonna Moonlight Shadow and go back for it. Do it, Pablo. Do it.
We need this.
We need the gold.
Radiant's bottom
Now,
tower
honestly,
is
that
under
fight
attack.
started off pretty good. They baited the Void Spirit, and many heroes just jumped right to where the Gyrocopter was. So his initial outburst of damage was actually huge. But you see the result of taking that fight, being 8k behind versus being even or like 8k ahead. Like, that's how the game can snowball sometimes. And so because of that, the rest of the heroes are missing a bit of damage. The entity heroes are all just like tankier than they normally would be because they're so rich. So they just, even though Shad is like decently farmed, it's just not enough in these fights, especially with the rest of his heroes being pretty far behind.
I'm just not a fan of how he did his skill build this game. I think he actually needed to just max stats, like go 1-1-4 max stats. Like he would have 14 all stats right now that he's just missing. And in that fight, he might live with those 14 all stats. Like that is a significant amount of HP and damage that he just doesn't have.
Alternatively, well, I guess actually you did mention the 1-1-4. But yeah, I kind of would have liked the homing missile earlier to try to punish the Centaur. It feels a little late now. But yeah, it feels like Centaur just didn't... There we see the Crystal Clone. It feels like Centaur just got away with it a second time, like doing this Monkey King Centaur shenanigans.
Yeah. I mean, we saw this draft yesterday. It's like, you know the Centaur is coming, especially when you see the Slark and the Mars ban, right? Like, it's so obvious. Bottom lane, they find the Void Spirit, full duration Fiend's Grip here. Stampede as well, roar out from Zibe. He's like, I got this. And he's like, never mind. I don't got this. I don't want this at all. Let him leave.
Monkey King support is good, guys. It started that with the stun. Don't report the Monkey Kings who now do this in your pubs. Maybe. It's a very tough strategy to pull off in pubs. But at this point, you're just regular support Monkey King. Now finding a Crystal Maiden.
Watson's coming through. He's got tons of damage, but good force step up on the high ground, and Call Down gets baited. Yeah, I don't like. I think if your plan is you see this Monkey King doing this stuff, and you know you can't actually like zone the Centaur out of lane, like you can't kill him or something, just play for your own game, you know. And no one's just gonna solo up the supports here. He has so much damage coming out from the Parasma. They're forced to just watch their Crystal Maiden die. Meanwhile, it's Xantic trying to get his own support kills, but a great stomp, and there's the roots. Watson's got himself another kill. The BKB already popped on Shad as he's looking to just chase onto the high ground. That missile will connect, but he's got a Lincolns. Who cares? Troll Warlord is just destroying these heroes one by one. Watson is level 22. You can't stop them. 5 heroes dead. They even get a buyback out of Pablo, and it only costs you a Bane. Okay, Katomi jumped onto an arrow. That is probably the funniest play we've seen of the game at the moment. But it doesn't matter. You can't stop the Troll.
Yeah. As long as Troll doesn't get too close to the fountain and ult, I think they've got this. It'll take a little bit longer. It looks like they should be able to get one set of barracks here. After they kill this, there'll be another fortify. And then, yeah, the heroes will probably respawn after that. You'll reset. Maybe. You got 30 seconds on Aegis, actually. You don't have to reset, I guess.
Onskin,
Coil's
like,
almost
guys,
up too.
Someone help me, please. And Xantic should be able to pop the Aegis here. Oh, what a
nice
nightmare, actually. Okay, he's still going to be able to pop the Aegis. In comes no one, though. And look at the Parasma damage.
Oh
Zibe's just dead.
He's just
Fiend's
dead.
Grip onto the Crystal Maiden. Coil will catch the Mirana. Shad's here like, guys, I don't have a BKB, actually. Just gets disarmed. And
Dude,
this is looking so impossible. Now, Battle Trance BKB out. There's going to be the Roar to make some space, but the jump in, the Yules will hold Shad in place. He tries to pop his own BKB, but the damage from no one is just way too much. Phase Shift is here. Does he get the blink? No. Great catch from Xantic. You managed to lose the melee and range barracks in this process as Watson just has no threat, really, to him at this point.
And we see the theoretical roar into Troll when he's like BKB ulted stuff right there. But the practical, oh, we're super behind because Troll had a good laning stage versus Beastmaster and the other lane didn't go well. I think that's why you can kind of do this, even though on paper it may not seem great to have to play into Roar. Beastmaster's just not in the best spot right now. He can work. I'm not going to say he's like a terrible pick, but this is his weakness and why he's not that meta.
Yeah, this is a hero that, like, we've seen have some incredible games, and the thing is when you're having a bad lane, you can't go max Call of the Wild. You have to max your axes, and you have to be stacking your Ancients and be playing for just, like, farming those. But your Ancients want to go to the Gyrocopter, so you have to be stacking the other Ancient camp, but you didn't do that this game, and you were more worried about the Monkey King kind of rotating into your lane and killing you. I don't know. I feel like I don't know what. Maybe I'm just oversimplifying this Monkey King in terms of how they needed to deal with it. I think teams really are just getting caught off by this hero.
I trust everyone was out of
I mean, definitely. Like, there's also a level of, like, not respecting it, I guess. You see ZinQ do it, and you're like, okay, like, it worked that game. It's so stupid, guys. Like, you know, Monkey King support, so dumb. Like, you see Reddit threads about it. It's like, oh, never do this. Like, report the people who do it. So people aren't, like, taking it seriously, and then you don't strategize against it. Rip Chad. That was a fast one. You don't strategize against it, and then you get caught in the chaos like this.
It's just not even close at this point. Like the Puck having Aghanim Scepter as well as Nemesis Curse can just kill any hero 100 to 0, and there's literally no one that can start the fight on the side of the Radiant. They will grab Shad here again. His BKB still not available. He has to pop it now, but guess what? The Blade Mail is just turning all of the damage around, and the Plasma will just almost kill him as he walks back to the base. And it's such low commitment. Like, they're not having to throw any major spells. They still have Battle Trance and BKB. DM just goes in, stuns up the Beastmaster. You also buy him a little bit of space, but it's just too scary. Katomi, Boundless Strikes to safety. No one looking for a potential engagement here once again. Gets the Plasma, the proc onto the Gyro. He has to walk back to the Fountain again. It just dies instead. It's just way too much damage. You're too far behind. The GG comes out, and game 2 will go to the Entity. Shout out to this team for doing some fun stuff. I mean, this Monkey King support is just incredible.
Riddle me this, Ricky. I queue up for a game of Dota. I get soft support. I hover over Terrorblade and Monkey King. Which am I less likely to be reported for?
Monkey King, I think.
Even when I'm never in the lane killing couriers?
I think most people will just report TB support because they're just going to be like tilted that they're like, oh, this guy's just going to go meta and farm. Whereas like Monkey King, if you're running around killing couriers, doing ganking the mid lane, the fact that he gets first blood again in the mid lane, when it's like, this is like, if you were to rewatch those two games side by side, this is, I would say, within seconds of being the exact same performance. He did everything he did. He sniped a couple couriers bottom. He blocked the small camp, walks towards mid, goes to snipe the courier. He ends up getting it and then gets first blood onto a Xantic once his like one defensive ability is on cooldown. And it's just, you can't let this happen. You actually can't let this happen.
Yeah, it's actually even worse because he got the bottle this time. Last time he didn't get the bottle.
Yeah.
But it's such a good heads-up play, like, kill the bottle, even if you don't, and the mid laner has to be careful. He knows, like, the Monkey King's waiting for the bottle. You harass the mid laner. He threw a blood grenade. He does the jump. Even if you don't kill the mid laner, they're low, and they have no bottle. So your mid laner just does the rest from there.
Yeah, this is, again, just a very similar draft from what we saw at Entity when they ran this last time. I think you see the Monkey King, you have to expect the Centaur, you see the Slark ban, and the Mars ban, and you're like, they're going Centaur, right? Slark is one of the best heroes in the game at 1v1ing a Centaur. He has very low armor. Slark will just stack up Agi and kill you, and you can instantly dispel the Stomp. Like, it's an unplayable lane for the Centaur, and I think they want these like 1v1 or 2v1 scenarios on this hero, and you pick something like a Gyro, and he just didn't like have the ability to just zone out the Centaur. So you either play your own game, play for your own items, play for your own farm, and hope that you can go toe-to-toe with this Troll Warlord, or you pick a different hero. I don't know.
I want to see, I know we're not, I think they'll ban Monkey King, but
Yeah.
I want to see Monkey King go through and Centaur banned, because I am confident that Entity does not have a single offlaner this plan works with, and I want to know what the next one is. So once Centaur's out, who's the second offlaner that I tell my offlaner pick? Like, don't report me, just pick this offlaner, play 1v2 while I go kill couriers. Like, I need to know the contingency plans to tell my pub players.
Honestly, I bet for DM, it's his Brewmaster would be his next pick. It's either his
that could
Brewmaster
work.
or he goes back for Darkseer or something, and it's like, I'm just going to shove
Yeah, I
the
could see
lane,
Darkseer.
you know, and like, that's how he just wants to play it. But a very, very reminiscent series from what we saw yesterday, where, you know, Entity lose game 1, like, pretty handedly, and then come back with this Troll, or this Monkey King game 2, just crush their opponents, and now
Totally
we're going to a
legitimate,
game
not
3,
trolling.
everybody. Not trolling at all. So it is time to go to a short break, everyone. We'll be back with this game 3 to see which team will be advancing to this upper bracket finals here for the Elite League. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. What's up, everybody, and welcome back here to the ESB Fissure Elite League as we are getting ready to go into game number 3 of this first series. And honestly, dude, what a fun game. What a fun game game number 2 was. Game number 1 even was super interesting. I'm excited for game 3.
Yeah, what will it be? Game 2 was really fun for us. I don't know if Rest Farmers felt as much fun in that one. You had this Monkey King causing chaos, and then the game just feels out of control from there. But I think it is one of those things. It's like when you play into Undying, for example, and the lane just doesn't go your way. Like, that is really a big part of it. I think you just have to solve that early game puzzle, which for Undying, to like continue that example, okay, you like creep cut, you drag waves, you do like all sorts of shenanigans to match it. I think Monkey King support, courier sniping, I think it's a similar trade-off, which right now it's just so new that teams do not have this set plan for. But if it keeps going, you know, maybe it gets patched out or something. But if it keeps going, you have to come up with this plan. Like, there's the Monkey King support. We know this can happen. Like, this is what we do to punish it, because everything in Dota has pros and cons outside of like super broken stuff that has no cons. But, you know, usually there's a balance to it. It's just new stuff. You got to figure it out. Yeah,
man. Yesterday we saw Marsbet, I believe they looked at and they're like, nope, no idea, just ban it. So game 3, they just first overall banned it. We might see Rest Farmers do the same thing here, or, you know, if they get the first pick, maybe they will try it themselves if they have some experience on it. But this doesn't seem like something you're like, I can do that. And like, that's why not? That seems super easy. It's like he clearly has set wards that he likes to place, how he wants to move around the map. And yeah, I mean, that was just perfect performance from Katomi on the Monkey King in that first 10 minutes. Like, absolutely just making Rest Farmers kind of scramble for what to do. He gets first blood mid, he goes top, kills Beastmaster, threatens the Beastmaster a second time as they tried to like dive after like killing the Troll Warlord, and then suddenly Puck's mid, level 6, like kills the Beastmaster again, and you're just like, okay, well, Beastmaster has no game in a lane that he should have won, right? Like, for the most part, or at least drawn if you just go for max axes. He played for max boars though, which I think was his biggest problem. So hard to say.
Yeah, I think it's easy to talk about Monkey King. I mean, he's the one doing the weird stuff, and it's fun to watch, and like, oh, he's killing cord stuff, but it is a team effort. Maybe the safe lane is the most like normal lane, but I'd be surprised if the whole team isn't calling couriers. It's not just him like watching the minimap every part. They're all saying like, hey, mid just called a courier, it's going back. Oh, Beastmaster's got his courier. They're telling that stuff. DM has to play a specific way to not just feed in the lane and give away everything. The mid lane, there's probably some communication like, hey, focus a little bit more on harass. I'll kill the bottle. I'll come gank. We can get that kill, right? Everyone's playing their part. It's just easy to look at the Monkey King because it's so fun, but everyone's doing it. It's not, I don't think it's a strat that you can just, I'm going to immediately copy that, right? I think it's the whole team's got to say like, what do we do? How do we make this work? And now we have to execute it.
Yeah, I'm going to say this game will probably see something quite a bit different as Entity have gotten first pick priority. So they had choice essentially, and they have chosen first pick. So that I think is going to determine a lot in this draft, because that means they only get 3 bans in the first phase as opposed to the 4. But you could go ahead and try and take the Monkey King. We'll have to see. It is time to jump into said draft, and I think this is going to be really important in this first phase to see who's going to get what. And,
he's still in
the pool. They get rid of the DK.
He was literally the first pick ban, or the first pick for Entity last. Oh, damn.
There's no
they
way.
First picked it. They know it doesn't make it to the second phase a lot, I think, for them. So, or like maybe it's not as good there. I think he did slip through in the second phase, but they just went with something different.
In game 1, I think they were experimenting, right? They want to see, can we make this Darkseer Disruptor combo work? The freaking
Chen made it through. Oh, I didn't grasp that fast enough. That's so interesting. They prioritized Terrorblade and Monkey. They were literally like, I'd rather be run over by the most broken hero in Dota right now. All pros consider Chen one of the most broken heroes. I'd rather deal with that than the Monkey King killing our couriers.
this hero
Or is that an
was-
oversight?
Entities turn to ban.
I don't think it's an oversight. I think they actually are more afraid of the other heroes because here's the thing. Chen was literally contested in 100% of matches in Dream League, right? It was banned in like 99.7% of games.
10
That is
seconds
how
remaining.
strong this Chen hero is considered among the pro teams.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think it won every game, now that I think about it. I think it actually lost one game. It didn't have like a 100% win rate, so it is counterable. The real question is from Rest Farmers, like what their plan is, because you now have to have some way of dealing with the grouping potential, with the farming speed of a Chen, when that is the thing that makes this hero really scary. This hero comes up, goes no boots, just gets a Vlad's, gets a drums, and starts walking around the map with like 9,000 net worth as a 5 position at like the 20-minute mark, and you're like, how did this happen? How did we get here?
Yeah, their response will be the Hoodwink. Pablo had a great game in game 1 with the Hoodwink. I do think Acorn Shot and Maelstrom are pretty good at killing creeps off. Chen's, maybe takes a couple more Acorn Shots than
Entities
usual,
turn to ban.
but that part I think does work once you get there. I'm worried about that early laning stage and those first few like 10 to 15 minutes before you really have Acorn Shot maxed out and Maelstrom. But of course, it's just one support pick so
10
far.
seconds
You can get
remaining.
other heroes, but I do think, like you said, you know what Chen
5
offers.
seconds remaining.
He may be broken, but you know what it is, and that's maybe why they chose to deal with Chen over the Monkey King. So yeah, you have to have a strategy against it if you're letting it through.
Yeah. Well,
Tide's a
I
good
think
response.
Yeah, I'd say the Tide Hunter ban actually makes a lot of sense. It is one of those
Radiant
heroes that is quite
team
annoying
ban.
versus the Chen. Get rid of the Naga Siren as well. I mean, these bans are all really good. I like these.
Yeah, Naga's a hero you struggle to pressure because she picks up like pretty solid wave clear quite early on in the laning stage, where you just send in the illusions and you just riptide the creeps and then you go jungle. And when you want to push fast, but she keeps using illusions to clear waves,
5
it can be
seconds remaining.
pretty annoying. So I think that makes sense taking it out.
Pick.
They're
Really
going to
good at
remove that
stalling the game.
Brewmaster. Yeah.
Entities turn to pick.
Taking out the Brewmaster that we saw DM play very well. Brings a lot of early momentum with a Chen. And then they're going to grab Mars, who also made it through the draft, actually to the second phase, which is a little surprising. But the first phase bans went a different direction. So
10
Mars,
seconds
who was
remaining.
considered one of the more broken offlaners in Dream League,
5
he made it through to the
seconds
second
remaining.
phase.
That combined with the fact that Centaur is the other like major offlaner that's still in the pool. There is also a Doom, but it is a lot more difficult to play the Centaur into a Mars. One of the reasons we saw it get priority banned in phase 2 in this last game, where it's like, okay, we want to pick Centaur, we need to protect it. They're gonna go for it anyway. They're actually just feeling like DM Centaur is too strong. They get the Shadow Demon as well, a hero that has looked so damn strong. And it is a great setup tool for the Centaur. So it should be the Shadow Demon 4. We'll see. You have to be very careful of that disruption into the Stomp from the Centaur. So I don't think we're going to be seeing this
10
1-1-4
seconds
build
remaining.
coming out from Centaur this time. We're likely to see them play way more aggressive.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, with double edge, everything like that. It's pretty interesting. I feel like part of Shadow Demon's strength has been when you get good heroes to copy,
Entities
which
turn to
I don't
pick.
see right now,
For the team.
but maybe they have a plan for it already. Ooh, Nature's and Puck.
Respond to their greed with your own. So you see this Chen and you're like, all right, well, this guy's going to be farming the jungle a little bit. Maybe we can. Grabs a Nature's Prophet. And the
10
Puck, I mean,
seconds remaining.
third game in the series we've seen a Puck now. It has looked phenomenal in the
5
other two. This
seconds
hero
remaining.
seems like easily probably one of the, I would say, top 3 best mid lane heroes in the whole game. Like there is just almost never a bad Puck game.
I think so, especially with Dragonite being banned out so often. Dragonite's
And
one of the
Tiny,
better
yeah.
responses to Puck. Yeah.
Entities turn
So
to ban.
that just, it opens up your game
Radiant
for Puck.
team
Kunkka
ban.
is a pretty solid counter to that, so pretty understandable. He also comes online really quickly, and I think that's why Centaur, they still went with him, even though Mars got picked, and actually now Puck and Nature's also pretty good at dealing with Stampede, but Centaur is just so consistent in the lane, and there's a couple different builds you can do, but essentially
10 seconds
whatever
remaining.
you do, you will be strong early, which is what you want with a Chen
5
lineup.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, and we saw no one pick this hero yesterday for him, and it ends up being one of his better mid lanes for sure in terms of matchups, like you said, into Puck. And at least just comfort, right? That's also really important. They'll ban out the Meepo. They ban out the Life Stealer. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a Slark ban, because it is still very good here. You don't have
10
great
seconds
lockdown for the
remaining.
hero. It's solid in lane against the Centaur.
5
The real
seconds
question
remaining.
is, what are you most worried about? I think the Meepo ban makes a lot of sense, because it is a very high tempo safe lane hero.
Yeah, there's no way you want to go from getting Monkey King support courier sniped into being Chen Meepo'd. So take that out.
Entities turn to ban.
Morphling ban. That's kind of interesting, actually. Morphling's not the hero I would have had in mind for like a quick tempo game.
It's just good in
Which
the
is
Mars lane.
I guess so, yeah. And then maybe the 4 other heroes make space for you while you hit critical
10
mass.
seconds remaining.
And then late game, you just have like Chen with a mech and Hand of
5
God, and it's like
seconds
good luck ever
remaining.
killing the Morphling, I guess.
Is Ben still in the pool?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
Well, maybe you want someone you're going to have to do a Sprout. So either a natural Hurricane Pike builder or someone who builds Battle Fury could be good still. Luna still in the pool. She hits a pretty early tempo with the Chen. I'm up for that.
Yeah, I mean, Sven also has the Stormhammer with Ags, which can get him out of Sprout as well, so...
Oh, that's true. Yeah, out of Arena as well.
Yeah, it's not a bad pick.
Entities turn to pick.
They banned the Medusa. That would have been very good, actually. It's a little bit rough into the Shadow Demon being able to just create illusions of your hero, but you can try and itemize a little bit against it.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, they grabbed the Sven. I think this is just very straightforward. Watson has a lot of experience on this hero recently. What do you do on rest farmers, honestly? Can you go for a Slark, or is it just too slow?
10 seconds remaining.
Might be too slow.
5 seconds remaining.
It's tough. Shadow Demon, like, you can't be tempoed, and you don't want to be ruined by Shadow Demon either. That's a small set of heroes. So, like, I think Faceless Void could be good versus Sven, but
Yeah.
dealing with Chen, and then, like, you got to deal with Disruption. That's kind of a pain. Like, Troll, the 1v1 fight can work, but also don't like dealing with Disruption and being Shadow Demon ulted. But he can, like, kind of deal with the tempo.
Do they try and go
could you
back
just go
for
back
the
for Gyro?
again? It is the Faceless Void.
No, they do go
Select your
faceless.
heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I had my eyes on this one for a bit because it is one of those kind of heroes that does just give you enough team fight potentially to win a game. And it does always kind of play well into a Sven. Like, Sven has that one stun duration, and he's like, if I kill him, I kill him. If not, unlucky. So I think for the most part, like, the Faceless Void pick is decent. I don't know if it's game winning because that draft from Entity is so fast, so we'll have to see. We could see no one do his Orchid build again, and this is not a bad game to get an Orchid. You're against Puck and Faceless Void now.
Yeah, I'd be up for that. We can also keep an eye on Karaomi playing Shadow Demon, because Shadow Demon's not necessarily the hero I think of when it's like, oh, fast-paced lineup, but he does offer a lot, and Shadow Poison is one of the best multi-stacking tools, which can help your team hit that tempo even faster. And this time we got 3 cores who can all farm stacks. I imagine the early ones will go to Kunkka. Later on, we'll go to Sven to hit a really strong timing, and then all you really need to do later on as the Shadow Demon, when they chrono, you save that person with Disruption, or you set up kills by disrupting the enemy, and then you get Hoof Stomp or Torrent to combo that, and then Sven just comes and deletes people. So I think it'll be cool. We rarely get to see Chen games nowadays. Let's see if we get to find out why here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those moments where we're going to see whether or not you can let Chen through a draft. And again, luckily for both these teams, it's not an elimination series. This is still the upper bracket, so they will have another shot, you know, whoever loses here, to try and make their way to the main event. But we are going into game number 3 here of Entity versus Rest Farmers. The winner makes their way to the upper bracket finals, and they are one step closer at qualifying for the Elite League. As we're going to see Entity kind of smoke towards the bottom side of the map. We're seeing Hanskin get a really aggressive ward sentry already placed.
Wait, did he smoke himself?
Yeah.
How is the rest of his team not in the smoke? Did he TP out and then smoke?
He might have.
Oops. Well, classic TP out to ward. I think so. We talked more about Chen and all that stuff. I do think Nature's is going to be a big part of helping either where the Chen is or where the Chen isn't, and try to punish those early game movements. See smoke by Entity trying to find a quick level 1 kill. Sven taking a peek for observers. Actually, maybe in danger. There's 4 heroes here.
That ward on the other side of the river is always really nice because it doesn't provide like the vision to your tower range, right? So it doesn't typically give away your ward position on the bottom side of the river, which is really nice. Both teams have a ward placed here, so we'll have to see, you know, if it ever gets dewarded. Of course, Shad has plenty of information, knowing that both DM and Fishman are down here, and it will just be a 2-for-2 trade on the runes. Katomi will... oh, he's got to get the dew... no, it just barely missed. Oh, that sentry is so close. That feels real bad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Both both mid lane sentries miss.
Yeah, I thought Rest Farmers might guess that it was a high ground ward like this because of where Kunkka walked from after that like early posturing, but it looks like both survived this time.
I thought they would have placed it bottom, like assuming that you know, they see all these heroes come through the bottom side where the Sven is, but mid lane,
all right, so
Puck gets the level 2 advantage. Had 1 deny, so it will slow down no one's game, and it's all right.
Something interesting is that I see Shad already has the Midas queued up. So I think Midas is kind of nice first Chen because you get to kill the creeps instantly, but that Hanskin's
just
in
dead.
a bit of
There's just
danger
no
here.
way. Yep,
Yeah.
disruption into Stomp. It's a pretty easy combo, and a Nature's Prophet not really getting away from that one.
Too many nerfs.
I mean, he's teleport level 1, right? It's not like he's going to be able to use Sprout or something to try and make some space, and at the same time, Katomi and DM both have Quelling Blades. They're ready to go. They're going to do it again. They have the level 2 timing. Stomp comes out. Nature's Prophet trying to get to safety. 2 points in the Shadow Poison on top of him is not going to be enough to kill him. That being said, he might turn around and go for like a Blood Grenade here. No, he's not going to. Not going to risk it.
Yeah, this time Karaomi already used his Blood Grenade, so they didn't have the extra slow. Plus, they attempted this much closer to the tower. So if they had a little more space, they might have been able to run him down or use enough Shadow Poisons to finish off that kill.
Does Chen have any creeps right now? No, doesn't look like
Had one. I think it got killed. He had the Purge creep.
Chen has so much damage ever since he got switched to Universal.
Actually, you know what I would love to see? Chen can also do a lot of multi-stacking using the creeps.
Yeah.
That could be very cool to have stacks just everywhere. Triangle stacked, your safe lane jungle stacked.
Gets himself a spooky ghost. So that's going to be making its way to the lane. They do manage to set up for the 3-minute healing Lotus here. For Pablo, he's going to toss that one over to Zibe, who's already got himself the double bracer. Pretty much a standard build at this point for the MOUZ is they get a great spirit back, and Watson is just dead. Unfortunate blood grenade out from Hanskin, but he sets up the kill onto the Chen as well. So Nature's Prophet getting a little bit active now finally. I don't know if it was that necessary for him to make the rotation, but they get the kill either way.
Yeah, I think they probably wouldn't have picked up the Chen kill without him coming up. So I think it's worth it. And I think it's kind of what they need to do with a Nature's pick. He has been getting nerfed, so you have to be a little bit more careful when you do choose to teleport, and you won't be able to show up to as much. But the idea is still the same. You want to apply some global pressure, and especially like anything to slow down the enemy team with this Chen lineup. You don't want them to hit an early lead and then just be able to like run at you. You can't do anything. So getting a couple kills here and there will help you be able to keep up with that, essentially, because it will happen at some point. You can't prevent it from happening, but you can just be not as far behind when it does happen.
One thing I forgot to mention, I mentioned this in game 1 when it was banned, but Xantic is like a pretty skilled like Kunkka player, so I feel like he knows exactly how this matchup is supposed to go, but Kunkka is just destroying this lane. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be this bad, but
yeah, I'm not sure. I know Kunkka just has a lot of early damage that Puck can't really contest with, but then you also add on to that no one is a very good laner. So yeah. It is not going to be easy, even if he knows how it's supposed to go as a Puck and Kunkka player. Putting it into practice can be much more difficult.
Pablo needs to be careful though. Oh, bushwhack just off the mark there. He's going for like a max range bushwhack. Maybe you set up like a spear back as well, but Watson not falling for it this time.
Not for you.
As he has the mana burn creep. So fun. What a really cool creep to play against. And Mars, he's of course got no mana, so we'll just get Dova on the tower. Nice bushwhack there to make some space here for this Mars, and he will live as a result.
Yeah, he would have died. They were going to use that creep to tank a couple tower shots for them.
Yeah, that was huge.
But you're still pretty happy with that. I mean, Zibe's pretty low. If he walks up, he probably will die. So he's just going to have to, like, just absorb XP, chill in the back.
Yeah, you have 10 stick charges on Watson. And he's going to easily be able to play for the Lotus as well. Like, there's just no way Zibe can contest the Lotus. He's got a Mango and a Salve being delivered, so he will be able to kind of back off and regen once this wave clears. Well, I was going to say he can't go for the Lotus, but Pablo, they might be baiting here a little bit as the Nature's Prophet thinking of coming in, but now Zibe, he never salved up. Blood Grenade out to try and make some space. Hanskin is here. He's got to trap Watson in the trees, and he will be able to, and a lot of damage coming through, but he's got Lotus. He's got 10 stick charges. He doesn't care. Hanskin ends up dying top to Katomi as, wow, what
nice
a
tree plant.
That's huge, actually. What the heck?
Doesn't he have a Quelling Blade? Was that a double tree plant? Was that like Acorn Shot plus another? Oh wait, can he not see it because it's high ground?
Oh, that might have been what it is. It was right on the ledge, so he wasn't able to actually like see the tree. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. Sick play though. Well, I guess you still lost your natures, but at least Zibe didn't die, which I think is he would have died without the natures coming in to help.
And mind you, that wasn't an Acorn Shot, so twice in this lane, he's had to commit an Iron Branch into blocking heroes. So he's actually just lost 100 gold that way. And he's very, very, very underfarmed on this Hoodwink compared to what we saw in that first game. Like Pablo getting a lot more out of it. Zibe will grab his own Wisdom Rune at least, so he's getting some experience now. But that means that XP is not going to go to the Hoodwink. So
elsewhere on the map, both teams have been working on stacks, so Nature's doing some stacks for Puck, who has been struggling in this lane, but killing a couple different stacks will help Puck still hit some decent timings. In the meantime, Shadow Demon has been preparing the triangle, preparing that ancient camp on the side. So whoever decides to clear it, Kunkka, if Kunkka does it, could help with an early Orchid, which could help them be active, or of course the classic, give it to Sven, let him hit that massive item timing and just delete people.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Puck, and I'm very worried for him. Pablo? Wow, okay, no one actually was holding off on this X for a little bit, but finally gets it here, and that should be a dead hook. So, nice little pick off there, as he will also see a stacked medium camp. He'll clear that. I mean, just look at the net worth difference. He's almost double the Puck's net worth. Not quite, but I mean, he's substantially ahead here at like 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, 1,000 gold already is a huge deal at this point. 1,500 maybe even more than that.
So
this is part of the plan.
What is?
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Your point's probably
yeah, I don't know about that, but the way Entity is drafted, like, we see them with a 3k lead now, it's pretty nice, but it also kind of needs to be this way. Like, if they were 3k behind with a Chen lineup, that's a really bad sign. So I think the fact that Rest Farmers is a bit behind here, it sucks. They're gonna have to deal with it, but it's a little bit expected with the heroes they picked. And if they survive through this, go into that mid to late game, and they're not too far behind, like, that's where they get to start feeling a lot more comfortable with some of their counter picks.
Yep. Bottom lane, I don't know what they think they're gonna be able to do this Centaur. He's just got a Blade Mail again, a casual Wraith Band. This, like, DM is probably the only Centaur player that I've seen still going for this, like, old Blade Mail, but it's working. Like, they actually just can't touch this hero, and he did end up just maxing Retaliate, or close to maxing Retaliate, which I did not expect, because Time Walk has a 2-second backtrack, and your Hoof Stomp at level 4 is 2.2 seconds. You actually just can't backtrack the Stomp double edge if you do it correctly.
True, but maybe the idea, just like how last game he knew he was going to be on his own while Monkey King was doing some courier sniping. This game, they played together for a little bit, and that's where he had Hoof Stomp and double edge. And now Karaomi has been doing so many stacks, he's never in the lane, and DM is essentially playing on his own again. So maybe that's why he's going for essentially the exact same build as before.
They're going to smoke top. They have a haste rune here. They tried to make a play on Watson a moment ago, but Hand of God was committed just to make sure he doesn't go down. And here comes the Kunkka. No boat, as it was committed just a moment ago. He just drops a super defensive arena to try and give him the space, but Watson just hitting right through the wall. The Stampede is there. They get themselves their first kill. Pablo able to TP on home to safety. But you get the big one. You got the Mars. Bottom lane, they're looking for DM here. Can the Centaur finally fall? It looks like he should with the help of the Puck, but he pops the Blade Mail, stalling this out just a little bit. Pops the Lotus now. The Coil's going to come through. Even the Chrono, which I don't know if you wanted to stack that so heavily, but they finally get him.
Natures gets it.
Oh my god, it does go to the Natures. Oh, that feels bad. And he gets the tower. Okay, well, you know, Shad does deny it at least, but you lost the top tower, you lose your bottom tower, you barely
He's coming in with the Orchid.
That, like, your
Shad's dead.
Yeah. He has Orchid, dude. This is exactly what I was afraid of. I was like, no one might just rush Orchid again, and he does. Has his Orchid, kills the Faceless Void. This dude is 7,200 net worth at 12 minutes into the game.
No one's Kunkka is terrifying.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
This isn't even fair. It's like not even remotely close.
It's unfair. Yeah, it is looking really good for them. This is a great pace, even better than, you know, what I'd expect with the Chen. But we see him working on a BKB next on no one. We got the 4 creeps from Chen. He's level 7. He's working on a mech, which I think is actually done. I think it's on the way. But yeah, Oh, no. He's getting Vlad's first. So yeah, they are ready to go. You're going to see them just, like, run at the enemy team. And what is the answer? I'm
Watson.
not sure.
Watson has an answer, and it's farm a massive ancient stack. So he is big happy right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is a 7k lead here, just over almost 13 minutes into the game. You are closing in on the Vessel from the Nature's Prophet. I will say Nature's Prophet, once he has Vessel and Shard, is actually legitimately scary. But the only way you're getting Shard is if you get it from the Tormentor, and Pablo on the top side of the map here is going to get found thanks to the Shadow Demon. Sharpshooter just kind of tickles at that point. Fishman will be found here in the jungle, but Hanskin is instead going to be the one that goes down. Shad does not have a chrono, able to dodge out that stomp. They're looking for the Chen, and they will get him. A nice pick off, but it is just the 5 position. And
Got an extra 200 gold killing all the creeps too, at least.
Yeah, and Shad does get the kill, which is necessary. And I'm very glad he is not going this Midas.
It is still, I mean, that is still the position 5 Chen, though, so they would have loved a bigger core kill as we see them 8k behind here at as we get close to 14 minutes. That is a very tough spot to be in.
Zibe is dead. Yep, there's the Stomp, the Orchid, the Blink Reveal out from the Centaur as Kunkka ends up not committing the boat here, surprisingly. He's going to try and wiggle through the trees. I don't think you're making it out of this one, though. There's just too many heroes here. And Katomi smoked up, looking for this Hoodwink again in the top lane. Has that Demonic Purge. Will probably commit it just to find another kill here onto the Hoodwink. As he gets some vision, we'll try and scurry away, and he makes it into the trees. So, well played from Pablo.
Yeah, this is what everyone's going to be trying to do, is just split push as much as possible. You'll die a couple times here and there, but you definitely need to do it. And they really want some tier 1s down so Natures can have an easier time teleporting around and doing it. But you see, like, the lanes have not gone great, and so all the towers are still really healthy.
Ward here will be protecting this Faceless Void in the bottom side, so he's going to be okay. That being said, Nature's Prophet did just, like, farm all of his camps, so he has to, like, wait for everything to respawn. Hanskin is very close to the Vessel. Is that enough to help them start finding kills, or is this game just getting way too out of control? Because I just looked at Kunkka. He's, like, 900 away from a BKB.
I don't know if it's enough, but I think it's necessary. It's like the minimum requirement to have a chance. There's a lot of tanky heroes. It is a triple strength core lineup with a Chen, Hand of God, and Vlad's behind them. So they need the Vessel to have enough damage. But it won't guarantee the kills. They're still going to need some advantageous fights. They got to find these pickoffs with vision or something.
Tomi's gonna get himself a little D-ward onto the cliff there. Chrono out from Shad, looking for the Shadow Demon. No one has an amplified damage rune. Will drop the boat, gets a very fortunate bash. The Orchid here, does he get caught? He does. Nice attempt from no one. This 2 kills would be absolutely massive for them. A really good rotation in from the side of the Radiant, and Shad setting that one up with the Chrono.
No one was worth 1,263 gold. It's so much. They needed that kill so badly.
What was his kill streak? It was 5-0. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. And it went to Xantic, too, the Puck, who does have a Yules as his very first item. He's like, okay, I need to get a defensive item, otherwise I'm just going to continue eating. So I like the decision in this game to get for the Yules. As we saw in his previous game, he played a little bit greedier on the Puck. That Parasma ended up dying a couple times. Gets his one defensive item, and now he's going to be able to build into that Witchblade, into that Blink Dagger, and I think he'll be much happier. Meanwhile, there's a Roche happening.
Early Roche, 17 minutes.
Alpha Wolf and Dark Troll Summoner. That's pretty good. Plus Vlad's. This Sven actually just has 350 bonus damage.
Radiant are scanning.
I think you just start
Radiant's
just
top
going.
tower is
Like,
under
you
attack.
just let Watson finish his BKB. I think he'll finish it. and still have time to make use of the Aegis, and everyone else will just do things. They do... Oh, okay, Watson's here. Maybe he feels good enough to join in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Maybe when Chrono's up, he'll prioritize finishing some farm. But without Chrono, I think there's like no answer to this, right?
Yeah, I don't think you can do anything. Like this Dark Troll Summoner and all these skeletons, you're gonna barrel through towers without any real resistance.
Oh,
Like-
oh, are they going? Are we just tier 3?
I think they can, right? Like, what do? They found Hanskin here behind the tower. There's gonna be the X into the boat. They only need a little bit more damage. Hanskin,
Radiant's
he's
top
tanky,
tower
but they're a
Watson's
little
so
bit
indecisive.
too
He
afraid
really
to go
wants
that
it.
far. Yeah,
He really wants it, but he doesn't want to throw. All right, they're going to chill for now. They're going to reset. They know this is about the time where Chrono is up. Really good senses. It literally just came up. So, all right, guys, go farm, finish up some big items, and then let's go again.
I mean, Shad looking for a Chrono. He sees Fishman. He's just gonna throw it. He's like, I'm tired of this Chen. Give me this free kill, baby. Hanskin takes it with the Wrath of Nature. Nice little block there onto the Shadow Demon on the other side of the fight. They are looking for the Sven. They get him on the coil. There's gonna be a nice spear to follow. So that is Aegis. And Sven, no BKB yet. It is on the courier. It is flying its way here, but it's not gonna make it in time. Very nice set of pickoffs. No
Wait,
one's
no
trapped. The arena, no!
Just on the other side.
Dude, that is such an unfortunate arena. No one gets out. I mean, he had BKB anyway, but if you can at least force that first BKB.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a really good series of events for rest farmers. It was getting pretty bad, but now they're only 6k behind, which is still a little rough, but it's much better where they were just a few minutes ago.
It's such a smart play from Shad. Like his Chrono comes off cooldown, instantly TP's mid, and is like, I'm gonna Chrono anything I see. Like I need to find something, right? And yeah, they get the Chen, easy kill for him. Like Chen's, he's got auras, right? The drums, the Vlads. He's like somewhat tanky, but he can't survive against like a Mask of Madness, you know, Maelstrom faces Void Chrono by himself. It's not happening.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, you're not pushing without the Chen. Even though he's just a position 5, he has all the auras. Nature's gonna catch an Orchid and a boat here, but is making space, guys. Finish that top T1.
They're looking for DM though. The coiled is there. Zibe could hit the spear to try and knock him out. They will be able to. Shad making his rotation. There's the bushwhack. Somehow doesn't connect. I don't know how that happened. Did you see that?
I don't know. It must have been off, I guess.
Maybe. I don't, yeah, I'm
Radiant's
very
middle
confused.
tower
Oh,
is under
maybe
attack.
the bushwhack latched to the tree that he was speared to, because when spear ends, it breaks the tree.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's still good, though. They got the tower. They killed DM. A tier 1 tower is really important, especially when you have a hero like Nature's Prophet who can do some ratting. But when there's the tier 1s all up, it's really hard. Look, he's doing it immediately. He's TPing in here. It's really hard to feel safe doing this kind of play because you could be teleported on either side to catch the Natures. So once you start taking the towers, you become a little bit more free to split push and drag this game out, which, if they go late enough, they're going to start feeling a lot better. Void is essentially the best hero in this game. As you go into the late game, Chronosphere is just so powerful. There is a Shadow Demon. He'll have to be careful of that, but it still stands. He is extremely powerful in the late game.
And let's not forget about Pablo on this Hoodwink, who once again has a Maelstrom as his very first item. He's gonna just transition into the Gleipnir. I don't know if he goes Daedalus again, but
I hope so.
either way, he's trying to play as a core.
All right, Terrorblade 4, Monkey King 4, or Daedalus rushing position 4 Hoodwink. Which do you want on your team?
Xantic? Ooh, he's just dead. He's actually just dead to this Sven. He just walks around the corner, hits him with the Stormhammer. I think he got caught sleeping a little bit because he could have hit the Yules to try and dodge it out, but was not looking at that very moment, as Pablo will dodge a gank here from no one, but Watson will be forced out. Shad kind of threatening here at bottom. He actually just doesn't have the mana for Chrono. Maybe they don't know. Stampede comes out. Zibe is just dying to a Chen solo. Does manage to get the save off, though, but a bash is there. Dude, the amount of damage that the Penitents did with all of those summons is ridiculous.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, he had
tower
double
is
trolls.
under
This is really
attack.
good. It's sad he lost them. That's the big loss there. Chen was willing to die, but now he has no troll creeps. I don't see any on the map either.
All right, well, Hanskin is relatively farmed. Like, he hasn't had the best game on the Nature's Prophet. He's starting to catch back up, but Katomi, he's got a Blink Dagger on the Shadow Demon, queuing up an Aghanim Scepter of his own. We know the Chen's got some farm. They're kind of stabilizing. I mean, this game looked really bad. At 15 minutes, they were, like, almost 10k behind. I think it was, like, 9,000. And now suddenly a 4,000 gold lead as Shad's made some great rotations on this Faceless Void, finding a couple of chrono kills. They've managed to kind of stem the bleeding in terms of, you know, losing map control. They did take a little bit of tier 3 tower damage, but they haven't, you know, claimed a high ground lane of barracks with this Chen lineup quite yet.
Yeah, Entity is not quite how they wanted it to go, especially off their start. I think they're still in position to do what they need to. Especially what we'll have to watch for is how big of an impact can Faceless Void have on these Chronospheres. Because if they can chain stun delete him, I think everything else from there is like straightforward for them. But the Chrono is what creates a lot of problems for them.
Dire's top
Ags
tower
just finished
is
on
under
Sven.
attack.
I think they'll try to get... Well, for now they'll get a pick-off because Roche is not going to be up quite yet. But with the next Roche, that'll line up with the Aghanims. Oh, he finished it. Aghanims on Kunkka. I think DM's working on Lotus. So they're going to have a lot of things to go. Especially if they get Zibe here.
Yeah, I mean, they actually pinged this out. Pablo pinged this out. They scanned the bottom twin gate, and it disappeared after like a fraction of a second, and they were like, yo, they came to top. And he still managed to find the kill. No one gets himself a solo pick off. Does have a Yule set up here from Xantic. They have Chrono. Shad just gets stunned from the Sven! He didn't BKB, he didn't Chrono, he didn't do anything!
Yeah, he got caught off guard by that.
Well, this game was close. It is no longer close even in the slightest amount, as Katomi is looking for Pablo in the bottom lane. He's got a blink, he gets the Demonic Purge, he's found the Hoodwink, DM is here. Nice bushwhack onto 2.
Radiant's middle
Now the
tower
thing is, the
under
punish is so hard that they literally just need that to happen once or twice, and the
Dire's
game will
structures are
break
fortified.
open. So you see them counter fortify here. They don't want to waste their time. So this will be the tier 3 falling. Probably one set, maybe just one barracks actually. Maybe like get it and get out.
They
You don't want to die here.
I think they're okay. I'm a little bit surprised Zibe doesn't go for like a spear back,
I'm not opposed to
being that like
I think without Void and Puck, it's like scary.
Yeah, I mean, he had BKB, arena, everything. I was like, maybe he traps him in the arena as like Void comes up and Puck comes up, but maybe it wasn't gonna be fast enough.
I think the thing is both teams know Roche is up, and they may want as many of their tools as possible because they
see.
still have Chronosphere. So I think they can go for a fight here. And if they lose the next fight, especially if it's close to their base, that's probably we're seeing the end of the game or like the start of it. But like I think we're at that point. We're at the tipping point of, are we going to come back and we all have to play this out, or does Entity win one more huge fight and just destroy the base?
I'm like unsure what Shad is gonna do here, because we clearly saw if he gets Stormhammered, he just dies. Like, he died completely in that Stormhammer. The follow-up was so easy. He had the Centaur, who was just like, okay, yeah, I mean, if he's stunned, I'll follow it up. And Watson will get to work here on this second Roshan. And the question is, will anyone from Rest Farmers try and contest this? It doesn't look like it. Even with Chrono, even with Coil,
tower is under attack.
Arena, they have everything available, but they don't want to contest it.
Yeah,
Instead, they're looking for a Shadow Demon.
Is under attack.
I think it might have been possible, but tough.
That's a nice bait
Bye.
from Pablo.
Yeah, you'll take a kill. I think they know they're giving up Roche for it, though. Especially with that roar.
To the dire.
So, tier 1 tower and a support for the second Roshan. That's going to be Cheese as well, as they stampede down the top lane. As they really want to get to this Wisdom Rune. They're like, guys, get there. Meanwhile, Hanskin, he's already set up. He gets the TP. No, the X as well as a stomp. They got him. That was a decent play from
Peepo-wide
Hanskin.
stomp, dude.
Yeah, that was a
Dire's middle tower is
freaking
under
super Peepo-wide stomp. I don't
The
understand.
very
middle
edge.
tower has fallen.
That made the Stampede worth it. He was desperate to find it. He misclicked that, dude. He's, oh, go to the Wisdom Rune, quick. We'll find someone.
Radiant's top tower
He needed
is under
something.
attack.
No, I think you're right. I think it was an intentional, like, attempt the Wisdom Rune grab, but... Oh, man. It's a little funny to see them just, like, stampeding down an empty lane.
They really wanted the next creep wave, you know?
Yeah.
Pablo, instead of going Daedalus, is going for an Aghanim Scepter. So he's playing around the kind of decoy sharpshooter, which honestly is a neat idea. Because it is, you know, a decent chunk of burst damage. You have a Chronosphere to drop double sharpshooter in. The question is, will Shadow Demon be able to save everybody? We'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe you can bait out some Superman stun as well. Maybe Sven will go out of position thinking he's getting a big kill. Or maybe not a big kill, but like, oh, easy hoodwink kill, you know, then stun, double sharpshooter. Is that enough? You think that's enough to kill him? He's got 3,500.
Dude, they're just itemizing to never... Did I just hear BKB? I did. All right, Zibe.
Yeah, Zibe's in a bit
forced
of
to
trouble
BKB.
there.
What
They're gonna push
a
it
tidal
now.
wave from no one, actually. Holy heck. Completely blind and finds the hoodwink. Is actually completely blind. He like saw her for a moment as she walked onto the high ground from this ward, right? That was in the lane. And just tidal waves the high ground, happens to grab her right on the edge.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But,
It's such a free play for him, too.
Yeah.
There's like no real cost to it.
Are fortified.
All right, last fortification here from the Radiant. One thing I was going to say is they're itemizing entirely to deal with the Faceless Void. They have a Wind Waker queued up on the Kunkka. You've got the Shadow Demon with a Blink. It's like the only thing they want to do is stop the Chronospheres. He does manage to catch the Sven, gets disarmed. The arena is out. They pin him against the wall. There's your disruption. Mars unable to do a whole lot as Watson turns his attention on over. And he's just forced out completely. Just doesn't even have remotely enough damage. Watson's sitting at full HP. No one tickled as the boat reduced so much of that damage, and they found the Mars. One after another, the Radiants are crumbling here, and they've spent everything. There's nothing left in the tank. As no one's looking for an opening, there's going to be the X-Torrent. They grab the Faceless Void. The Storm Hammer on in from Watson. He's dead, and Puck in trouble as well. Here's going to be the double buyback. They're looking for something, but they don't have it. We were wondering, was letting this Chen in an oversight? And it looks like maybe not the biggest oversight, but one of them.
Dude, look at this Sven. Even without God Strength, he's sitting at like 400 damage because of all the auras.
Yep. Good attempt
Just
here.
watch
Silence
it.
out onto the Faceless Void, and another Stormhammer comes through. He's going to die to the Soul Burn. TM just borderline untouchable on the Centaur, sitting at 4,000 HP. They finally get Watson. Pablo on the backside, looking to run here. No one catches him with the Yules, a War Stomp to come through. They end up committing a BKB on the Kunkka, and there's a whole nother fight happening on the other side as they will eventually chase down the Shadow Demon. Meanwhile, Hanskin ends up doing a lot of work here on this Nature's Prophet. You got to be a little bit careful, but there's the Torrent Storm, another Orchid. DM and no one are unkillable. Hanskin will TP himself back to the base, but a costly series of fights here from the Radiant.
Pretty good fight, all things considered. Pretty glad you got Sven. State of the game still really rough, though, having lost 2 sets. You've at least got a Natures who can kind of help with pushing out these lanes and still joining fights. But as Entity respawns, I don't think they even have to wait for Roche. You're probably just going to see him go straight to that bottom lane and just get to work on it. They're still really ahead, 20k. Chrono we saw. it's so tough, right? You just send one hero forward, and as long as Shadow Demon sits in the back, he even built a blink.
Bruh? He's...
Alright, this was not in my plans.
He does get the Yules and the boat. No one? Wait a minute. Is he out?
It's a bait.
There's no way, right? Katomi
never
almost gets the disruption, doesn't make it in time. So that is a kill, and DM's stuck inside a Sprout. All right, I don't want to say that
Is under attack.
the game is unwinnable, you know, or was unlosable, but with plays like that, where you get caught on the enemy high ground and throw just a casual 4,200 gold to an enemy team,
A lot of gold.
it gives you some hope for the side of rest farmers. Dude, they actually thought they were unkillable. They fought for an eternity in that last fight, but neither of them have a way out of Sprout right now. He just finishes up his Wind Waker, but he didn't have one previously, and they actually just died to Sprout Vessel.
Yeah, not the best. Lag. Oops. What was I doing there? That's crazy. Yeah, definitely not necessary for them to be up there. Think they're still okay, but you definitely can't repeat that kind of mistake. Maybe now you are waiting Roshan. Yeah, see, what was I doing in that base? I wouldn't do that.
We were
That's
both
crazy.
lagging. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought I clicked back. 30 seconds pass. I was not. I was in their base. All right. They're still okay. You just, I think after that, team talks like, do not do that again. Wait for Roshan. Get Roshan. Go end it. Maybe they still don't have to wait for Rosh, but I think with Chrono available, you do.
So, you blind? All right, Pablo's a little bit feisty right now. Anyway, so I want to point out something that happened in this last fight. Obviously, those two heroes died. Hanskin gets like 2,000 gold for the Nature's Prophet, so he's just sitting here like, oh, I guess I can just buy a Vlad's? I don't know. Like, why not? So he's going to have a Vlad's here fairly soon. Exantic, that was his Parasma reveal. So that was where a lot of this amplified magic damage came from against these two heroes. Neither of them had their BK. Like, Kunkka didn't have BKB. Lotus doesn't really save you against a Parasma, right? You just constantly reapply this dot. So it, yeah, just made these two heroes kind of like paper eventually late game. Like I was talking about earlier, like Queen of Pain's Parasma against a DK is like another scenario. It's like anytime you're playing with these really tanky strength heroes, Parasma actually is the answer. It really is. Like, people substantially underestimate the amount of damage this item does. And now that Puck has this, and nearly an Aghanim Scepter, he's 100 gold away. You actually have to be very careful. This Puck hero can scale. You're 14,000 ahead. You still are in full control of the game, but it's not over.
Yeah, especially considering that they were 20k up just 2 kills ago.
And it's true. They were
Gotta be a little
actually
careful.
20,000 gold ahead. Yeah.
I'm wondering if they
finished
have.
up on the Shadow Demon.
Ooh, that'll be useful. You can throw it out multiple times, especially as Faces goes for a Lincoln's. I'm wondering if he really needs the Vlads on Natures at this point. I mean, we're like 35 minutes in. I wonder if a more late game oriented item would be better. He does still have another slot, so he could go back for it. He didn't get boots. I guess it will buff up your Void's damage.
Yeah, that's true. Getting the Demonic Purge onto the Faceless Void in Chronosphere is just like, you definitely don't have damage to kill anyone at that point. Like, Shad needs so many items. His game is so sad. He needs to get, like, eventually a refresher. He's gonna need, he's queued up a Lincoln Sphere right now to try and not get Demonic Purged, but you're gonna have multiple charges now. Pablo might pop the smoke, and he does. DM realizes the decoy is out. They pop it, and he gets out. Okay. Cheeky little play. They get the D ward, though, of course, so it'll be something.
Oh, quick rotations down here. They're trying to catch the enemy off guard.
He immediately BKBs. Shad does not want to risk this, but DM, he's not satisfied. He's like, I will fight you. Gets like 4 bashes off, and Zibe will throw a spear. He's going to be able to BKB and TP on.
damage!
Oh, the X. Never mind. Yep. Kunkka's here. Welcome back, son. One more auto attack there from Watson. No Bulwark, obviously, thanks to that Axe Shadow Demon. Did they steal the Wisdom Rune? Yeah, Hanskin got it, so something at least for their troubles. They get to level 20. Sprout leashes. Wait a minute. Do you go Sprout leashes or do you go Sprout mischance?
Can he use Stormhammer
Bottom
when
lane,
leashed?
no one. Forced to BKB, just chewing through the Faceless Void. What?
1v3?
Amplify damage rune, and like 9 torrents later, he gets the kill, and Puck in so much trouble as well. He has a blink, but the demonic purge damage is substantial. He gets the TP on home. He's gonna be safe. Hanskin as well, surviving. He actually took 12 instances of torrents.
That's crazy. I mean, he has the amplified damage, so I mean that was a lot. The fact that he just killed the carry while 1v3 is insane. It might actually cost them the game. They're here hitting this. The
You
creep
are
waves
cutting
here.
waves, but yeah, you have one more creep wave and no fortification. So
It's megas at the least.
yeah, that is actually a ridiculous play from no one. He did 3,800 damage, or I'm sorry, 2,900 damage to this Faceless Void,
The Torrent Storm is wild, man.
and walks away from it. Yeah, he just Orchid, Torrent, Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave, Boat, and then Torrented again. That is ridiculous. They're trying their absolute best here to keep this game alive. Did you manage to snipe the Centaur? The spear back pretty far as Mars gets caught from the break, pops the BKB. The Centaur trying to stampede to safety, but not gonna happen. I don't know how all of those trees died, but they did. Sven has BKB, has Satanic, turns his attention on over to Hanskin. Yules will have space. Shaq gets a great Chronosphere out of the backside. He does manage to get the Shadow Demon. He gets DM as well, but now he needs to get the safety. Time walks up to the high ground, pulled back from the X. Meanwhile, Watson getting kited to an eternity here. Thanks to his Nature's Prophet, he will finally get the kill. The buyback is there. Watson's BKB gonna expire though, and Puck's damage is substantial. The moonwalk into the spear. Okay. Kinda neat. They do manage to get a couple kills here. Xantic still getting the damage done here on this Puck Fishman. He's all alone. He's gonna go down. I mean, you've committed everything from the Radiant. You need to make it worth it. You've got Mega Creeps already on Entity. Can you get more? I don't think they
Xantic
can.
is queuing up a Divine Rapier.
He has to. He's 25 with an Axe. He needs the Divine.
Yeah. Oh, that could be fun. That can definitely get people killed off really quickly.
This game is somehow still happening.
This is just the early game, dude.
This
We've
is
only
just,
begun.
oh god, don't say that. Don't say that.
This is just the first of many Divine Rapiers. No one catches Hanskin. There should be a kill here.
I mean, if he can solo kill a Faceless, I mean, he's actually afraid. Here's the coil, gets the Wind Waker off, and with that, no one is out. And Xantic is not done, though. He really wants to find this opening. Dude, look at this damage. And they're bringing in Hanskin. He has another Wind Waker. Finds some space, trying to body block, and goes for the BKB, but Xantic's just got the damage. A massive win. Wait, Torrent Storm, will it finish off the NP? It does. So he gets a dieback. Oh, Arena's out, traps Fishman. Wait a minute, and Xantic will pick off the Chen here, potentially great defensive disruption.
He's got the Divine.
He does have that Divine, absolutely. DM just doing a lot of work here as well, trying to finish off this Mars. Does he have it? The Blade Mail, able to dodge out some damage. Puck, he's going to leave. He's like, I'm a little bit afraid now, guys. There's a lot of heroes. Zibe trying to make his way into the trees, surviving for the moment, but the blink up in 1 second here from TM. Off the mark. Zibe has no blink, no TP. I don't think he's
got this.
There's no way, right?
He's got
this. There's no way. That is another dieback. And Roshan is up on the bottom side of the map.
With Roche's banner. Let's go.
Giga Creeps, will we see them?
The important thing here is that Puck got the Divine Rapier. And even as you pick up Aegis, Sven is not.
Dude, they're coming
He's not
in.
the Aegis. He's not the best Aegis carrier.
Yeah, he actually just cancels. Xantic was TPing in. He was like, maybe I can contest this Roshan, but no, he can't afford to give up this rapier, right? So
Okay, Puck can still attack in Chrono if he's phase shifted, right?
I mean, you can just you just coil the people in Chrono.
The coil is all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right.
Like-
So 5-man Chrono into 5-man coil with the Divine going. Do
Yeah.
that like 3 times.
The Wind Waker is the only tool to get you away from this Chronos, or to get you away from this coil. And we saw it that last fight, right? Like, he Wind Wakers off the coil, starts to get away. Eventually gets ran down, but Hanskin steals another Wisdom Rune. He comes back to the base. It is all or nothing. Giga creeps in the bottom lane. I don't know if you can see this thing. These creeps are enormous. They drop the banner. These things have 2,200 health.
For comparison, Hoodwink has 2,300 health.
Yeah. Well, Xantic needs to be a little bit careful. They don't have like a Hex or anything, but you got to be careful of that Stomp. Did I just hear a Refresher shard? I think I did.
Dude, these creeps with the auras are insane. They have over 200 damage.
Yeah. And
Tier
Fortification
4 is
is
down.
available for
Radiant's
the
middle tower has fallen.
throne. But Xantic going to the backside, tries to find Fishman, but they grab Zibe instead. They're a little bit afraid to overcommit. The arena is still available. They've trapped Sven for the moment. He has the ability to get out, does get chopped away. And in comes Shad. I mean, you've got to do something. Your throne's exposed. He's going to get to work. God Strength still available. Zibe gets stunned up onto the backside. Maybe finding Xantic. Not quite yet. Shad still looking for a Chrono option. Still looking for their coil options. But they're actually just playing so scared on Entity. They're like, if we commit
Radiant's
and get
ancient is
chronoed,
under attack.
this game could end. Oh, they find Shad. The stun is out. They're going to go for Watson. No, they don't manage to find a mid lane, though. They get the Kunkka. There's the Arena of the Spear, but it's not going to connect. Out thanks to that Wind Waker, and that is Zibe's kit. No more Arena. Has a BKB at least. Able to dodge out that Centaur here once again. Blade Mail doing a lot of extra damage. Watson wants to get the damage done to this throne, but can't. Held in place for the moment. He gets the coil onto both supports! Can he actually find the kills? Manage-wise, they're going to be able to take down the Sven. That's the Aegis. Euls will buy him some space, so both supports survive. Coil is down. Chrono is available. Can they get Watson a second time? Xantic focusing, taking TM out of the fight completely. Spear will buy some more time. Sven still has that BKB, still has that Satanic. He's going to pop it, turns his attention onto the Mars. The Torrent Storm committed as well. He's dead, no buyback.
Radiant's ancient is
They
under
need to keep this throne alive. Can they do it? Chronosphere at the ready. The jump in, they get him. Now, can they actually finish off these kills? Sven safe thanks to the Wind Waker. Puck actually gets caught in the Chronosphere. He turns his attention onto Hanskin. He's going to get him with the Sprout, but DNM's there to finish him off. Xantic trying to grab the Kunkka, but the Wind Wakers are just too much. And Xantic forced to just retreat here on the backside. Banish, they get the Orchid. He's dead. He's going to buy back into the game. Rapier's on the deck. Watson's going to pick it up. Shad can't get him.
attack.
And that might be everything they needed. Entity, a Rapier Sven, a 1,000 damage Chad here looking to try and finish this one up. They get on top of the Shadow Team, and a great setup here from Pablo, but just a couple of auto attacks. Chops down the Hoodwink. They finally finish off the Puck, and that will be it. Patience rewarded as Entity will finish off this series 2-1.
Man, it's so close. Maybe that Chrono caught too, but Puck was in it. Maybe they have the damage there. To be honest, though, even if they win that fight, it's still an uphill battle. You've got to deal with Megas the whole time. But a really good effort. Unfortunately, this team is not out, like you mentioned earlier. They're going down to the lower bracket. But, man, that was a really fun series. And I think it showed that they can definitely qualify. I have full confidence they could make it through the lower bracket. There's some good teams down there, too. So, it's not free. But, oh, man, what a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, there was moments here where Rest Farmers were pulling back, like what looked like a pretty ridiculous game. I mean, they were 20,000 gold behind, taking a pretty, interesting couple kills in their own base after mega creeps, basically. So, you know, there's some moments here where Entity, you know, they still got some stuff to clean up, and their first game maybe experimenting a little bit. They go back to more comfort picks here in games 2 and 3, and then they look really good. So I'm curious, you know, if any team is going to be able to kind of slow them down. They only have to win one more series here in the upper bracket, and then they are through. And it's going to be up against MOUZ, right? Which, I mean, both those games earlier from MOUZ versus Ninja Penguins were very fast. They finished those in 27 and 30 minutes, a 2-0. So Entity, they've got one more series before they will, you know, potentially make it through. Otherwise, MOUZ will be the ones to go to the main event. So we've got some more Dota to be played here today. I'm trying to remember what our next series is. Let me double check the schedule.
I believe we will be watching MarsBet versus Ninja Penguins down in the lower bracket now. Or, oh, no, wait. We might be GHOSTIKLENOVO versus Rest Farmers, who we just watched. They lost, so they're going to drop down.
Cool. All right, nice. So we get to watch Rest Farmers here once again. I mean, it's a fun team. They look good. I think this game they struggled a little bit, too much in the lanes. I think this DM offlane Centaur has just gotten way too much multiple games in a row, but the shining star of this game is absolutely no one, right? Like no one on this Kunkka. He was so farmed early on, and then just solo killing the Faceless Void at the tail end of this game to guarantee the mega creeps is just ridiculous. But here's our bracket at the moment. Entity and MOUZ, which we will be seeing, I believe, later today. We will be covering that one. But for now, we have Rest Farmers versus GHOSTIKLENOVO on this channel. We'll be able to see which of these teams continues their run here in the Elite League qualifiers and which team will go home. Oh, man. Incredible day so far. So, for the moment, we will be going to a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with that second series. Again, we got a third one lined up after that, but if you guys want to watch the MarsBet versus the Ninja Penguins match, there is a B stream happening. This is the exact same title here, but _ENB. You'll be able to catch that game over there. But yeah, we're going to be at a short break. We'll be back in just a little bit here for these closed qualifiers. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you then.
Good to go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League. We are getting ready to go into our second series of the day here for these Western European qualifiers. Series 1 was a lot of fun, but it was the upper bracket, and now it's time to see some teams go home here in the lower bracket. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. What a fun way to celebrate that. It's like, get out of here. You're out of the tournament. No more.
It's the reality of competition, right? Everyone wants to strive to be the best. That's the fun part to think about. But yeah, not everyone gets to win, but that's part of it. Like, it doesn't mean anything if you win and you didn't get to send anyone home, you know? I think every competitor has to kind of accept that. It feels a little bad sometimes to beat, maybe you got some friends on the enemy team. But at the same time, if you're not all trying your best, then, the competition's no fun. So yeah, it's dream crushing time. Let's go.
So yesterday, you and I did get to cover the elimination series with GHOSTIKLENOVO. They actually just crushed Just Better, and to be honest, it was a little bit surprising. Like, we didn't really see that coming. They just definitely outdrafted them. It felt like 2 games in a row. Is like Just Better did like a weird anti-mage troll pick draft in game 1. Did not pan out against the Medusa. So we'll see what happens as we can take a look at the rosters here for Rest Farmers. Again, we just watch these guys play. So Shad, Edzantic, Zibe, Pablo, and Hanskin. They took game 1 over Entity, end up falling in games 2 and 3. So they're going to try and redeem themselves here in this lower bracket and keep themselves in this tournament. But their opponents, GHOSTIKLENOVO from yesterday. A couple people that we recognize, right? Yadomi, but a lot of these other guys kind of question marks. I think Sketcher actually looked very good on carry yesterday, though.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, because I think Just Better also played Entity. They also got Monkey King courier sniped. Maybe that tilted them out of that series and then into the next one. We'll see if maybe something similar happens to Rest Farmers, which I agree. They looked good game 1. Game 2, they got thrown off by that Monkey King. And then game 3, they got Chen. They were so tilted about the Monkey King, they banned it, but it left the Chen in. They got Chen. So, fortunately, I think no Monkey King 4 players here. Maybe both teams will get a normal game. Everyone will bring their best.
Yeah, we'll have to see as both teams are ready to go. We are ready to jump into the draft here for game number 1. So let's go ahead and do that. As Rest Farmers have overall first pick. We'll see GHOSTIKLENOVO on Dire and an immediate Meepo ban.
10 seconds.
Meepo is he's nerfed. The Disperser, big nerf to him. His Aghanim's and his Shard also nerfed. But in the right hands of a Meepo spammer, someone who's played a lot of pubs, they first pick Meepo, they just don't care. It's pretty scary to give it away in a lower bracket. So I kind of get it. Just play it safe. Let's take it away. Looks like Hoodwink gonna be banned as well. She's a pretty strong support, but she usually slips through the bans. She tends to be a hero you pick after everyone else got banned out. But Pablo has been really good with the Hoodwink. So I can understand taking it away. Enigma too, a flex for the offlane and the support roles. It's still a little unusual, I guess, this banning phase. Like, these are heroes we see, but we usually see them because they aren't banned after all the OP bans. Chen still in here, Dragonite, Timbersaw, Mars.
Those are the ones that I'm very confused on right now. There's gonna be the Chen. I imagine you ban DK here. There's no way you leave the DK in. I think you'd rather play against a Timbersaw.
10 seconds remaining.
Or maybe they...
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, who else do you ban instead?
I mean, they have to be figuring out which one they want to play against, right? There's Bat Rider.
I think so.
They banned the Timber, so I think you just
ban Shadow Demon, pick DK.
Or Bat Rider. I think you can do either. Ban the Bat Rider or the Mars or the Centaur. There's a lot of things you can ban and just pick DK. And Res Farmers, they did that in game 1, right? Zibe took the DK to the offlane, and he just had no problems at all. And it will be the Bat Rider ban. I'm gonna be
Will it
shocked
be
if they don't
Dragon
take
Knight?
the Dragon Knight.
Dire team pick.
Yeah.
There it is.
Radiant
We've seen a
team
lot of
back.
success with Shadow Demon. Hey, there he is. So I think we saw earlier a Darkseer response to Dragon Knight. That's what Entity tried. And there was like some pros to it, but I think first picking, or I guess, second picking as a response, a Darkseer versus a Shadow Demon, I think there's a lot more flexibility to the Shadow Demon. First of all, he literally can play 4 or 5, whereas Darkseer, is locked into position 3. But also just what Shadow Demon does in a game, there's more room to work with versus a Darkseer, which is like Ion Shell, laning phase, Aura Builder. Like, you pretty much know what that is. So as long as Shadow Demon is in the available heroes, he wasn't banned out earlier, I really like it as a response to the Dragon Knight, if you are going to give it up anyways.
I mean, they do a couple good bans here as well. They get rid of the Centaur, Lesh. I think they're a little bit mind flayed by Centaur in this last series. They're like, okay, we don't want to deal with this hero anymore. We're tired of it. Leaves the Mars still open for the offlane options for GHOSTIKLENOVO. There's a couple other heroes, but the Mars obviously kind of the big one if you want to go for it. They will ban out the Pango.
Radiant team pick.
And they go for Tiny. Okay, surprised, actually, as this hero has also been phase 1 banned a lot. It does slip through the draft here, and they will be able to grab the Tiny themselves. I think they played this yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. GHOSTIKLENOVO got Tiny in both games. Yeah, that's what I thought.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so they're comfortable with the hero. He is good. He just offers a lot as the position
5
4. You can roam
seconds
around, gank. Probably does mean Shadow Demon 5. You rarely see Tiny 5 nowadays.
Yeah.
It's well, of all the support duos you could pick right away, they do fill in a lot here with this Shadow Demon Tiny, so it's a good support duo, but there is often a weakness to picking both your supports right away. We'll see if Rest Farmers can capitalize on that.
Do you go Mirana? You have DK already, a good arrow setup?
I wouldn't mind it. It's shown
go
to be a
for
very
some-
strong hero.
Yeah, I mean, you have the save in the Shadow Demon, which is always nice, right? Like, if you go for, like, DK arrow into the, like, DK stun into arrow, it's like Shadow Demon can save them. You go for a Lion, something a little bit more straightforward. Pretty decently strong lane hero, obviously, just from the Earth Spike spam. Also blocks, like, some illusion heroes, things like Naga Siren. So, I kind of like this.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it's a response to Shadow Demon in a way as well. When Shadow Demon copies your Dragonite, you can kill the illusions instantly.
Yeah.
Mirana.
And they do
Hey,
go for
there's the
Mirana anyway.
Mirana.
I like this support duo. I think this is really strong.
Yeah, they can do things together, like if Lion Hex stuns, Mirana can follow up arrow. That works for any core they want to play with. And of course, it means that Mirana,
10 seconds
I personally think it's always good when Mirana has multiple lanes she can gank,
5
which means she
seconds
needs
remaining.
setup for the arrow in multiple lanes. This really could be 5 or 4 Lion Mirana. They'll wait to see what the cores are to decide where they go best. But it effectively means that if Mirana is in the safe lane, she can come over. There's going to be Dragonite and Lion Stun in the off lane. If she's the position 4 and she rotates to the safe lane, at the least, there will be a Lion Stun to work with and a Dragonite Stun in her own lane. So gives her a lot of options. Keeper of the Light, he is good against the Dragonite if it's a mid Dragonite. We see a lot of
10
Spirit Vessel
seconds
rushes
remaining.
from the Keeper into Boots of Travel. Just get active early on. The
5
Solar
seconds
Bind
remaining.
also really strong with Tiny, who brings a lot of Magic Burst in the early game. And then actually, I don't know, we don't usually see Disseminate early on,
Radiant
but
team.
we could have some crazy damage amp from this team.
Okay, the Magnus pick here is pretty good. Because in my mind right now, I'm looking at this draft. I see, like, Coddle Tiny Shadow Demon. Arc Warden is actually very good in the mid lane against the Keeper of the Light. And I was thinking, like, they
10
might want to go that
seconds
route because they
remaining.
don't have, like, a really good way of getting this hero and getting him away from his bubble.
5
I mean, you have
seconds
Tiny, of
remaining.
course, but it's not as straightforward, right? Like, Tiny can
Radiant
easily get
team
grabbed
back.
beforehand. So they go for the Magnus. That makes it a little bit more difficult. They'll grab the Faceless Void as the response. And yeah, I mean, it's a decently good Faceless game, right? Great at finding the Keeper of the Light. It's actually always going to be a really strong counter to Coddle because time dilation kind of works double time against this hero.
10 seconds remaining.
And then Magnus, he's a really good counter initiator,
5 seconds
but can't
remaining.
really counter initiate into Chronosphere unless you're at the very edge of it. We did just see Shadow Demon be very effective versus Faceless Void because you can, in the early game, disrupt the Faceless Void to prevent him from attacking, create your own illusions. Later on, when he picks up that BKB, that's okay. You can ult the Faceless Void and then disrupt your allies in the Chronosphere. But having said that, many teams still just like Faceless Void because even when Venge was really popular and Shadow Demon was popular, hero, many people feel comfortable playing the Faceless Void, and in the late game, the Chronosphere just, okay, yeah, I gotta deal with Shadow Demon, but if I grab 2 or more heroes, he can't save everyone, I'll kill someone in that period.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, without seeing
10
like
seconds remaining.
more information, you gotta reveal something here, and they want to keep the flex of the
5
Dragon Knight
seconds
available.
remaining.
They're gonna go ahead and grab the Faceless.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like that a lot. We'll have to see where they end up going with that. But as for now, looking for their carry on the side of GHOSTIKLENOVO, right? You have a Magnus. You would like to pick a melee hero that can take advantage of the Empower, but it's not guaranteed, right? We've seen, okay, they do get rid of the Phantom Assassin, a classic, of course. They got rid of the Troll Warlord. We have seen teams just like pick up heroes like the Medusa because she can just take advantage of the damage and not really care as long as it's a decent Medusa game, but you're playing into a Lion. Chronosphere, also one of the better counters, so I'm curious where they want to go. And they will just grab a Zeus. Interesting. Wow, that is a snap pick of the
Choose your
Anti-Mage.
hero.
Ooh.
That is a very good AM pick.
Yeah, so one, you can get onto the Zeus, and the Faceless Void, sometimes it goes a little bit both ways, where Chronosphere is really good versus Anti-Mage, but you're already mobile, so you can choose when to go in. You kind of like wait for the Chronosphere to come out, or any stun on the Faceless Void, you jump on him, burn off all his mana. Now he can't use Chronosphere or Time Walk to get away. So yeah, pretty cool Anti-Mage pick. Even though there are some pretty fast stuns out with the Dragon Knight, the Hex, that could be a little scary for him. But he's going to be buffed up by that Magnus.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? Is like he should have a pretty good game, like in the mid game, being able to like kind of farm with his Battle Fury. It's always good against the Faceless Void, right? Like, yeah, you can get chronoed, but the mana burn versus Faceless Void is so dang strong late game that you can actually just fight into him. Eventually, you get your Aghanim Scepter, which makes it impossible to really know if he's coming in or out, and it's going to make life a little bit more difficult for the Lion because he might have to like blow Hex or Mana Drain on some of these illusions just to try and get some information. And then you have a Zeus that hates playing against Anti-Mage, so we'll see. Zeus obviously way more mobile than he used to be, obviously having like his leap and stuff, but yeah, the Coddle versus Zeus matchup mid is a little interesting. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I thought they would pick something that's better at like diving into the Coddle, but they instead pick more of like a passive farm hero instead.
Yeah, I think they may have wanted a little bit more damage, especially in that Chronosphere. Like in the early game, there's not that much. So I guess maybe wanting damage. I mean, Zeus, he's one of the best for that. I agree. It's not an initiating type here to get to the Coddle, but maybe they're going to trust the DK, the Lion, and the Mirana. I think we'll have to watch that Dragon Knight a lot against this Anti-Mage. You highlighted why Anti-Mage is good, but Anti-Mage, he likes to burn mana, but if you can actually just like straight out harass and outlasted him, which a Dragon Knight going double bracer can, then you can slow down that Anti-Mage's timing a lot. And then just play really fast. For example, taking towers with Dragon Knight ult.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Dragon Knight doesn't really care if you mana burn him.
Thou
Like he
art
really doesn't.
damned.
He's just gonna click you, and he wins the trade. It's literally that straightforward. The downside for him in this lane is that the Shadow Demon is gonna be quite annoying. Like he can just disrupt the Dragon Knight in these early levels and get a decent chunk of damage out just from those illusions. And you know, we'll see what ends up happening if they can kind of slow down those early couple levels from the DK, but at some point he just sits in the lane and you can't actually kill him.
30 seconds to battle.
All right, so for those of you who are just joining us, welcome. You may have missed a very fun and entertaining series number 1, but we are into our second series of the day here, as it is GHOSTIKLENOVO taking on the side of Rest Farmers, who just fell to Entity in the upper bracket. So they were playing back-to-back here. As we're going to see a potential rune fight here in the top side. 5 heroes set up here from GHOSTIKLENOVO. Pablo needs to be careful. There's your first disruption. Off the mark there with the Illuminate. They just off the mark with everything. So Zibe will just walk away. Simple.
It's just that easy. Intimidate the enemies to make them miss their spells.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to go there stun, right? Like, Tiny wants to have tree throw for the lane. You know, have to have, shockwave usually as well. So it's not that surprising. Wow, and Xantic with a very interesting play, going Lightning Bolt level 1 to cancel the Illuminate channel, and then gets 3 denies. That being said, Keeper did high ground miss the range creep, so he got very lucky. But that is pretty massive. Coddle gets 1 deny in return. So pretty fun stuff in the mid lane going on here. Normally we see a lot of Zeus's just grab the Arc Lightning, right? Just a CS, but it's not going to really matter all that much here in a moment, as the Zeus will eventually just get wave shoved by the Coddle, and he's going to have to pick up the Arc Lightning to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, it's much more common to get the Arc Lightning for the last hits and harass, but it's kind of a cool idea to Lightning Bolt cancel Illuminate.
Yeah. Top lane, a lot of fighting between these heroes. And again, DK, he doesn't really care all that much if you want to try and do this. And there's an Earth Spike and First Blood to follow, going to Pablo. We've seen how greedy this guy can be on his supports. And yeah, give him a First Blood. He's going to have a great time. That being said, his courier is dead, so he'll have to wait a little bit before that comes back. But yeah, DK gets his first point in the Dragon Blood. He's got his first Bracer done. His second Bracer can be coming through if he wants any moment. And there it is. So yeah, fantastic find here in this off lane. Bottom lane, they're zoning out Hanskin on this Mirana. He did play a very good Mirana in the first game, so I'm excited to see him do it here once again.
Yeah, he should have multiple heroes to gank to. Won't be able to gank mid as easily. I'm sure we'll still see him help with the runes a little bit. We actually might see him go over. Sometimes teams will go block camps that Coddle wants to stack in the early game, and then as being a Mirana, you can just actually steal a couple with the arrow as well.
Oh no.
Being this double melee lane against the Mirana, like, Hanskin should be able to get a lot of harassment damage, especially into like Tiny, who's just 0 armor, right? Shad will be able to time walk that off, and it looks like they might get aggressive onto Lepsy. But yeah, tree toss, very scary. The skewer in. There's the blood grenade. They're trying to find this kill. Time dilation plus a blood grenade. It's enough to slow them down, but they still manage to get the kill. Lepsy with the wand. He has to walk away. He's actually way too afraid. We'll go ahead and be able to grab that Lotus, though. But a really good play from the Tiny, and he gets a full salve. Yeah.
Who do you think?
The Lotus,
oh wait,
and still gets the kill. Wow, really nice play.
Very nice. Who do you think suffers more? Both, because right now it looks like both carries maybe getting bullied a little bit. Though Anti-Mage looks like he's still last hitting perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Do you think that hurts the Anti-Mage more or the Faceless?
Probably the Faceless, because Faceless like doesn't have this like battle fury that he gets to, and it is suddenly like, I'm farming, right? Like, you still have to like play around Chronosphere to try and find some kills. Like, you won't be able to kind of keep up with this Anti-Mage. I think if Anti-Mage's lane is not amazing, he can recover pretty easily this game. Whereas, I don't know if Faceless Void has that luxury as much. So we'll have to see. I think for the most part, as long as he gets a decently timed like Mask of Madness and Maelstrom, he should be okay. But I'd have to think that the Anti-Mage's Battle Fury will come out before that. Nice dive to the bottom lane here. He will trade 1 for 1 as a very good skewer from the Magnus brings 2 within the tower. And Shadow will time walk off some of the damage. And top lane, we see another aggressive maneuver. This time, however, they will find the Lion. So this was actually set up a little bit by Lion. He got counterspelled off his Earth Spike a little bit ago. and ended up taking a pretty big chunk of damage.
It's one of the nice things about, even though Lion has that instant hex, Earth Spike is a lot more telegraphed, and I'm too slow to press the buttons in time, but at this level, they'll definitely get the spell shield off for those types of reflections. Quick pause. Looks like a little bit of packet loss. Right now, some nice kills going the way of GHOSTIKLENOVO. Zeus, I guess both Zeus and Coddle. Sometimes you see mid laners. I mean, they're not rotating yet, but as we get to those power runes, you might think about seeing it. I think both of these mid laners won't really do that for a while. They both kind of play their own game to start. Once Keeper has Spirit Vessel, maybe he'll start moving around. Sometimes they still want to finish up Boots of Travel before they get too involved. Zeus, at least once he hits 6, he can ult over, which one level away. Chronosphere, not up yet, but you'll have things like stun into arrow, things like that, which maybe with the Zeus ult could get you some early kills to help them. I mean, they're not that far behind or anything yet, but both teams trying to pick up an early lead, so whatever you can do helps.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that Coddle is just going to get level 6, has his urn now completed, and his main thing is he wants to gank one of these lanes with that level 6 as soon as he gets it, right? Like, he wants to get the urn stack running and put that Solar Bind to good use. And honestly, top lane is the lane that he probably should go for. Like, I know Dragonite is tanky. He's got double bracer. He has a soul ring. So he can get almost 1200 HP, but the Solar Bind is enough slow and enough magic damage amp that I think between him and the Anti-Mage and the Shadow Demon, they could probably kill any hero in this lane.
Yeah, especially with the Shadow Poison. If you get a couple stacks off, that's going to be amplified a lot by the Solar Bind.
Oh. Okay. A bit of interesting stuff on the bottom side. We're going to see the Tiny start making his rotation to the mid, maybe. Actually, just going to stack up the jungle, it looks like. So they're already getting ready for an Anti-Mage to have Battle Fury and Empower and just start farming immensely. I mean, to be honest, you could just take the hard camp on the Coddle. This is pretty easy, but where it is, TP to the top side. He's level 6. And with this, there's going to be the Solar Bind onto the Lion. Disruption will catch, but they actually missed the first Illuminate. It doesn't really matter all that much. They will still get the kill here onto Pablo. So that is your first 2 urn charges. And Coddle will make his run back to the mid lane as he gets closer and closer to that Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, I'd be up for Coddle taking the hard camp just to finish that Spirit Vessel so that he can have even more damage early on. Anti-Mage isn't going to make his way over quite yet anyways, even with the Empower. So I think go ahead, grab the hard camp, and then just stack it again before Anti-Mage eventually gets there.
There's just stacks all over this jungle, thanks to the Shadow Demon and the Coddle. Like, he's going to be able to stack the medium and hard camp here as well. We've seen Zeus like stacking and farming his own camps, but yeah, for the most part, it's going to be GHOSTIKLENOVO getting the better of the map at the moment. Like, 2 to 5, slight gold advantage, but the potential gold that's going to be coming through in the next, like, 10 minutes is definitely going to be favoring the Dire.
I think Radiant will pick up some steam as they get their ultimates. Chronosphere, Dragonite ult. Dragonite is suffering, though. He's still level 4. So you really like to win your laning stage. That sounds obvious, but well, Tiny taking a little bit of damage in the mid lane. They might continue to dive. Still got some creeps. I'm gonna get some help from Keeper.
TP all the way home, actually. Wow. But yeah, they're positioning for the 8-minute power rune here. They want to try and grab this, but Keeper of the Light smoked up with his team, looking for hopefully a pick off onto one of these supports would be fantastic. It's going to be an illusion rune. Pablo might have had his life saved there.
I like this read by Zibe. You see he's actually, instead of getting like power treads and other small items, he's going to queue up the blink. He recognizes his game's not going that great, and in fact, across the board, the enemy team is getting a little bit further and further ahead and knows we're going to need kills to get back into this. Zeus will bring the damage. I just need to be the blink stun for the arrow and then for the other people to finish it off.
Yeah. It actually makes sense, and I think you're absolutely right. Like, if you don't have someone to set up for the Mirana fairly soon, then you're going to lose a lot of the momentum that you can get out of a pick like this. Shadow Demon will pop the smoke. He doesn't see them, though. But now
It's pretty
we're a
hard
little bit
to make
worried,
these early
like,
plays.
how do we get to this anti-mage, you know? It's like, do we even have the lockdown to get an anti-mage? Probably not.
If they get all the stuns off, I think so, but it's tough having to like walk in there and Shadow Demon could just disrupt you before you do, and he'll just blink away after that. So yeah, the first rotation didn't quite pan out there.
I'm surprised they didn't come bottom with Chronosphere, right? And look for like the Magnus. Which, well, it looks like Lion's gonna TP now. You have Chronosphere, you have Arrow, you have a Lion. You gotta throw it, right? You gotta do it, Chad. Nope.
He threw it.
He threw a stun. I think he like maybe didn't see his team coming or something. I'm not sure, because like after the stun came out from the line, he was like, "Oh, hey there," you know. Turns around like maybe I can get this Chrono, but
Yeah, if he'd initiated with the Chrono, he did have an observer there to see them. But like if you're Chronoed, he wouldn't be able to get away. So and maybe just need to start with that. Magnus is pretty tanky, so I get why maybe he's a little hesitant, but
especially next to the tower.
Yeah, these are
TP
several
in
early
Caudal.
rotations just not quite working out yet.
You have Vessel done on the Caudal, and he is halfway to his Boots of Travel. Meanwhile, the Zeus is about to finish up his Conda, and he does find an Arcane Rune bottom. So, not Conda, I'm sorry. Phylactery.
That would be
That would be
hype.
insane if you just had a 10-minute Conda. But, yeah, I mean, so far, game's looking very good for GHOSTIKLENOVO. They are farming to their heart's content, and the big scary one is this anti-mage who has a completely uncontested lane. There has been no hero up here in his lane for the last, like, 3 minutes. He is completely free.
Yeah, that's you mentioned the anti-mage gonna have a really good mid-game.
Nightmare is level 6 on the Shadow Demon. Just comes in, hits an immediate disruption, though, to save this anti-mage. They have the follow-up. Shad's looking for a Chrono. They just don't have the damage. Turns his attention over to the Shadow Demon. A nice Chrono onto the backline does hit too, but Shad just loses all of his HP. Arrow will connect onto the Keeper of the Light, but they toss him away. Thunder God's Wrath doesn't kill anybody. Now looking for maybe just the Tiny, as the raindrops keep him alive for a while, but Xantic will finally finish up the kill. They committed every single thing that they have, and they only get a support.
It's really rough. I'm trying to think back. What even happened in the top lane? Because they got a kill first, and then the reflected stun led to a kill. I guess Caudal ganked once as well. But I'm still not fully sure how Zibe ended up like so underleveled compared to the safe lane.
Dire's middle
I think
Because
it's
of that,
actually
like,
just Shadow
no-
Demon.
Just constant disruption harass.
Yeah, I think that's
And the
just
Shadow
actually what
Demon?
it is. He just disrupts him, and then Shadow Demon can just like the disruption illusions do a significant amount of damage, and he only has 1 point in the Dragon's Blood. So I think between that and Anti-Mage can just like attack him pretty freely if he comes towards the lane. Oh, what an RP in the mid lane! That's the blink reveal. It's Xantic on the run, but you are not escaping. Dude, what a play by this Magnus Lion trying to TP to safety. He will make it, just barely. Vessel, however, bless
Ooh.
that Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge, clicks him out in the base.
Fast blink by Magnus catching them off guard. Many Magnuses don't do that anymore. You go for like one early game item, but I think also recognizing for his own team, like Anti-Mage Caudal, he needs some initiation. You can't wait for Tiny Blink. So he's going to get his own Blink, and immediately it pays off.
Dude, just look at the difference between the DK and the Magnus this game. He's 2,200 gold behind. Like, that is a full Blink dagger and some. Like, he is so farmed compared to the DK.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess GHOSTIKLENOVO's ready. They gave away that DK, which we were worried about, but looks like their plan is working out.
The Shadow Demon response, man, we saw a lot of teams start doing this. Like, oh, if you're going to pick DK, we'll pick the Shadow Demon. The Anti-Mage was a snap pick, right? Instant pick at the end of the draft here. And they're like, oh, yeah, you're going to do this? We'll drop the Anti-Mage. Exantic finds a nice pick off there onto the Shadow Demon, of course. Lots of spell damage coming through from this guy. And he's going to try and clean up some stacks here in the jungle, which... essential, right? You gotta take these, you gotta start taking these away from this Anti-Mage, from this Keeper of the Light. Is AM's 100 gold from a Battle Fury.
Battle Fury plus in power. He's about to skyrocket.
Yeah, it's 4 points in power already too. Wow. Yeah, that's scary.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Coddle actually, instead of Boots of Travel, is going to go for an Orchid, which is pretty cool. We saw this yesterday as well. Yeah, it'll be really useful for the Faceless Void, who they don't have the most stuns, like actual stuns. Disruption, you can't actually like attack during. So you pretty much have to RP, have to like Avalanche Toss, kill them in that time. But now with the Orchid, you're going to give yourself a lot more room to pick up Faceless Void kills. Zeus won't be able to leap away, same as Mirana. So I like the pickup a lot.
I like how Coddle's the one who ends up taking the Ancient stack away. Like, we see all these Ancients available. We're like, oh, these are definitely going to be for the AM with Empower, right? And then B4 walks up and he's like, yeah, these are mine, right? You guys stacked this for me?
Well, I think it helps that Anti-Mage had such a good lane that he's actually just been free up there and jungling. Whereas usually, like, if you imagine the DK having a better lane and takes that tower, Anti-Mage is like, I need farm, I need to catch up, I can't play up here. Like, there are stacks there, right? You know, he goes over, he farms them, he kind of recovers. But no need to recover, no need to leave. So, yeah, Keeper's free to take him, Magnus is free to take him, and speed up their own timings.
Yeah, and Coddle not having the Orchid completed. Again, working back towards his Boots of Travel, top the net worth by a substantial margin, 1,000 in front of just the Zeus. And, I mean, we'll see. They do have a lot of damage still on the side of the Radiant, thanks to the Zeus, but it's not easy to find this Keeper of the Light. And now that you have the Magnus with Blink and a Tiny with Blink Dagger, which is an incredibly fast Blink Dagger here on the Tiny, you have to be very careful.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
DK will get scouted by the ward, but Sketcher will just try and work on this tier 1 tower on the top side. Is the team thinking about going in for this Dragon Knight, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're gonna see TPs come out to the bottom side. Faceless Void caught from the Orchid. RP to follow and no chance of surviving. An amplified damage rune there on the Keeper of the Light. Gets it done. They're gonna TP in the Mirana. As it looks like maybe they want to try and fight here. They do drop a nice sentry, however, so Moonlight Shadow's not really gonna catch them off guard. Let's see. Catch a stun. There's the arrow. Blood grenade out as well. Finger at that Thunder God's Wrath. They find at least something. But it's just a support Tiny.
Yeah, you'll take that, but it's not really changing the game right now. I'm trying to think, like, what do they need to start changing the game? They have the Blink on the Dragon Knight, but they haven't really been able to find kills with it. Maybe they need to start smoking up, trying to like Blink Arrow or Blink Stun Arrow. Get a couple kills to come back into this.
I mean, you have to, but no one's really giving it up on the side of GHOSTIKLENOVO. Like, they're not willing to fight wherever this DK is.
Yeah, it's tough. But maybe you're going to force some mid-action. Maybe someone will come here. Or if not, at least you'll get this mid-tower. That'll definitely help you out. And then maybe you just go to the next one. Maybe go to that safe lane now. Just repeat. Someone has to come here. We get to Blink Stun them. Otherwise, we take the tower. I say that, but it seems they split up. Yeah, Coddle's probably the best. Anti-Mage too, but it's tough on the Anti-Mage.
Nice little D ward there for Xanth.
Haste.
Top lane, we're gonna see them smoke up as they are starting to invade to the triangle here. Zibe just blinks onto the high ground right into them. And there's just
There's
no
a
way.
huge stack here too.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
they're
get
gonna steal all of
medium
this.
and the hard stack. You have to respond to this, right? You can't let them just take this, can you?
If they were going to, they needed to do it the second Zibe saw them. At this point, it's gone. So that's rough. That is a lot of gold taken over. Again, it's not even going to anti-mage. The keeper of the match is like, yeah, these are my stacks, right? Anti-mage is farming regular stuff.
I mean, Anti-Mage is top net worth now, and he is not going to be threatened anytime soon. He has a Manta style completed, so your only real hope of killing this guy is if you happen to get like a chrono that isolates him, and even then, it's not great because you have Shadow Demon who can just disrupt him, and he's halfway to a Blink Dagger as well.
And even without the Shadow Demon, a lot of the damage you can put into Chronosphere is magic damage from the Zeus, which this is anti-mage. He is naturally resilient to that.
It's true, it's true. Xantic is going the Lightning Hands, so he has his Manta done with the Phylactery, of course, queuing up that Shard. And it will give you a lot of farming speed. It does also give you a lot of kind of split push, right? Because the illusions do connect. Bottom lane, they find the Anti-Mage. Can they kill him? They need to Chrono him here. I'm pretty sure Thunder God's Wrath coming through. The Chrono's not going to get connected. Ends up Shadow Demon gets the TP off. The disruption is there, but they might finish off.
To kill him.
They get him finally. Hanskin deep behind the tower. He will die to dead as now Zibe on the run, but Coddle is here with that form. Obviously, Solar Bind, just too much damage. 3 for 1, dude. If they didn't see the TP, it was perfectly placed by Nightmare in those trees. Otherwise, right, he chronos the two of them instead, and maybe they get 2 kills. It doesn't quite work out. This is a really rough game so far.
It would have been so sad. They almost didn't even get the anti-mage either. That would have been
Magnus
devastating for them.
Oh, great first
Double
spike out
stun?
there from Pablo.
It's toss save. Tiny might still die. Good avalanche. Never mind, he's out too. Yeah, so far just really rough for them. I guess as the game goes late, I don't even know if it gets easier, but well, Zeus and Faceless Void scale very well. So does Dragon Knight. All their heroes actually do. So at this point, I think they would have preferred taking an early lead and kind of preventing the anti-mage from getting out of control. But now I guess you gotta survive the storm, get through it, and go for some late game chronos.
Sketcher getting very aggressive here, but Nightmare right behind them, ready to save him. The arrow connects, but the disruption, of course, he's out. Meanwhile, Dragon Knight dies in the base.
You hate to hear that.
Coddle also found a Grove Boat just to add insult to injury. I mean, what do you do?
Lightning
This
Hands Coddle?
Anti-Mage is level 15 with Manta. He doesn't even feel pressured. Hanskin's going to get caught from a skewer, pulled right back into the Anti-Mage. Sketcher, not even necessary. It's Lupsy with a tree throw from downtown to find the kill.
was
9,000
so much
gold
damage.
advantage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't have a plan. I don't know. You gotta get some huge chronos. They just have to keep stalling out this game, and we're in the territory where the enemy needs to make some mistakes versus like, oh, we just need to make like really good plays. Good plays here are very difficult if the enemy team is also playing smart. Ooh, they almost found that Faceless Void.
His Magnus still has this invis for a little bit.
Are they still gonna find the Faceless Void?
He sees 2 behind the tower there, but a little bit sketchy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, not gonna push too far. It's a really common mistake in pubs actually when you. This wasn't a smoke, but they were looking for someone. They kind of like look through bottom, don't find anyone. If you keep going and you didn't find anyone bottom, it means they're all top. So that can be a way to throw this as they try to force their way into the enemy triangle. They're essentially going up a high ground. And if they all got chronoed on that, and then Zeus is throwing in damage, maybe that's how they throw their lead. But they recognize that. They didn't find anyone. That's okay. We'll just keep hold of this area, work on this bottom tower, and just farm up. We'll find a fight eventually.
Yeah, bottom lane, Anti-Mage in pretty deep, but again, Nightmare with a nice blink forward. They get the Chronosphere, but they need to be able to finish off Sketcher. The damage is just not even close. He managed to get out, and instead the RP thrown on to the two most important heroes. Shad with another time walk to try and survive, but you've lost the Mirana, you've lost the Zeus, and Shad will eventually go down. Sketcher playing with fire there as he comes back in to try and get that kill.
Man, Nightmare's positioning has been so good to save his teammates time and time again. And then a bit unlucky. I think they could have gotten the anti-mage, but as like Zibe was standing at the edge to stun, and then the shockwave actually pulled him into the Chronosphere. So I don't think he was able to get the stun after that, especially with like the anti-mage illusions from the Shadow Demon. And they're gonna get to the anti-mage lineup is working on the high ground at 24 minutes. That is that's a scary thing. That is not usually how that goes.
I honestly don't know what you do to come back into this game. Sketcher's Ags is 300 gold away, and I was talking about the fact that once this Ags is online, you have some serious issues on the side of the Radiant being able to actually deal with this. And he has 25 minutes. Manta, Battle Fury, Aghanim Scepter. That's just not supposed to happen in any scenario.
Yeah, if we take a lesson from Entity, I think you spend this game discussing how to run Monkey King support next game. And that's worked to recover, reverse sweep 2-0 the enemies so far for Entity. Maybe Pablo feeling like Monkey King. He's a greedy support. Maybe.
So one thing they do have going for them is the fact that their high ground defense is phenomenal, right? Lion with Shard is super annoying. Zibe mid lane, they get the stun onto the Tiny, but guess what? Nightmare once again nearby, off the mark there with that horn toss, and let's see, we'll be able to make it out. Yeah, their high ground is phenomenal. Like, you just need to get the Shard on the Lion. It actually just now gets delivered, so you can sit back, mana drain these heroes. It's super annoying. This time they're like, okay, we see what this... Oh, the arrow! The Tiny actually blinks onto it and tanks the arrow for the Magnus. There's going to be the RP. In comes the Anti-Mage looking for these supports. Gets one, looking for Pablo as well. But on the front side, Shad. No Chronosphere for 3 seconds. Pablo does get the blink to safety. Sketcher needs to be careful, actually. They know that's real, right? They didn't get the Shadow Demon.
I think back to your point about the high ground. It's true that they have really good high ground. The ability for GHOSTIKLENOVO to poke at the high ground is also really good, though, actually, because anytime you try it, like, you're going to send Anti-Mage, anytime it gets gone on, Shadow Demon save that we've seen time and time again. Plus, while you do that and you're kind of like posturing, thinking like, oh, should we do this? You could be skewered back at any moment. It's pretty scary to defend as well. So, you have to wait for high ground. Like, that is still your best bet, but... Man, I don't know if that's really going to be enough. At least when you're 16k behind at 27 minutes. Looks like you're about to lose your Tormentor too.
Dude, this is brutal because you actually have some really important shards on your team that you needed to get.
If it's Shadow Demon Shard, that's even better for your high ground. There it is. So now you throw that on the Anti-Mage too. Oh, actually, you know what? This is also really good for time dilation. See who gets hit by that? You're right. It really messes up Coddle, but not anymore.
Well, we have a BKB on Shad, which, you know, we have seen him use earlier. So it gives him a little bit of survivability, but he's actually queued up a Silver Edge, which I'm not too sure on because this is not an item we see that often. Not after the rework, right, where they get rid of the crit.
Yeah.
It does give you a lot of damage and attack speed, allows you to be invis, which is fantastic, obviously, right? But is this the game-winning item? Because Anti-Mage is about to have a butterfly.
Maybe it's to break the Anti-Mage so that he's no longer as resistant to magic damage for Lightning Hand Zeus to finish the job outside the Chrono.
Okay. I mean, Zeus has the
Or-
Witchblade now.
Yeah, see, we're getting there. Or it's that he recognizes we just have to keep dragging this out, and Shadowblade works in pubs. It's a classic for moving around the map without being spotted. So maybe he'll be able to rat a little bit better, having that extra tool with him.
Dire's middle tower is under
You also
attack.
need godly Chronos, so yeah, maybe a couple benefits to it.
Dude, I'm just looking at Coddle, and like somehow he has a completed Octarine and half of a Scythe of Ice that he just like didn't have a few
so
minutes
rich.
ago.
Well, that's what
Level
happens when you
20
keep
as
taking
well.
the stacks from your anti-mage.
This is not the Dragon Knight that we're used to seeing, right? Like normally Dragon Knight
No,
comes
not
out of
at
the
all.
lanes, top of the net worth, like towers down.
Mm-hmm.
This dude is terrified to show on the map. He is like breathe firing from max range to try and get 1 CS every like minute and a half.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch that lane a little closer because I know it's annoying, the Shadow Demon, but I don't think it should go that badly, even after being
Dire's
ganked.
middle
So
tower
I'm not
is
sure
under
what
attack.
happened, but yeah,
Radiant's
he came
top
out
tower is
really
under
behind
attack.
after the laning stage.
Oh, they found the Magnus. This is nice. There's a lot of heroes that TP'd bottom. And they capitalize
Great
on it
find.
immediately. That's a really good find. That's a ton of gold going for Xantic Zeus here. As my
They're looking for
guess,
more
if
too.
I know this guy, he's going Parasma. He also got a Grove Bow. That is... Oh, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How far are we from the Hex on the Coddle? Well, he's pretty much got it. He's going to send it over to the side shop.
Radiant's
He's going to get the shard at the same time.
Radiant's
Dude, his shard's
so
structures
good,
are
too.
fortified.
Yeah, I just... Let's see. 3 minutes on Aegis as well, so I think as he finishes this Hex... I say they're going to go, but I mean, Anti-Mage is doing it on his own. But maybe they'll go as a group as this Hex is finished.
Yeah, level 20, finished his Butterfly. Like, you know this. You know, Faceless Void has very little damage to actually kill the Zeus. Or, to kill Zeus, to kill the Anti-Mage. And Zeus doesn't have enough damage either. Even if he goes for his Parasma, it's like, he has a Butterfly. It's going to be very difficult. He just jumps right onto the high ground. Reverse stun actually catches Shad. He gets the time walk off and a great arrow out from Hanskin. Zeus?
Radiant's middle
I don't even know what
tower is
happened
under
there.
attack.
I don't know if he TP'd into the... He did. He TP'd in the middle into 4 AM Illusions and died. There's your Chronosphere. Does catch them. They get the Magnus. Anti-Mage stuck as well. Nightmare trying to save some heroes. Not be able to do it, but there's going to be an RP, and Shad in some trouble. Time walks back in towards his fountain. The BKB is going to protect him long enough. 3 heroes dead. Buyback available on the Zeus, but...
Radiant's bottom has fallen.
Yeah, I
got
don't
your
really
barracks?
know what happened to the Zeus there. He literally like TP'd it in, I think, to literally a Manta, 2 Blink Fragments in the hero, and died instantly. Oh, he got
Dire's
hexed.
top tower has fallen.
So he got hexed from like the other screen by the Coddle.
Radiant's middle tower
I didn't
has
see
fallen.
where he was coming from.
Radiant structures
I wonder if he
have fallen.
got... Like, if he came from far across the map, you're caught in this choice of like, this is not a good spot to TP, but if I cancel, I won't make it to this fight for like 30 seconds. So I'm going to risk completing it. But
Got some damage into the Anti-Mage here, but of course, you've got Disruption available. Demonic Cleanse is there. They just go ahead and skewer on into right to the hands of the Anti-Mage. Faceless Void is dead as he's just looking for more. The Blink Fragment's causing so much chaos. Zibe goes down. Sketcher still so damn strong here. Has the Aegis to boot. A toss back as well. We'll find Hans get into the hands of the Keeper of the Lighted Xantic. Can't go anywhere, and this game is over. There is absolutely no chance you're getting back into this game. 27,000 gold advantage. And there is the GG. This was an absolute beatdown.
Radiant's middle tower.
really, I think it goes down to the laning stage. I feel like GHOSTIKLENOVO just... they must have outplayed, I guess, because all the lanes were ahead, and with the Dragon Knight so far behind, they just had no playmaking potential. Like, that was the risk of the Zeus pick. If you pick a different mid laner who can be active with just level 6, maybe they had a shot to make plays and try to like come back. But Zeus, he's pretty much a straight damage dealer with like some utility to it, but not like crowd control. So it was really on Dragonite to have a good lane, which is usually a really safe bet. That yeah we picked this Dragonite, he's gonna get some items, he's gonna get the blink, but not this time.
Yeah, that is going to be the biggest question of what actually went wrong in that lane, because I don't know either. Like, this feels like the lane should be okay. Lion is decent enough against the Shadow Demon and the Anti-Mage, but maybe too many reflected stuns or something. Maybe they reflected Mana Drain a couple times and they didn't get to like take out the illusions that are being created by the Shadow Demon. I'm not really sure. But mid lane was a disaster. You finished 10-0-11 on this Keeper of the Light. He had zero pressure applied to him this entire game. And I mean, that makes sense, right? When you pick a Zeus as your counter to Caudle, or like your counter pick in the mid lane, you're kind of just saying, we're going to let your Caudle do whatever he wants. And we're going to like hope our Zeus can kind of do the same thing. But you don't farm as fast as a Caudle. It's not possible. So I'm curious what they want to do. Maybe they were just kind of like thinking this might work out. But yeah, the lane's just way too much of a disaster to have any chance in this game one.
Agreed. I mean, maybe you can change the Zeus pick. I think the idea is okay. Like you said, Caudle will do what he wants. So will Zeus. Zeus ended up pretty decently farmed as well at 10 minutes, 4.8. But just not having the DK, like that was part of the plan. So... yeah. I don't know if you go back to it and you give yourself that contingency of like, oh, we picked Void Spirit mid. I think that's probably a viable alternative. Someone who can get to the Keeper and who fits in. Like, if Dragonite does not have a good game, we have another playmaker. But I also don't know if you like want to plan for that. Like, why are you picking Dragonite at that point, right? If you're like, yeah, just in case Dragonite loses, like that doesn't seem like the right mentality to have either. So maybe it is just something you have to work out in that laning stage.
And we saw them pick this Caudle yesterday, and the same thing happened, right? The lane was kind of like drawn. They were kind of, it was the Troll Warlord into the mid lane, right? And Caudle hit level 6, and then just the game ended, basically, is what happened, right? Like Caudle hit level 6, starts rotating with Urn with his early Solar Bind. And he did the same thing this game. He was thinking of going Boots of Travel, cancels it, goes back for a Orchid, and then instantly kills the Faceless Void bottom with an Orchid reveal. And you're just, at that point, you're not winning. Your off lane DK already went so bad. Your Zeus is dying mid, and then your Faceless Void is dying to this Caudle. It's just, yeah, it's really rough. They'll have to revisit the draft for sure. Maybe you start respect banning out this guy's Caudle, or you have to have a better answer for it. So we will see. But we are going to go to another break, and we'll be back here with game number 2 of Rest Farmers versus GHOSTIKLENOVO. Everyone stay tuned for more here on the Elite League. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to the Elite League, brought to you by ESB and Fissure, as we are getting ready to go into game number 2 of our second series and an elimination series. A lot on the line here for one of these teams as Rest Farmers. They are very close to exiting this tournament. GHOSTIKLENOVO crushed them in game number 1, and I'm curious what they're going to do to adjust for this in the draft here for game number 2. But Zach, talk to me, man. What's got to change?
I don't have an issue with the draft. I think you can make arguments for doing a different pick besides Zeus. I think there just must have been some mistakes in the laning stage. Because you're definitely not supposed to lose like all 3 lanes. I guess we can call mid roughly even. Keeper was a little bit ahead of the Zeus, but it wasn't like, you know, one-sided or anything.
Radiant team ban.
I think both side lanes fell behind, and from there, it was really rough. So I don't think it was a draft issue. They're actually going to ban out the DK now that they're not first pick. Maybe just some mistakes happened there, and you just gotta, you know, just clean it up for this second game, guys. We got it.
Team ban.
There's the coddle,
and we're gonna
man.
remove that coddle.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It crushed this in the series yesterday, and it just crushed it now. I don't think you can afford to give it to him. They banned the Timber Saw. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say last time they banned Meepo in the first phase. Rest Farmers did.
Yep.
So I guess we'll see. Is GHOSTIKLENOVO a Meepo first phase picking kind of team?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think you need to pick it here though. Maybe Rest Farmers will ban it second phase and later, but you just won without it. I don't think you have to give yourself the challenge of winning with a first pick Meepo.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, the Magnus is a much safer first pick, much easier, and they just did fantastic with it. So what do you grab? You see like Rubik's often picked in response to Magnus. The instant lift helps to interrupt the combo along with stealing some of that stuff yourself. There's still many popular offlaners like Mars available.
Centaur?
Yeah, I'd be down for a Centaur.
They pick the counters for the Magnus is usually Lion and Rubik, right? 2 heroes that can instantly disable the Magnus on the blink in if you're paying attention for it. They will do neither of those, and they will go for a Phoenix, a hero that we haven't seen a ton, but it does set up for a potential Mars pick, and I think now if you're GHOSTIKLENOVO, you need to ban it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about Mars, I'm a little surprised you don't just go Mars, and then I feel like Phoenix is not that common of a ban, and then you can still grab it later. I guess Phoenix is nice versus, like, the percentage HP burn is good versus the Magnus, and if people do get RP'd, you can Sunray on top of it and also drop Egg, but you don't actually save people or interrupt Magnus's combo. So, I mean, that's okay. Like, you got other picks for that. But I think you do want to, you know, some kind of pick for that.
Okay, they ban out the Kunkka, and a pretty annoying hero to deal with. Also great at saving the egg.
Yeah, Torn Storm is good. Both protection for the egg and saving it, like you said. And then I guess actually a lot of Kunkka stuff. Like you can tidal wave people away from the egg, tidal people to the egg if they're trying to run away. That's a pretty cool ban. Also, you can X Magnus who's trying to like skewer away.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, Life Stealer ban. Makes sense, right? Good egg killer, pretty annoying hero in certain matchups, particularly the Mars. So
yeah, I think Mars looks really good with that ban.
Yeah, you could go for the Mars or the Centaur. We'll have to see. Rest Farmers probably will just pick up the other support here, would be my guess. But
Dire team pick.
We'll have to see. No, they go with Primal Beast. Okay. I have a flexible pick, though. Something you can see in both mid and off lane. So I do like that option.
Do you know, Primal Beast activates Trample and then you skewer Primal Beast? Does he trample along the way?
5 seconds remaining.
That's a very good question. I don't know. My Dota client is having a very rough time. It keeps kicking me out of the client. We'll have to see. I don't know. I feel like you don't. Because you're like stunned, I think, and technically you have like 0 movement when you're stunned.
Maybe. I also don't know how it works with Force Staff, but I bet it's the same. I don't feel like I've seen it with a Ghost or Force Staff, so maybe it doesn't. GHOSTIKLENOVO picks up Shadow Demon. They also had a great game with it on Nightmare, and you can do some similar stuff here. Primal Beast tries to ult someone. You can save those heroes, people who've been Onslaught, Trample, Eggs about to pop. You save someone from getting stunned. Lots you can do with this hero, along with just saving your team from other things. There's still heroes yet to be picked.
And it worked well against the Mirana last game, and I think because of that, rest farmers are going to be hesitant to pick the Mirana here. It's a typically very good hero with a Primal Beast because you have the arrow follow up to the Pulverize, but because of how good Shadow Demon is at just turning an arrow initiation into a bad fight, maybe they're not going to go for it.
They could do it themselves. It's of course a classic with Shadow Demon, and then the leap is good for killing eggs, so I'm down for that if they want to grab the Mirana. Yeah, there it is.
Very good pick. Now I'm curious what they want to do, because you see Shadow Demon Mirana, you have a Magnus as well, a couple heroes that are very good at setting up these arrows. For the mid lane, the Kunkka is already removed, which is one of your best pairings in the current patch.
Well, Lion's available if they want to go back to that. I think actually I'm still kind of okay with Rubik. I don't know if they play position 5 Phoenix. You can do like both roles for Phoenix, but
yeah,
some players don't do it. So
what if they just go back for his
I'd be okay with the Rubik, though, still as a response to the Magnus. Some good steals here. You can get your own disruption. You can get arrow yourself and still get that Primal Beast combo.
Yeah, I feel like we're looking for Pablo's hero, to be honest. I feel like Hanskin's going to take the Phoenix, and Pablo's going to try and play something that he can be a little bit greedy on, which I think the Rubik is fine. There's
Something
not a lot
with
of
stun would be good, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say Hoodwink is still in the pool, and that's like a hero he has had a lot of success with.
Radiant team pick.
Phantom Assassin.
Yay.
That's a little bit of a deny pick, I think. Because obviously PA Magnus, very scary to give away.
10 seconds
Well,
remaining.
if this is a Magnus, let's say Magnus Shadow Demon or Magnus Mirana lane, she might struggle for last hits early on because Magnus has a lot of damage. But I guess you always have the leap to get away after being skewered back. There's the line with the instant Hex for the Magnus combo breaker. Also helps you catch Mirana. Will that be a strong enough lane? Because couldn't you run Magnus mid and then pick an offlaner who can shut down this PA?
You definitely can. I don't even know if you need to, though. I don't feel like Magnus is that bad into a PA. I feel like the lane's very much playable. As there will be the Sven. A pretty standard Sven game, right? Like, you're playing against a couple fragile supports. He has BKB. He can kill pretty much anything this game. They will ban out the puck. I think that one makes a lot of sense. Very good puck game.
Yeah, Sven, he's been looking great. Now you've even got Magnus Sven, which is a combo we were talking about last game, but didn't get to see because I think it got banned out.
5 seconds remaining.
It's going to be scary. You're going to delete anyone they RP. There is the evasion from PA, which is a little annoying for Sven, but if she's standing next to anyone, you can actually just hit that hero instead and just cleave over to the PA or any hero with evasion. So it's kind of a nice like sidestep of having to deal with evasion. He's a pretty strong laner in case this is a Primal Beast off lane.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. I was thinking, I was like, if it is a Primal Beast off lane, you have Warcry to get the movement speed difference against the Primal Beast, and you have Stormhammer to stop like Onslaught if you really need it. So it's not that difficult for him to play the lane into an off lane Primal Beast. And that's important too, because if it is a Lion 4 for Pablo, which it likely is with the Primal Beast, like Earth Spike into Trample can be a lot of damage. But you have a Shadow Demon Sven
10
or a
seconds
Marana
remaining.
Sven, which both should be, either whichever hero they put there should be pretty
5
good at
seconds
dealing with this.
remaining.
Yeah, I also like that Marana, again, has that multiple lanes to gank, thanks to the stun from Sven. She'll have setup everywhere. And Shadow Demon, once again, I like this pairing that we're seeing. Shadow Demon plus these heroes that can do stacks early on. They were pretty good about it last game. There were stacks all over the map, many of which never actually even went to Sketcher. He just had a good enough laning stage that his other teammates got to do the stacks, but I think the idea is still there. So Sven should have a pretty solid time coming into these last picks. Probably the mid lanes we're looking for, but it could be an off lane as well.
Incarnate.
You can grab the Void Spirit for GHOSTIKLENOVO.
Man, this pick is actually so good because a lot of the really annoying heroes that beat Void Spirit are banned out already. Even the cheese of a potential Monkey
10
King, but
seconds
they banned out
remaining.
Queen of Pain as well as the Invoker in the previous on Rest Farmers,
5
and now you
seconds remaining.
don't have a lot of options into the Void Spirit. Unless you decide to put the Primal mid, which I don't hate actually in that matchup, and you try and pick a new offlaner. That's something you could do. But you have 1 second. You are out of time. Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to
Choose
do.
your
So I think this makes a lot of sense. I think you actually have to put a new offlaner because there was not many left for the mid lane, and Primal Beast matchup versus Void Spirit is perfectly fine.
Yeah, you're maybe not killing the Void Spirit, especially like when he gets to 6, he can use his ult to get away from you, from your trample. He can dissimulate to dodge some of that stuff. But you'll get what you need, and then you can go gank the side lanes. And if you do get teammates coming over to you, and you can get your ult off or something, give you like the time for the line to get close for the chain stun, that could lead to the Void Spirit kill. So yeah, I like it with the mid lane. Doom has dropped off a bit, but it is still pretty nice to, if you can get the initiation on to this Magnus or the Void Spirit, just removing their ability to use any spells and get them killed that way. If you can ult Sven before he uses his ult, that's fine. Sven is a hero who like usually pops ult before going in, and then at that point dooming him is not as good. He's like pretty tanky and he can just fight through the doom.
Yeah.
He won't heal off like a satanic, but look at the damage in. So I don't think we'll see that as much, but it's certainly annoying for Magnus and Void Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other thing too is you can buy a lot of time with Shadow Demon on your Doom targets, or especially if you end up building like a Sange on a hero and the duration's reduced, and then you get like disrupted. Like you can waste a lot of this Doom duration, and you know that's something to keep in mind. But I think for now, you got to be pretty happy with the draft. If you are GHOSTIKLENOVO, you got a lot of things that you're familiar with. As we're gonna see a pause as the Marana gets disconnected for the moment. My biggest thing is going to be whether or not this Phantom Assassin can actually take off. Because if Shad's able to have a decent game on the PA, mid lane should be good for the Primal Beast. And your Doom shouldn't struggle too much. Like, he should find farm. It's not like an easy lane into a Sven, but for the most part, you should be okay.
A little bit of a miscommunication. Maybe didn't see the disconnect still there. Yeah, that's kind of the worry of, yeah, they need to get out of the laning stage. And last game, we thought the lanes should at least be okay, if not favorable on some of the sides, and they lost those. So hopefully that was a one-time thing for their sake if they want to have a chance at turning this around, because if the laning stage goes the same way, we got a lot of the same heroes who are going to take off, right? A Sven who's having a free time. He's going to hit some crazy timings. How are you going to fight that? Void Spirit, he could be all over your map if he's having a good game. So really, they do need to have a better laning stage than last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're smoked up, potentially going to be clashing here on the high ground. The smoke pops, they walk right up, they see the Primal Beast, but a huge Stormhammer onto 2. Scorched Earth's going to start burning through a lot of these heroes, and Nightmare is in so deep. These big beefcakes of heroes are going to be real difficult to fight into. Another blood grenade out, and Pablo's got an Earth Spike in too. Double kill for Pablo on the Lion, dancing on the haters, and Earth Spike at the ready. They
Give him a
connect.
triple.
He gets 4 hero resonant pulse, so quite the shield, but they want to give this kill over to Exantic as your mid lane Primal Beast. Gets himself a massive gold spike there, but let's just take a quick look at the net worth, because I think that's worth taking a look at after 3 kills at the Horn.
All right, that is a great way to have a better laning stage. Simply kill 3 heroes to start. Good hack. Lion is going to have boots straight off the bat. It's going to be very fast. He actually has boots windlace, which is a little bit of a strange, like, you don't usually see this build to start, but he's going to be all over the place, really fast in that top lane. And Exantic, at least being able to pick up that last kill, pretty much has his bottle already. So he can go for some very inefficient trades against this Void Spirit, and he'll just have the bottle to regen way faster.
You Dota players hate this one little trick. Kill the enemy team before the before the Horn. It's that simple. So Exantic does end up kind of pushing the wave in here. He's not really getting any denies though, and even though he gets his first blood, B4 actually just does perfectly fine. Gets all 4 CS on the first wave. So I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, it is kind of the downside of going Trample level 1. A lot of times in mid lane, you really want your Onslaught to secure the CS. Trample for the team fight, though, is just far superior. So once he gets his bottle and some extra stats, I think the Primal Beast will be fine. But yeah, B4 is actually very happy with how this lane is going at the moment.
Yeah, laning really well in these first couple waves. I'll tell you what, it'll be really demoralizing to lose this lane after getting 3-0 at the start. So
yeah. Or honestly, any lane. Let's be real. Like, you start the game with 3 kills. Your lane should be very good. You obviously expended some blood grenades and a lot of. And sometimes you end up getting spells that you don't want at level 1, but. You started, Scorched Earth with Earth Spike. Like, your off lane should be fine. Exantic was really the only one who was forced to level an ability you don't really want to. So, I think they're very happy. And now we're seeing the level advantage there.
Yeah, but fortunately, thanks to his exceptional first couple waves, he did manage to pick up the bottle just in time. So he'll still have it for this rune. And yeah, in the end, actually, I think mid not hurt that much from that difference.
Yeah, we'll start seeing Primal Beast like able to CS, I imagine, a little bit better since he has such a ridiculous strength gain. But Void Spirit, once he gets to like level 5, I think will end up being about the same. Is he the highest damage gain per level hero in Dota?
He's up there, but I'm not sure who is the highest.
Yeah, I can't remember if there's anyone at 5 or not, but yeah, Void Spirit was like the biggest winner of like the change to universal heroes initially. I think at level 3 in lane, he had 92 damage when they first made the change. They did not factor in how much damage that hero already had. Top lane, Nightmare. Does have 4 stacks of the Shadow Poison. Looking to get a 5th. Pablo with the sidestep. Does get the 5th stack anyway, but he will barely live. Doesn't even pop the stick. He was so confident. Zibe will grab the kill there onto Nightmare. He's very happy about that. As Earth Spike off the mark from Pablo there. So, Sketcher, he's okay.
I sense distortions in the void.
Yeah, do you remember when Universal Heroes first came out and what happened to Void Spirit's win rate?
Some were balanced and some were not. Yeah, so, a couple heroes came out on the extreme winning end of becoming universal.
Yeah, that hero's win rate went to like 64% or something, which is just absurd. Like, that's just like not, that just doesn't happen. bottom lane, Houndskin's doing a pretty good job at harassing with these fire spirits. Needs to be a little bit careful of a potential skewer back, but it's not easy for a Magnus to do that, right? The constant daggers to slow you up. He obviously has like stick charges and stuff to play around. It's Xantic will just walk into vision as he was thinking of rotating bottom. Thinks better of it though. He's gonna go back mid lane. And you need to get to your level 6, right? Like you need to be able to just slow down this Void Spirit, I think, and play for your own timings.
Yeah, it helps a lot to have the ult too for these gank attempts. Or you're just your own farm. It's pretty low cooldown, so you'll frequently see them just use it to either clear out a creep wave really quickly, or maybe like make a stack and then ult that stack.
Oh my god, he got 0 CS on that wave.
Void is doing really well. B4 has been playing very well in all the games we've seen him.
Yeah, bottom lane, he needs a dagger. Oh, what a plant there, but he ends up trying to plant a second tree. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Lupsy will finish off the Phoenix, but the big winner, Shad, obviously, on the Phantom Assassin. Getting the kill there onto the Magnus.
And he was already winning in the CS department as well, so now picking up a kill as well. And the assist from earlier. All
Really
very
nice
good for
rotation
him.
top. So, I think Xantic is realizing he is not having the game he thought he would have in mid, right? Like, he is actually pretty substantially out CS'd. He is behind, 13 last hits and almost 10 denies. So, he rotates top, gets himself a kill. It's one of the benefits of the Primal Beast. He can rotate at, like, as early as level 4, honestly, and start killing heroes. So, when you're in a bad lane on this hero, your lane's not going ideal. You just start killing heroes around the map instead, and yeah, good recognition instead.
Maybe we didn't know much about GHOSTIKLENOVO coming into this, but apparently they're just some baller-ass laners.
Yeah.
They've been winning all the lanes we've seen them. Now, they did lose their first series in the upper bracket. I think that was to MOUZ. Right?
Yeah, MOUZ looks really good, honestly. Like, we haven't had the chance of watching their games, but they have been steamrolling every team they've gone up against.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. We're going to get to see them, I think, in the series after this.
Yes, upper bracket finals. Let's go. One thing to note, Zibe, a very different game here for him. His last game, oh boy, was that not fun. Primal Beast will be able to chase down Nightmare. He's trying to prevent using the Pulverize, but between the stick and Infused Raindrops, has no choice, so.
He's like 4 minutes ahead of where he was last game.
Yeah, right? It's like, this was literally the Dragon Knight's net worth at like 11 minutes.
And levels, yeah. So,
Yeah.
very, very different game. He does have Doom. Probably can't kill this, I say, as he walks menacingly
I think
forward.
he just Doom's Nightmare. Yeah, why not? He just TP'd up here. There is no shot he's getting out of this. He's definitely
Big
dead.
rotations.
Yeah, they just cancel, and they're like, what are you guys
They
going to
cancel.
do? Like, this Doom has... how much armor does he have? He just finishes up his Veil, so... Just a casual 18 armor now.
Remember when Doom used to be a low armor hero?
Yeah. I remember, yeah, you used to have 1 armor, right? Like, way back in the day. And
Yep.
then you used to get your armor...
From Devour.
Yeah, which it still does, but they nerfed the armor gain on Devour and then just gave him innate armor instead.
They're going to go for Sketcher.
Ooh, what a
Good
stun from
spike.
Pablo. Yeah, Hanskin here as well. Multiple blood grenades. B4 with a quick drive-by kill, finishing off the Phoenix. Going to look for Pablo as well. And he will easily clean them up. Double kill now for the Void Spirit. He's having a pretty good game, but the rest of your lanes are struggling. This Magnus bottom is a main contender for the Dragon Knight award from last game.
He'll have an easier time recovering than a Dragon Knight, though, thanks to maxing out Empower. And it looks like there are some stacks ready for him, ancient stacks. We'll see if it goes to him or to the Sven. But a little bit better recovery for GHOSTIKLENOVO compared to... Or spike a little bit off. Better than Rest Farmer's last game.
Yeah.
Which, considering they started this getting 3-0'd before the runes, this is not too bad. I say as before, Okay, he had one more jump. He should be good to go.
Radiant's middle tower
I
is
mean,
under
Phoenix,
attack.
keep
he
looking, though.
doesn't have another jump after this. He's trying to prevent, yeah, the dive. And I think once he makes it to the tower, it's a little bit scary. Hanskin on the other side maybe went in a little bit too far. A decent juke here. As Xantix coming through and finds him, just snipes him
Nice.
on the high ground. He's like, all right, they might have vision. He might have planted a ward here, guys. They'll find this big, juicy ancient stack. Pablo sets up a nice stun into the pulverized Magnus, thinking about joining him, but they get the kill anyway. Hans getting these 3 points in the Fire Spirits, actually doing a lot of work. And now
They're gonna
Stack,
steal these stacks.
yeah, we saw this happen last game, but it was the other way around, right? Dude, he even has the pig pull. Dude, it's so good on Primal Beast. That little bonus movement speed is actually huge.
Yeah, I think he's probably the best pig pull.
It's like he
Use-
can't
like, who's
attack
better?
anyway.
Yeah, yeah. So it's really good on him.
Radiant's middle tower
In the meantime, Chad in some
1 second
trouble
to a
here.
Lotus. He gets it. TPs are coming through. Jumps on over to the creep camp, and the Doom is there. He's caught the big one, the Void Spirit. Egg gets dropped. They're trying to finish it, but Lion, thank you, he says, as the donation of the finger stack is there. As once again, Pablo will dance on the haters. 4, 1, and 6 for his Lion this game.
Yeah, that, he just goes to show. That's why you give me the 2 kills at the start. You think you give it to the carry, the mid? No, no, no. You give it to the supports. The supports will pay it back.
Zibe is so farmed. He has 6,000 net worth. He is sitting on 2,000 gold. My guess is he just rushes the Shivas at this point. I don't think you need a blink. I really don't. Not yet, at least. Like you're not kind of like required to be the one to jump in. You can leave your Primal Beast to do that, and Xantic is going to just go that BKB. So I think you're better off finishing the Shivas early, getting that bonus armor to help deal with the Sven, as well as just kite with that Shiva's active. Back here behind the tower, you need to be a little bit careful. Nightmare is level 4?
structures are
What?
He's not having a good time. Did he lose the Wisdom Rune? I don't think he did. Did I miss that?
I'm gonna start scrolling back into
No,
the
no, they
history.
got theirs.
Yeah, they did. Lepsy picked it up.
Well, you know, he has been dedicating some time to stacking, and they got stolen. So he never got the XP payoff from that. And his cores never went to go farm it, so he didn't get to, like, sit in the lane. Along with the fact that they're 13-3. So he is 0-5 right now. So that might explain a little bit of the level difference here.
Power Rune's going to be top, and it is the absolute best rune for a Primal Beast. He's got himself a haste.
They're going to look for
This
Sven.
dinosaur is about to do some serious damage. He will be walking right into a Ward Sentry, though. So, unlikely that the Sven will stick around for too long here and get caught. They will probably just turn this into a tier 1 tower. As Hanskin will have no problem defending mid here with these Fire Spirits.
Dire's top
Dude, their
tower
towers
is
are all
under
so
attack.
healthy on the Radiant, right? Rest farmers, their towers are not going to be under pressure anytime soon.
You know what's a really nice feature
Dire's
of the
top
new
tower
Dota Labs
has
map?
fallen.
Ooh, wait, the new Dota Labs map? Oh, like the map?
Yeah, the one that like
overlay?
pops up in the middle. It shows the
Okay.
health of the towers that are exposed.
Well, I actually
the-
need
yeah.
to bind that and use that. I've been thinking about it. I just don't know what key I would want
Radiant's
to put it
middle
on because
tower
I have
is
too
under
many
attack.
keybinds.
I put it on M for map.
M, that's so far away.
I don't think I'll press it that often.
Dire's top tower is under
But also I
attack.
do press it often enough, like playing other games. I'm used to it. But I don't think I'm going to use it until you can actually click on the mini map.
Radiant's
Because the thing is
bottom
like,
tower is under
you
attack.
see it and you're like, oh, well, who's this hero who just showed? I want to go check their items. You still got to go to your regular mini map and click over. So I got to put in my request. Valve, please let me
Radiant
click on this new
are
map.
scanning.
They have
And
a
then I'll use it a
survey or
bunch.
something, don't they? Of like the Dota Labs stuff that they added. Maybe not. I
I'm
don't
not fully
remember.
sure.
I think they said specifically like, we're testing this, give us feedback.
Mhm.
Like none of
Yeah,
this is like
I just don't know where to
official.
do the feedback.
Yeah. Valve, it's right here. Just come to us. We'll give you all
They're
the
listening.
information you need.
Yeah, they're listening. Keep the Monkey King courier sniping in. Blink reveal from... Oh,
skewer!
Okay, still got it.
Yeah.
I thought he missed that after he missed the shockwave. Looked like it didn't connect. But okay, first blink reveal is gonna get a kill. Phoenix, not the best kill you could get, but you'll definitely take anything here since you are 6k behind here at 14 minutes.
And Zibe, I like it. He did end up going for the Shivas. It is online. You can now go for your Blink Dagger. He's chilling. Phantom Assassin, as we can see here, has the Battle Fury going for the Phylactery. One of the few
Conda
heroes in Dota that can
PA.
actually build Conda.
Let's go.
I
Is
hate
second
that
item,
item.
so I haven't really been keeping up with it. Is second item Conda worth it?
It actually is, yeah. Because Phylactery is actually just really valuable stats for
Radiant's
a
bottom
PA,
tower
like
is under
unironically. Like, it is pretty good. And your dagger is pretty much constantly going to get the proc. I would say, like, maybe you go the Phylactery, then BKB, then go back for the Conda or something. I guess maybe it depends on the game. If you feel like the Deso is
Radiant's
really
bottom
valuable, you go
tower is under
Deso.
attack.
But in this game, because you're against Sven, your Conda and Revenant's Brooch will definitely be the better of the two options late game. Bottom, or mid lane, we're going to see a nice dive here. Nightmare trying to escape, as it's just not going to be possible. Zive will finish him off. The Doom catches the Sven! Just happen to walk barely into vision on the backside of the fight. They get a nice kill onto the Magnus. We talked about the instant counters to a Magnus Blink, and that's going to be Pablo on the line. Just reads him like a book.
Yeah, for a perspective on how this game is going, Pablo picked up his Blink Dagger not very long after the Magnus picked up his Blink Dagger. So that's how Pablo's games are going. Looks like
Quick little
losing some
restart, it seems.
FPS.
I mean, let's be real. I don't know what's going on in the client lately, but my FPS is atrocious. I have like a good PC, and I'm legitimately averaging like 45 FPS in Dota nowadays.
I mean, do you see this set right now on the screen? There's a lot of fancy cosmetics getting added in. Yeah, we got like Sven's sword over here. There's not even an illusion hero in this game. I guess you got Shadow Demon, but
Dude,
yeah,
what game was it? Terrorblade, Phantom Lancer that we were doing or something? Or was it Naga Siren? I think it was Naga Siren PL is what it was or something. And I
remember
literally was getting like 12 to 13 FPS that like for the last like 25 to 30 minutes of that game.
Do you remember there was a meta where we had like Morph
Aw.
and PL, and there was
I
just
chatted.
endless illusions.
Yeah. That is what it was. That's the game I'm thinking of. Yeah, the Morph PL. Because he was just like morphing into the Phantom Lancer and then throwing his own Phantom Lance with an Axe. And it was just like, okay, we need to chill out, guys, please.
Well,
Yeah.
for this game, I think something good to note here is that Sven is still farming. He's keeping up with the other cores, just a little behind. There's a really big difference compared to all the cores being really poor, because Sven is a hero who can do a lot of damage. We didn't get to see it in that last fight. He got doomed. He thought he was invis from the Mirana ult. Well, he was invis, but there was a sentry that caught him. But if he makes it to, he's working on the BKB. If he gets to that then Daedalus element, like even as his teammates are still poor and weak, as long as you get like one big RP or maybe some like stuns from like Arrow and face Void Spirit, then he'll do the damage to get you kills, which will then spread to the rest of his team. So they still got a shot here on GHOSTIKLENOVO, but they'll have to be careful about the fights they take.
Yeah, without a doubt. I really like that Hanskin's going for this Yules. It's going to buy him a little bit of space potentially to get an egg off if he gets skewered in these fights. But also, it can kind of disrupt this Sven initiation if he doesn't get like a BKB off.
Or the Magnus. Magnus not having a good game, so BKB going to be very late. So you can always Yules. RP onto the Primal Beast.
He just almost died.
Who initiated
to the
who?
blade mail. That is scary.
So the RP into Skewer under tier 2 led to a loss of like a fifth of Primal Beast health, and it almost killed the Magnus. So I think you're pretty happy with how that exchange went. That is not the RP you want.
All right. Round
commit
2
another
here.
ult.
We'll commit another ult to the Primal Beast. He pops another Blade Mill. In comes Pablo. Arrow connects this time, and they will get him. They've brought more numbers. That being said, here comes Zibe. They get the Shivas. It does connect onto a couple heroes. Nightmare is just going to burn down. There's no escape for him. Doom does not have his namesake available, but they are going to chase after the Mirana, and Shad will just walk right into him, get himself a nice kill, and he will just return to the bottom lane. He's like, thanks for the help, guys.
That's just Crystallis off of that.
I was going to say, if you look at his item queue.
Yeah, it's going to be hype, dude. I'm ready. I'm so excited for this. Again, I know
man.
Conda. Oh, Void Spirit.
Yep. Good setup, Shad, obviously. Just not proccing the blur. He was just waiting. Almost showed on the creep wave for a second, but yeah, just waits for Lion to come in with that blink.
That's going to finish off the Conda, which I know has been controversial in the pub games. Not everyone should be a Conda builder, but I agree with you what you said earlier. I do think this looks like a pretty solid game for it for PA, and especially now getting the Revenant's Brooch next. The high armor from Sven's Warcry. Just bypass all of that. Just do some insane magic damage crits. Careful around
Nightmare.
Tormentors, as we saw.
Let's go ahead and throw out the Demonic Purge here, but in comes Xantic, gets the Pulverize onto the Mirana. And that's a freebie. We did see the Sunray coming out on the backside here as he was looking for the Magnus. Doesn't have the Yules available.
Courier has been killed.
He will get away.
This is an amplified
Sven
damage.
just gets doomed. BKB to try and get back to the fountain. No crits from Shad. Otherwise, he might have died. A single crit there, and I think Sven is dead.
This guy's got his ultimate and a Conda. No crits.
I'll be honest, I hate Conda. I'm gonna say it. I feel like this item needs to be removed. I know it was just added. It either needs to be removed or it needs to be completely reworked, because I don't like items that are good on like 0.25% of the hero list, right? It's just very weird. It's like how old Bloodstone was literally only buyable by 1 or 2 heroes. Helm of the Overlord has only ever been buyable by 2 heroes. It's like Conda's the same thing. Kind of over it.
Walking by each other.
They've got the Phantom Assassin. And a nice pickup. Beautifully done there. Does he have a gem, or did he just walk into a sentry? Another
His blur
is what happened.
ended, I think. I definitely agree that I don't want an item that only a few people buy, but I hope it doesn't get removed. Like you said, it just came in, so a little bit more exploration around, like, maybe change a little bit to it. I think it's like a cool concept. I like how, like, when I started playing Dota like 7 years ago, there was a much clearer split between physical damage and magic damage. Okay, hold on. That Xantic, in a bit of trouble.
He's
Really
a
so
beef
tanky.
boy, dude.
Oh, that was
That
close.
burn.
Ooh, shockwave.
Oh, what a sidestep.
Just
No way.
He's gonna
Pablo.
live.
Dude. I thought for sure. I was like, he's not going to die to the urn, but yeah, that skewer, or the shockwave that's coming out, definitely going to kill him, right? But no, dude. Pablo there with the save. What a sick play. Dude, this is just one of those things with Prowley. It's just one of the reasons he's the best heroes of the past. You have to commit so many resources to killing this guy. And that was before BKB. So, good luck doing it now. 9k gold lead for the side of the Radiant as they are drawing the bottom. Doom and Hanskin are here to break the smoke. They just jump in. They throw the Doom mag. This Nightmare Shadow Demon doesn't stand a chance. And Magnus will just wait for this Doom to expire before going back in. B4 and they will get nice setup there from the Yules. Or I guess punish around there.
So far, these Dooms... The Doom itself hasn't gotten a kill, but allows him to pick up another kill. But I think he keeps killing the supports, which maybe they'd like to kill cores a little bit more with some of these Dooms. But I suppose for being jumped by the enemy team, trading supports is pretty decent.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, instead of crit, Sven is going to go for the MKB. Recognizes he's going to be the one who has to hit the Phantom Assassin. And, you know, maybe he's got enough damage amp from the Magnus.
Radiant are scanning.
Absolutely essential. I mean, if you don't have anyone that can hit the PA, you're never going to win this game, right? Like, the Void Spirit's damage is quite a bit in terms of the magic burst, but once you've used, like, your Astral Steps, you're not going to hurt this PA anymore. So, Sven, with an MKB, should do a lot of work. The Magnus and Power should do kind of the heavy lifting in terms of the rest of your damage. Dude, Magnus with Void Spirit is also really scary. You don't cleave on the Astral Steps, but it's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, and you'll attack after you jump in. So having the cleave on all 3 cores, if you get a good RP off, I mean, that's scary. That's going to be a lot of damage. And it looks like they're going to go for the Roshan, which is maybe a bit of a surprise considering they've been on the back foot this whole time. But they're doing this pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're way too late. This Rosh is super dead. They actually, they're not even sure if they're in the Roshan. They
might get a fight on the way out.
Your Phoenix is in a good position for an egg. A great stun out from Pablo. As Zibe comes in, gets the Doom onto the perfect target. It's the Sven. Backside of the fight. B4 is forced to run. Nightmare gets chewed through by this Phantom Assassin. And now they're looking for the Void Spear. He has a TP available. Onslaught does barely clip him, and he's going to lose his first life.
There's no one charge, but yeah, perfect stun from Pablo. Yeah, the Roche was fast enough, but they maybe all just needed to TP out. They got caught as they tried to leave, and they all left like in separate directions, which might have been better anyways if they all walked together. Maybe they would have been like onslaughted together. But yeah, they just go one at a time through the entire enemy team, and yeah, goodbye Aegis. That lasted all of what, 15 seconds?
You might be a little optimistic with that, but yeah, hard to say. Bottom or in the jungle here, Nightmare. He throws a disruption, and we'll get the rude awakening of a Phantom Assassin hiding in the shadows, who now has her BKB. Going back for that Revenant's Brooch is the next item. She's level 18. This hero does a ridiculous amount of damage now. And no one's going to be able to get an item to deal with this Doom anytime soon, right? Like, there's no Lotus, there's no Lincolns. Like, you're just accepting the fact that someone's going to get doomed and probably die in every engagement.
Yeah, or you'll have to try to catch him or something. Sven has actually changed his mind. He's going to go for the Daedalus. And I'm kind of okay with this because MKB will let him kill PA, but I think you need kind of like the lucky crits a little bit to turn this game, especially after losing that last fight and now being 13k behind. They were doing a pretty good job of stabilizing it at around like 8k, but I think it's feeling a little bit more desperate, and they're just going to hope for some big Sven crits around the Magnus amp damage as well.
Oh, there they go. They got the Primal Beast, but the BKB, it just tanks a lot of damage here. The Sunrise, not enough, but the Sven, my God, just gets touched by the PA. Look, next is, well, she's dead. The egg zoning off the rest of the team. 8-1, you got your Primal Beast. Congratulations. But a hefty cost to pay, and they just GG out. I honestly don't know of a way back into this one.
Yeah, I think you have to play around some lucky crits slash big RPs. It's possible, but I can also understand, hey, you know, this just not, we got 3-0'd at the Bounty Rune. This is not the start we wanted. Pretty bad start. You know, let's just save ourselves mentally, go into the next one. I don't think it's like, I don't know. You can never guarantee a loss in Dota, but it probably was like 90%. 90% rest farmers, so long as they play safe, play smart.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Dota, the graphs, and the win percentage is like well over 90% at that point. Like it was pretty much saying the game was over. I mean, your Doom finishes 6-0 and 14. We knew from the start he was having this game was going to be super chill for him. Primal Beast, yeah, didn't have like the best start to the lane that we would have expected, but had plenty of gold, and the hero is incredibly tanky. Like the amount of resources they needed to commit just to bring this guy down, and yeah, they finally get him. And the big crit from Sven was cool, but Phantom Assassin just, she's like, I can also do that. I can also do big red numbers that kill people. And she was like closing in on Revenant's Brooch. It's just like the game just gets increasingly more difficult, I think.
Yeah, so we're going to go on to a game 3 here. I think GHOSTIKLENOVO doesn't feel too bad because 3-0 at the Bounty Runes is like seriously a big deal. A lot of lanes can be heavily skewed by these first bloods. That's why teams go for it, but it's also why there's a risk to it. Like both teams ended up fighting, and if it's like even, it's like, okay, you know, laning as usual, but 3-0 is very rough.
Yeah, I agree. So we've got one more game here in this elimination series, Rest Farmers versus GHOSTIKLENOVO. The winner will continue their lives here in these qualifiers, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back here for more action on the Elite League. We'll see you in just a little bit. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the ESB Fissure Elite League. We are getting into the final game here of this lower bracket elimination. One of these teams will advance, keep their tournament lives alive here for that chance to make it to the main event. One of these teams will go home. That'll be it. And it is GHOSTIKLENOVO here versus Rest Farmers. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics, and I don't know, man. Game one, this is like so weird. We've had a lot of these scenarios where like game one of these teams looks insanely good, and then game two, we're just like, psych, run it back. We've had a lot of these kind of like reverse sweep series, it seems like.
Yeah, which is maybe good for Rest Farmer since they won game two. GHOSTIKLENOVO, I don't think they have to feel too bad. I think their draft made sense. I think 3-0, I keep saying it, but like it really changes the game. So like, honestly, I think you could just run it all back and get a different result.
Radiant team.
So hopefully they don't get tilted over how that went, because it did start to feel pretty miserable as the game went on. But hopefully that's what the early GG was for, recognizing like, look, let's just not put ourselves through this anymore. Let's just start over. But we still got this.
Remaining.
All right, we'll see the bans here. Coddle, Tiny, some similar stuff. I mean, at least they've respected the Coddle ban. They're like, we cannot allow this. This is just not a thing. Same bans, though, from the side of GHOSTIKLENOVO, the Chen and the Enigma. So I'm curious if anything's going to change here, as first pick is for GHOSTIKLENOVO again. So they will ban the DK.
10 seconds remaining.
They let the Meepo through both times.
5 seconds.
Or I guess last time they might let it through again. We'll see.
Yeah, and last time they grabbed the Magnus first. It worked really well game one. Second game, didn't find as much success, but I think they can run it back if they don't feel tilted over it. I think it was pretty solid.
I liked the PA Phoenix response, honestly, because I think Phoenix, like, people underestimate in terms of how strong it is for the lane, right? Like, not many heroes can trade into a Phoenix because of just how overwhelming fire spirits are. You get 2 attacks off to every one, you're already burning them down, and they last for freaking ever. So pretty big, though. They ban out the Shadow Demon. That lets the Bat Rider through as a result. An immediate Life Stealer ban, which is interesting. So I'm curious, do you pick... You have to just pick a support here that beats the Bat Rider at what he does. And I think Crystal Maiden has been done a lot often just because of how strong she is in the lane against the Bat Rider.
5 seconds remaining.
There are some options. You could go for the Venge.
Dire team back.
Yeah, Venge weaker than she used to be. Timber, so they're going to opt for just going for the broken core that made it through since we're banning so many supports instead. Timbersaw has looked very strong. Bat Rider does bring a good amount of magic damage in the early game to threaten that Timbersaw, but then once you get past that stage, Timbersaw doesn't care as much about the Bat Rider, though you do have to be careful of some like knockbacks from the Flame Break interrupting your Timber Chain. That can be huge impact plays, but they're a little tricky because Timbersaw is pretty quick, and the Flame Break's actually I think the move speed of it got, the projectile speed was buffed, but it's still a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, it is. I like the Timber. We haven't quite seen it yet today because most teams just ban this, but we've seen a lot of Respect heroes get banned out in this series. Of course, the Tiny, the Coddle, the Shadow Demon, all heroes that GHOSTIKLENOVO has had a lot of success on. The Chen, no surprise there, but the Enigma Lifestealer, something a little bit different that I wasn't really expecting ban-wise. So it's going to leave a lot of options. They get rid of the Lion.
I've seen a lot of Lunas in response to Timbersaw because you bring that magic damage early on. Pretty high physical damage too. Timber is universal, but in the early game it's not that bad. So if you just have a lot of damage, you can sometimes just like out lane and then just go jungle once Timbersaw does eventually reach that point where he kicks you out. Luna Bat Rider also sounds like a pretty decent lane, even if you like run this Timber mid and pick something different.
I'd be a little worried about the Slark for both of these teams right now. Because Slark is very good against Bat Rider, but it's also very good against the Timber lane. And
5 seconds remaining.
I'm curious if either of them want to go down that route, but Sven's still in the pool, which for the most part, has been really successful. Obviously, this last game, not so much, but
Even though, with that in mind, though, as bad as that game was going, Sven was still near the top of the net worth, which kind of shows the strength of that hero. They're debating what to ban out here.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, the Queen of Pain. Maybe wanting to keep open the Timbersaw mid
Dire
potential.
team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
there's the CM. Yeah, I think this has been one of the best support responses to the Batrider if it is going to be in the forward position, which it usually is, because you like to prioritize his ability to get to the Blink Dagger. He wants to play on your side of the triangle.
Radiant
They go for the
team
gyro.
Oh, very fast response. They know what they want.
A lot of flex with these two picks,
Kunkka.
actually, because Kunkka and Gyro can both be moved, right? Kunkka can be mid or off lane. Gyro can be safe lane or 5.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
remaining.
I wonder if there's a way for them to sort of
5
force this
seconds
Kunkka into the
remaining.
mid lane, because I think if you do Timber versus Kunkka, you'll be very happy. So I wonder if they can pick a hero that the enemy would want to counter with an offlaner, but then like it forces Kunkka into the mid.
Yeah, I'm really curious. The Queen of Pain ban is a little bit interesting. So,
Radiant team pick.
well, okay, let's go back for the Primal Beast. So either of these heroes will be mid or off lane. I mean, we saw last lane they flexed the Primal back to the mid, ended up picking Doom. I like that. That being said, Doom is an option for GHOSTIKLENOVO if they
10
want it, and you can put
seconds
the
remaining.
Kunkka in mid. But
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know if it's gonna have a great time against what I would guess would be a Timbersaw at that point. You can just put the
Dire
Primal in the
team
off lane.
Shadow Shaman. We don't see that many Shadow Shamans nowadays.
That
which-
is really cool this game.
Yeah, Batrider doesn't have a great way to
Dire
cancel
team
it.
back.
You have to ult him, which feels like kind of weird. Gyrocopter, Rocket Slow. X is pretty useful for that once you max that out. I'm going to go for the Medusa, who can pop ult and make it... Like, all these heroes want to, like, run at her, channel on her with the Shackles or the Pulverize, but if her ult is going, she'll free herself.
10 seconds
She'll also have the
remaining.
Shard later on for all these single target spells to, like, bounce snakes off of.
5
pretty cool.
seconds remaining.
Anti-Mage Man, yeah, that makes sense.
They have to
Maybe
ban PL
another
too.
diffusal builder. Yeah.
Because actually,
Or
a
maybe
really
if they feel
PL
good
game.
enough about Kunkka, but yeah, I'm okay with the
Radiant
any of these
team
illusion
back.
bans. Undying
Oh, an
to protect
Undying
in case
Undying
they
offlane?
want to run Batrider mid or something, I guess.
Oh, maybe. Okay, I see.
10 seconds remaining.
Because this is 2 strength
5
heroes, which
seconds
they can
remaining.
still flex. I thought maybe they could pick their carry instead of the Primal Beast and then save that Timbersaw flex for later. But I guess it kind of worked out here because now you can pick a carry good against Medusa. Though maybe if you had picked a carry, they wouldn't have picked Medusa anyways. They would have picked something else.
I'm kind of looking at the Undying ban, and it does make sense because who's gonna sit in the Medusa lane with her? Well, it's either Gyro or Batrider, and if you put Primal Beast down there, like what are you gonna
Dire
do to
team
stop
back.
this guy, right? So they'll ban Puck next.
I think it's probably the Gyrocopter.
I feel like it
And
has
you'll have to
be,
deal
right?
with Shadow Shaman Primal Beast, which is not going to be easy. Later on, the Medusa will be
10
good, but you're
seconds
right. You got to
remaining.
get through that laning stage, which is probably what Rest Farmers was also thinking about with
5
that Undying
seconds
ban.
remaining.
And Batrider is not that bad versus some melee mids. Not everyone does it, but if you can and it secures your Medusa lane, that's a cool ban. It's a heads up thought.
Dire team pick.
Troll would have been
Huh.
a strong laner, and he can build a diffusal.
Who is?
Troll.
Troll.
They ended up banning out Troll. But Well, yeah, I mean, like, you kind of have some answers for Troll,
10
but
seconds remaining.
a lot the last two games were sort of decided by laning. Yo, a Meepo.
Okay, they go the Meepo on the 23.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
Into
like,
Timbersaw Primal is a little bit scary. The roots are really good. Here's the thing,
Yeah.
though. It makes a lot of space. I'm trying to think
5
what
seconds
carry you can
remaining.
pick. You don't want to do anything like... I mean, I think Faceless Void's already banned, right? Yeah, but... well, we're going to see.
Sven,
Now
right?
select
Yeah.
your heroes.
How the heck is the Sven still in the pool?
Classic Sven counter to the Meepo. Now, directly versus the Medusa, it's not as good. You're not a diffusal builder whatsoever, but there's a tempo to abuse here, which is that you need the Meepo to make space for you. And if Meepo's having a really bad game, that just allows you to run multiple heroes at Medusa, at which point you don't need the diffusal, you're just doing overwhelming damage against her. But Meepo is always scary to run into a team that... As someone with the confidence to pick Meepo into these heroes, he's like, yeah, I can do it. He's like, yeah, I'm good at it, right? That is always scary.
The thing is, when it comes to Medusa, there's like two ways you kill her, right? It's with mana burn or just sheer damage, because she doesn't care about minus armor. She doesn't care about magic resist, right? All of her damage is calculated before resistances of any kind. And that's exactly what Sven is. It's one of the reasons Sven's actually typically picked into Medusa in the first place, is because he just does enough damage to just chew through your mana shield. So I'm a little bit surprised that they left the Sven in. And it's a Meepo. There's just like a lot of stuff here where I'm like, this Sven pick just is way too good. I honestly don't know what you're gonna be able to do about this on GHOSTIKLENOVO. I feel like all of their lanes should be pretty good on rest farmers, but maybe I'll be surprised by this Meepo mids. Maybe somehow he beats a Primal Beast and just like snowballs the mid lane. I don't know. What do you think?
I agree. It looks a little scary. I do think GHOSTIKLENOVO has been laning pretty well from what we've seen. So I'm gonna,
Prepare for battle.
leave that possibility open that they do just end up out laning and the counters don't quite come into play. But the draft, I do think the draft from rest farmers looks better here. I really like the Sven last pick.
Oh, baby,
Warcry
we're
will be
gonna
really
see
good
the
versus
fight.
Medusa too.
Up onto the high ground they go, and they find the gyro. He's got a shackle, right? Yeah, there is no shot you're getting away from this one. They want to get that first blood over to Xantic. He will onslaught in, and Hanskin will be the one that gets it. So not the best case scenario, but a first blood nonetheless. And I think they know... I mean, Pablo exactly pinged a ward just now, so I'm curious if he's going to know about it or
30
go for it.
seconds to battle.
He's got a sentry if he wants, but maybe wants to prioritize blocking camps, and he only has one sentry.
Maybe he was
But it
thinking
also
about
might just be
putting
a
ward there
chance.
himself.
That's also possible. Or maybe they've like, you do your research on your opponents, so maybe knows like that's a common spot, but not sure, so just make sure you stay out of that area when you place your ward.
Battle
Yeah.
begins.
See if he goes for it. He's gonna be walking back up there in a second.
Kunkka's actually going to take a pretty good amount of damage in this bottom lane, thanks to the Crystal Maiden. I don't think they chase anymore, but yeah. Kunkka, no regen on the hero right now. Should be sending it out on the courier. Yeah, he's got some tangos, needs to get those bracers up ASAP. That being said, Gyrocopter is also just getting chased to death. You've
bit of
spent
a
all of your mana, though, on the Sven. You have plenty of mangoes
Yeah.
on the CM, though.
I feel like it's still a little bit of a mistake to lose this much health at the start. Mango me! Mango me, I got stunned! Mango me!
They're
Mango
thinking
me.
about it. I mean,
But
they
see, yeah,
should've-
you can just like, you can just do this kind of thing where they have no health, so you can just run at them and they can't really turn to fight back.
Yeah, they're gonna just try and play the level
Okay
2,
for now.
right? Isn't that like where
I
you
guess
get
so.
level 2 and try and just kill them? Yeah, they let the wave under the tower, so they will get that level 2 here in a moment. So you need to be very careful. If you do not get some denies, you're gonna die.
How you doing?
One more creep. That's it. They make the play. The gyrocopter is in. Yeah, I mean, this was so telegraphed. Like, you just knew exactly what the game plan was here from the Radiant. They're like, yeah, hold the wave under tower, get the level 2 advantage. We'll just kill him with the CM spike.
Yeah, good start for them so far. On the other side, Medusa lagging a little bit behind. We're still in the early wave, so nothing too crazy yet. Xantic doing better for himself this time. He was being handled a little bit by that Void Spirit, but he warmed up. You know what? Primal Beast attack animation is pretty slow, so maybe he hadn't played it for a little bit, and some of those early last hits was rough. It seems to be he's got a handle on it now.
Yeah.
Now, Meepo's still doing pretty well, too.
Yeah, I was going to say Meepo is not struggling really much at all. Has, you know, one in each of his abilities. He'll get his Divided We Stand next, so his first clone will be up. And at that point, the lane not very easy for the Primal Beast because every time you trample, you'll just get double rooted. Crystal Maiden has refilled her inventory with consumables, a Blood Grenade, 2 mangoes, has 6 stick charges, so she's very happy. That being said, Lupsy is doing a ton of damage here. He has a salve to play off of as well, so he's perfectly fine making these trades.
Doesn't look like they have any regen coming in that bottom lane either. They'll definitely need it.
They want to play aggressive. He's got 2-point Stormhammer. And a Muzzle and
That is uncommon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, 1 point in Warcry sounds really good too versus the Flak. So, yeah, I guess it really must be they want to play aggressive.
Lupsy warming up some creeps there for Shad. Mid lane, exactly what we talked about. Every time you go for a trample, just gets double rooted and kind of just stands there. The classic, I don't know what to do with my hands moment. And now the Meepo rotations begin. Sends his clone, gets a bounty rune. Okay, he's just gonna pull it back to the mid lane, never mind. But he will be able to double water rune potentially. Off the mark there actually with that Earthbind. So Xantic able to get that bottle refill. Very nice for him. Bottom lane, some aggression coming out onto the gyrocopter here. Once again, Blood Grenade is there. He's trying to hobble his way back to the tower. Crystal Maiden's got one more Crystal Nova left, but it's not enough to find the kill. Instead, looking for the Kunkka now as there's a Stormhammer in 2 seconds. They do not want to die for this. Well,
Thinking about it.
they're thinking about it. Really
It's a little
thinking
scary.
about it. But they both have
But
to
he got 2 bracers, so
Yeah.
pretty tanky.
I mean, they forced
Pablo
the gyro
might be in
out
some trouble.
completely.
Just needs to hit 1 root.
Yeah, you got him.
Ooh, deny? Oh, very nice from the Meepo. Immediately knew what he was up to. Ran to go intercept it so that the creeps would not hit Shadow Shaman.
That's cool. Well, so far lane's looking fairly even. It's mostly the
Radiant's
Sven versus
courier
Kunkka
has been
matchup right
killed.
now that is definitely struggling, but the other lane's looking quite good. As Kunkka continuing to just get pelted by spells here. Rocket Barrage, though, doing some work as Shad needs to be very careful. Top lane, though, they will find a nice kill onto Nightmare, or onto Pablo, thanks to the Bat Rider. Wait a minute, bottom lane.
Dire's
Hanskin
middle
just
tower
tanked an
is under
entire
attack.
Rocket Barrage trying to chase after the Kunkka and died. And
Shad might
Gyrocopter
now
is
be
now
in
going to kill
trouble.
Shad. This is a massive mistake. So they're trying so hard to get the Kunkka, but the Gyrocopter just did like
Radiant's
900
bottom tower
damage in
is
this
under
lane.
attack.
Yeah, 717 damage to the Crystal Maiden. And 580. Okay, so like 12 to 1300 damage. Just from constantly spamming Rocket Barrage, nothing else.
Rocket Barrage is an amazing spell if you can isolate the enemy.
Yeah, they did not respect that at all. Well, bottom lane now completely salvaged. That's fantastic. Well, Meepo's top of the net worth at the moment, but there is a Exantic Primal Beast roaming towards bottom. He is level 6. Think they know he's down here somewhere, though. Well, maybe not. Hanskin. Could just be a little bit of a bait maneuver. It's hard to say, but the Rocket Barrage, once again, just doing so much work. Spell after spell to lock him in place. Meanwhile, there is a fight in a whole nother area there, as Exantic was trying to get the Wisdom Rune, unable to do so. But yeah, they get the Crystal Maiden once again. This Gyro is just owning her.
Yeah, this bottom lane really recovered off of that. I think they definitely had the strengths over the enemy, especially off those like early trades. But with levels, I think Crystal Maiden doesn't like. Neither of these heroes really like scale up that much because you must start getting points in Great Cleave, and Crystal Maiden gets like a point in Aura, stuff like that. Whereas Gyro's spells really scale up, so does Tidebringer. So I think actually after those first couple levels, they should have maybe like chilled a little bit, put more emphasis on like let's just farm and stack and stuff rather than continue to try to fight too much. Yeah, ended up pushing it a little too hard, and now the lead. I mean, Sven's still like pretty farmed, but Kunga's game is definitely a lot better than it was just a minute ago.
Yeah, and same with Gyro too. Like his game should not have been this good, especially after how much money he had to spend on regen early. And your Crystal Maiden, who was the hero that got first blood, is walking around with nothing but boots and a blood grenade. So her game is miserable. Top lane Zibe will get rotated on here from the Meepo. They've got the Earthbinds. Can't Timber Chain away. The last tick going to B4. So
you're gonna look for the Kunkka in return.
Yeah, he's gonna go down bottom. Good rotation from the Crystal Maiden and the Shadow Shaman, and committing that God Strength. Very good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like a lot of mirrored movements between these teams, right?
Yeah. I think, I mean, it's only a 1K difference, so not a massive difference or anything right off the bat. I think it actually needs to be going a little bit in the favor of GHOSTIKLENOVO right now because of, like, just the way Meepo functions. If you're not out farming at this stage, you're in a really bad spot. So I think this is just the way it needs to be. But you could easily tilt this if you manage to find a Meepo kill and you see them making some more aggressive movements in here, trying to find the Meepo jungling. Maybe like one of them gets low. They see Medusa. She's pretty tanky with all this. She has 21 charges and some lotuses.
Yeah, nice pulverize, but you are taking a ton of damage here from this Batrider. They do manage to bring down the Gyro first. Good targeting. They say, all right, forget this Medusa. Kill the rest of them. Zibe now needs to be careful here on the Timber Saw. Does a decent chunk of damage. Sketcher is low, but can they finish her up? Exantic maybe another double back here to try and save Pablo as he's in some trouble. The onslaught on over. In comes Timber, and B4 will fall. Great bait there from Pablo.
It's a huge kill. And it looks like Timber's going to steal these stacks, too.
I love the Blink Dagger first. I think this is going to be another great game for a Blink Dagger Timber.
Yeah, he'll just have to be a little careful how he chooses to go in, because it has no stats, so if you blink in and feed, that defeats the whole purpose. But it is the best way to get in and do a lot of damage really quickly, which I kind of think they do want to go for right now, right? With the Meepo trying to farm up, it's not quite ready for these fights. Doesn't have like the shard, the Ags. So if you can play a bit more aggressive and get him killed off, like that's massive.
Yeah, he went Dragonlance, going for a Diffusal now, so that Aghanim Scepter is going to be very slow. So they've got plenty of time. Flame Break, trying to catch Hanskin, but a nice juke up to the north side does hit him with the Frostbite, but here comes the Kunkka, and the whole kit will be dumped on top of the Crystal Maiden. They will find themselves a nice kill. Defending the mid tower, very important.
At least that's just a position 5 Crystal Maiden, so you don't feel too bad about it. Let's see, I guess they'll wait for the blink. It's probably done in another minute, and Pablo just finished his level 6 as well. So now if they take a fight and they win, they can definitely take a tower, or you could use your ult to win that fight. Maybe they wait for Blade Mail too. Never mind, we're gonna smoke right away.
Yep, they're like, nope, let's go kill some people. Smoke up to the top side. Nightmare might break this. He does, and Crystal Maiden's gonna scout it out. So they kind of know someone's over off the right side. We'll end up going to Adzantic on this Primal Beast, and they're gonna try and use this to open up the mid tower. Pablo could just ward drop it, but it is already pretty low, so likely to hold those. Maybe you ward drop top, because top is like full HP.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I think that was the original goal. Okay, never mind. They're just going to guarantee the mid lane. Which is still a big win. Meepo likes to farm this area, the jungle camps around the lane. So by opening up that tower, it becomes easier to dive in. Meepo joining in the fight. Pulverize.
Adzantic just got super baited.
Dropped.
He got baited by a haste rune is basically what happened there. He thought he was so damn strong. A haste rune would be given the ability to just bring down this gyro, but no, there's a Meepo nearby. They had Kunkka as well. And that's super costly, right? Like, you manage to get a support, you get the mid lane tower, and like, you'd be super happy if you just back and, you know, maybe start moving towards top, but huge win for the Dire there.
Meepo even farmed all the Shadow Shaman wards too, so that's like an extra kill. Sven is quietly farming during all of this. A little bit behind these two cores on the side of GHOSTIKLENOVO, the Meepo and the Medusa, but I think that's sort of okay. You are a little bit of a natural counter, so as long as you're pretty close to them, I think you'll be in a good spot.
Yeah. I do worry about the Medusa getting too farmed if she does have her Manta style. We saw Sketcher yesterday have just a ridiculous Medusa performance, as he is just going to go for the butterfly immediately after. Evasion is probably your best option against a hero like Sven, so I don't blame her. Nightmare once again positioned fairly well here to break a smoke, as they will go ahead and once again just commit to bring down that Bat Rider. Hanskin, however, is looking for more, and he did get vision here of the Medusa for a moment. I don't know if you can go for this. Does he? Well, maybe you could ward trap him, actually.
They saw the Shadow Shaman through one of their
right?
observers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so shouldn't die here. But they'll probably lose the tier 1 top if they don't respond soon. Okay, they're getting some rotations, and it looks like Meepo sending the main Meepo in, who does have a blink.
Well, they do get the nice D ward.
Hanskin's probably
Hanskin
dead.
is so dead. Yeah, like with the blink dagger reveal there, I think they rush like, oh dang, we are really far in the middle of nowhere. Top lane Zibe will get caught. Can't Timber Chain away in time. He might be able to find a kill onto the Kunkka, but no. Damage just overwhelming, especially with the rotation of that 4 points of Rocket Barrage. And in the mid lane, they're looking for Adzantic here. He's going to be able to set up potentially for Shad, who comes in and chops him down. Nicely done.
Huge kill for Sven.
That's so much gold. 545 gold just for the Sven alone, who is now second on the net worth and might pass the Meepo here in just a moment.
Especially after these
on this
ancients.
ancient stack. Yeah, he definitely will.
I think we just saw there, Meepo is definitely killable. And he needs to be careful about how he approaches these fights, especially as Sven now starts to feel comfortable joining in. Got the fight going on top. Wards have been dropped. I think these are just going to get farmed up unless Zibe feels comfortable running all the way back in. But yeah, with the Manta out, these are gone. Free money.
Lasso. I'm surprised he went for that. He only had one Napalm stack. Maybe he thought it didn't expire, but the Napalm stack's falling off there. You definitely
Yeah.
don't have the damage to kill the Timbersaw. And they will just get the tower. So despite the wards kind of getting wasted, they still managed to find themselves a objective and a kill.
Yeah, Medusa maybe is hard to kill, but she does not do a lot of damage right now. So I actually don't think you really want to make plays around her. I think this is one of the reasons Sven feels so good right now, too, for the pro scene, is because being able to farm consistently is fantastic, but so is the option to make plays. Someone like Medusa, like, you're really not making any plays. You're not seeing any, like, solo kill Medusas, stuff like that. Same with, like, Luna, right? They farm very well. They reach a strong point, but Sven reaches a strong point, and on the way, he can join some fights with, like, big stuns, big, like, dodge strength kills early on. So I think that's, like, some of the strength to him.
Nightmare underneath the ward, and Zibe might cut him off here. Flame break's available. He gets himself
And
a
kill
nice
the
little
courier.
courier. As Shad's looking for this target, will go ahead and throw out the Stormhammer as the rest of the team will surround him. No wards here, unfortunately, for this tier 2 tower, but they will be up in about 20 seconds. Tonskin in the mid lane,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
providing a little bit
Dire's
of
top
vision.
tower is under attack.
I'm surprised they're not like ward dropping this top lane, but
Maybe they're going Roche.
yeah, I was like, that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, you can do Roche pretty easily with the Shadow Storm. Remember how broken it was for that brief moment, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Now
a
you
little
just
better
one-shots
now.
the ward.
Better as in balance now. But I think they think this is worth it because it might take a while, even with this ult, but it's one of Meepo's next objectives. So stealing this away from Meepo is huge. And actually, they have been scanned out, but I don't think they can get here in time. This is
No way.
falling pretty quickly now that Zibe is here as well.
Actually give the Aegis to the Timbersaw. I kind of like this because Shad he's got his BKB done now, and he could join if he wants, but my guess is this guy's just going to keep farming. Like, I don't think he's going to be put in a position where he's going to be too worried about dying.
I think so. As long as he's a little careful, I say, as like Kunkka's watching him. But maybe they're going to go for Kunkka instead. I do think you want that crit on Shad, though. Get this Daedalus. So I think he's still in farm mode. He's going to let Zibe, go be a bit more active on this Timbersaw. Get in there. Go make me space. I'll carry you later, you know?
Especially at least until Timbersaw has his BKB. It's going to be a point here where Timbersaw is going to have BKB. He'll go back for his Sange to complete for the Kaya Sange. And then suddenly your Timbersaw is really scary. Tons of damage, good survivability. It's really just the Meepo who will be able to like really dump in the damage, but it's kind of a double-edged sword. He's down on top of the Timbersaw. He's going to do so much damage back to you.
Yeah, you know what's a cool pickup? This Primal Beast is going for Aghanims for the break, which I think will be really cool this game. And it's a lot of damage, too, actually, versus the Meepos.
I mean, Ransack is a ridiculously good spell. Like, Meepo gets a lot of his sustain through Ransack and all of his different clones in these fights. So if he tries to get aggressive on you and you just press Uproar, which has your Dispel, of course, thanks to the level 15 talent, which he absolutely goes for. Meepo hits you with like one round of attacks from the Meepo, or from like all the clones. You're instantly max stacks. You press your Uproar, it will break all of them, and you dispel yourself. Like it is legitimately so good against the Meepo, and I'm very surprised like that they picked the Meepo into this, like because we saw all of this for quite some time.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Oh, Nightmare's got a blink. He's looking for Zibe. Does not want to commit. Pretty deep there. But they are going to look for the Tormentor instead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crystal Maiden learns the hard way that if Sven's hitting the Tormentor, you can't be anywhere near it.
Xantic was not quite close enough yet to start sharing the damage, so both supports almost lost their lives. Pablo got out in time, but not Crystal Maiden. But still, at least you trade
rewarded.
Tormentors. Yeah, you get the Shard, which is really good versus Meepo. It's a great Shard this game.
True, actually. I actually hadn't really thought about that.
They'll be trapping
Dude,
all
imagine
these
Crystal Maiden just
Meepos.
builds a BKB this game.
That'd be sick. It'd be really good. She just has to be a little careful of which way like Medusa would be standing, but the ultimate is really strong if it can't be canceled. And even if like Flaming Lasso is used on you, at that point you're like, okay, dude, you just used Flaming Lasso on a Crystal Maiden, you know? You're super happy with that.
Yeah. Well, Pablo with his blink reel just goes in so aggressively, finds the Kunkka. He's gonna get knocked out of the wards, but the rest of the heroes are here. A massive freezing field, and Zibe just chops him up. B4, I think you might regret coming in this far. There's the Pulverize on top of him, and quickly taken down by Shad. As now they're looking for Lepsy. No way to TP on home. Yeah, this is... You're finding out that you are not as strong as the other team. They hit all their power spikes, right? Like, they have their Blink on the Shaman. They have this Sven who has his BKB. He's level 17. Like, you just don't have the damage output. And your Medusa still has to farm.
Yeah, they wanted that. Eternal Shroud had just finished on Timbersaw, and they had an amplified damage on the Primal Beast. So they were about, like, the Timbersaw was joining them. They were going to go look for a fight when actually it was delivered to them. Shadow Shaman just getting to, like, Blink initiate that to start off a nice series of events. And the gold lead is even, but I think that's pretty good considering you have such a greedy lineup on GHOSTIKLENOVO. I think Rest Farmers is about to start just picking up the tempo, and they are not ready to fight.
Really interesting here on the Timbersaw. He ends up deciding not to go BKB and backed for the Eternal Shroud, which, I mean, is a great item. Don't get me wrong. A lot of magic damage, of course, from the poofs as well as just the Kunkka, the Gyro. Like, there's tons this game, right? So, nice decision to go for that, but he has to go Kaya Sange, right? Okay, he buys it out. I was like, he has a Shiva's queued up. I was like, there's no way you don't finish it. Okay.
Maybe a little undecided, but it is a really good item for Timbersaw in general, and there's a lot of random crowd control like the roots, so the status resistance reduction is very nice. Crystal Maiden
with a
caught out in the mid.
Frostbite, Pog. No, she's dead. Very nice grab there. Smoke was used for this though, so would be nice if you can find something else. Sven does have an Aghanim Scepter completed now, so Superman is here. A Sketcher very close to completing his Eye of Scotty. So Sven's queued up the data list again. Do you need an MKB to deal with this Medusa, or is your plan let the rest of your team do it?
I think you deal with everyone else and then get over to the Medusa when she has no help. And at that point, you'll hit enough. You miss a couple, but I think it'll be okay. I don't think Medusa has enough damage against these, like, such tanky heroes. Especially if she runs into 4 of them on her own.
Ooh, Pablo kind of asleep there, unfortunately, as they go for the Hex a little bit too late, but Primal Beast just doing so much work, and in comes Shad. They get their eyes on the Kunkka. The damage on the backside, however, from Sketcher doing work, and it's just taking down 2. Hold up, a 2-for-2 trade, and Meepo wasn't even involved. He does get the Stormhammer off, though. Meepo, a dig onto all 4 of his clones. Here comes Xantic, goes back in, gets the uproar. The wards are trapping the Medusa for the moment. B4 on the run. He's trying to survive. He's almost gonna escape. Does he, though? The Timber Chain on it. He gets the execution, and now the Medusa saved for last year, bumped by Xantic, nowhere to go.
Medusa. Just left her there at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wrong
Sven
about the
can
Medusa
come
not
back,
having
right?
enough damage, but looks like it's still gonna be okay. They're gonna finish her off here. Man, that was a very close fight both ways. It did take the Shadow Shaman buyback to control the Medusa long enough to clean up the rest of the heroes, and now that she's the only one left. Oh, Kunkka's back, actually. It took so long.
Kunkka's back. Guardian Greaves
Maybe
as
they've
well.
overextended now.
Boat? Zibe? Torrent? Tidal Wave? He's dead. Okay, little bit of potentially underestimating the Medusa's tankiness, right? But also at the same time, I think they just might have misplayed that a little bit on their damage between the Prowl
I think
Beast
so
and the
too.
Timbersaw.
They split a little bit. Sven started on like Meepo and Batrider, while the others were fighting like Medusa and I think Gyro, and yeah, like consolidating so it's like one at a time, clean up each one faster. Would have been a bit better. Crystallis was also almost done before that fight, and we did see Shad got really close to killing Meepo like right off the bat, which one lucky crit could have finished. He does have it now, and in fact he'll have the entire Daedalus pretty soon. So I think you want to wait for that, then grab the next Roshan, and I think you'll still be in a good spot. But Medusa just showed like she is getting pretty scary. I was underestimating her too a little bit there.
Yeah, they need the Shivas on the Timbersaw. It's not great. Like the minus magic resistance is whatever. Like it doesn't really matter, but it is something to slow her down. Like she just walked away. Like just slowly walked away from these two heroes, which I feel like shouldn't happen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But we'll see. You know, the Medusa closing in on her own Daedalus after that engagement. She is super farmed. The Aegis #2 will be going the way of the Dire. So that was a fast Roche, I feel like.
Yeah, she got cheese. This is like 2 lives on both heroes. 2 lives for Meepo, 2 lives for a Medusa, where the mana is so powerful. Actually, she gave it away. She doesn't feel like she needs it. Never mind.
They need to be very
Wave
careful
on a
here.
Tansy? Good 4-step,
attempt
keeping
there.
him alive.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ooh, Sven has Defiant Shell. That could be really big.
Yeah. What if like a Meepo, like he stuns up one, and it's like really low, but
Yeah.
like another Meepo hits him, he just cleaves back out of the way. Frostbite will hold the Batrider in place. Here comes Shad. He's looking for an opening, but a great call down to zone out the whole backside. And Xantic does manage to get on top of Lupsy. They've just deleted the bat.
God.
They get the Kunkka as well, and Medusa, she's already ulted. Pulverize is available, and here we go. Again, can they kill the rest of the heroes? Can they kill Sketcher? They're going to go one by one. Leave this Medusa for last as Meepo's found the Shadow Shaman. This Medusa Illusion's doing quite a bit of work. Great Earth Binds. Hanskin does have the Crystal Clone. He does have a Freezing Field as well, as now the Medusa needs to be careful. The Sven's managed to find her onto the backside, and he's got the damage, but can he get away? He's just walking, but Zibe will finally be able to stay on top of him. They've got no help coming through, and the Medusa goes down. So a big win here for the Radiant.
We see there a little bit more about... There was a much better focus. Primal Beast caused chaos, and Sven just went from one hero to the next, cleaned them out, and Medusa just wasn't really able to get the damage in that time, especially because every time he's stunning, he's just disappearing. She can't even hit the Sven. And then, yeah, just huge crits with that Daedalus allowed him to clean up that Kunkka right off the bat. I don't think Kunkka got any of his stuff off.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He got, he was mostly full duration shackled until like the ult for the Medusa, I think eventually canceled it, but yeah, this Sven just crushed him.
Dire's top tower
And
is
at that
under
point,
attack.
you know, if Sven's still alive and in the fight when the Medusa is alone, they will eventually kill her, so. Bottom lane, Zibe looking to get an initiation here onto B4. Xantic wants to come through, but a nice disperser for the moment will get him to safety.
It's a little awkward that they lost the Aegis. Or, sorry, Rest Farmers. They wanted that second Aegis. So they kind of have to deal with that before they can push, if they want to push. I don't think they want to keep playing a farm game. Crystal Man going to get lassoed up here and deleted by Meepo coming in.
Honestly,
Everyone else
a
would be able to
really
get
good
away.
grab. She's a big part of their team fights.
Yeah, you
And
can't
Xantic,
underestimate that freezing field.
He's going to get pulled. Well, not if you use the X after the tidal wave.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have to commit BKB there, actually, but yeah, you take that as his Danzig. Never saw being chased by Meepo. As most of the Earthbind's
Radiant's
used, he
middle
should be
tower
okay
is under
in a
attack.
second once he has his blink.
He doesn't get the
Ooh,
blink
actually.
off. Well, Zibe, he needs help. I don't know if he's gonna get it. They're chasing across the map from mid. He's able to just keep timber chaining from side to side. He's somehow keeping himself alive, but look at that. They get the Kunkka. Timber Saw? Dude, is he actually just gonna kill Gyro? There's no way, right? Mega Meepo?
Spot enough time that Shad's on the way. God Strength still active.
It's Antic's gonna find him, right? Oh, what an Earthbind, but a
Earthbind.
quick Dispel into a Pulverize. They're gonna see the whole backline, and here comes Sven. He's looking for Nightmare, and okay, that's more than enough. Meepo will toss his own clone in to try and save the Medusa, but you've got nothing left. The Sven is way too big. That will be the Aegis. They saw it drop on the backside. They're trying to find the real one, and guess what? Shad's found it. Another stun coming through. The freeze of this Crystal Maiden are more than enough. 5 heroes dead. As you last picked this Meepo, thinking, oh, you know, it'll be fine. Not against a Sven. Not against a Timber Saw. Not against a Primal Beast. There are too many answers.
They're gonna work on the high ground now. You do have buyback on Meepo. It feels pretty bad to have to use. They got one
You have
fortify.
nothing left, though, do you?
Have another after this. Oh no, Kunkka. Oh,
Oh, yeah,
X
okay.
bringing him
He's
back.
fine.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Well, with that, you can fort here for another moment, but Medusa's buyback being on cooldown, it's gonna die. Your other lanes are protected for the moment by some tier 2s. Backdoor protection is gonna expire. A wave coming in at this last second. Shadow Shaman dropping wards on mid just to hurry up this process, get this tier 2 tower in the mid, expose that lane. I don't think they're gonna go for the high ground right now, but they are in full control of the map now, an 11,000 gold advantage. The Blade Mail returning so much damage on over to Lupsy. He's just like, bro, can you stop, please?
Yeah, they even force-staffed him to extend the missile duration. That's some next level bullying.
It's like when Bloodseekers like rupture a very tanky hero like Centaur and a Blade Mail.
Hey, yeah,
stampedes,
you
and
just-
he's like, what are you gonna do, huh?
Yeah, yeah. All right, Sven is going to go for a Swift Blink. I quite like this a lot. You don't want to waste any time. You just want to be able to hit as much as possible during BKB God Strength. So he'll start by Swift Blinking in, and then as people try to disengage away from him, he'll follow them with Stormhammer. And he'll just be able to attack constantly.
All right, they finish up their Tormentors, so they aren't gonna, like, GHOSTIKLENOVO kind of know where they are now, which is, I mean, unfortunate for them because they had just smoked into the bottom side of the map and they're not gonna find anything. Maybe they can set up some vision here to work with, like, so they have some good wards. Looking for the mid lane here. Nightmare could go for a lasso, but I don't know if Primal Beast is the target. This dude just finished a heart. He has 4,900 HP and a shield rune to boot. Yeah, good luck.
Under attack.
He's
This guy is
the
invincible. He could 5v1, literally, go 5v1 into the enemy team right now and probably not die. Medusa gets X'd though. The shackle from the other continent, but Nightmare goes in to try and break it. Might regret that as Shad
Double
just
stun.
follows it up. Goodbye. They will pop the cheese there on the Kunkka to give themselves some space. Torrent Storm as well as the Stone Gaze. They are throwing everything to get out of here. That being said, there's a Primal Beast not that far away, and Zibe is not done chasing. We'll go ahead and throw that just
Stone
first
throw.
over. We'll buy him some space. The Rock
Double
Throw
stun.
connects on to 2. B4 will get out.
Okay, it didn't lead
Lupsy
to
will
anything.
TP. Kunkka's out. All right.
Very long Roche spawn, which is probably good for GHOSTIKLENOVO here. Yeah, it's getting tough to see what they can do. Medusa is still... She's still kind of like growing in strength, but... I don't know, her teammates are being killed is the thing. Like, if she was allowed to just sit and auto-attack, maybe we get there. But her teammates are being killed around her, and then she's being focused by so many heroes. So she's not really getting to actually just DPS.
I think you 100% just ignore the Medusa. I don't think you care about this hero. Like, Xantic, as well as Zibe, can just dive the backline, find anything, and then Sven gets the green light to Stormhammer whichever hero he wants, right? Like, two incredibly tanky heroes, and not nearly enough damage to deal with them.
Yeah, and Timbershaw's going to work on a Yules into a Wind Waker. That's going to put an end to some of these X mark shenanigans where you try to like push out waves safely. If you get Yules as X ends, you'll just drop in the same spot and then you'll just be instantly killed. So I really like that pickup. It'll also be a great save for his teammates in case, I mean, you can always throw, right? If someone gets caught out, gets deleted. Meepo, even when behind, just the nature of Meepo, he can kill an individual hero very quickly if he's allowed to attack. So I like that save, just like being able to buy some time for whatever that hero is to get away.
Sven just hit his 25 talent after picking up the Wisdom Rune, so the God Strength is even stronger. So we've been seeing him hit for a lot of damage already this game, like two-shotting even like the Kunkka, right? The last fight, he hit him once and he had to immediately pop cheese. So it's getting scary, I'll be honest. Pablo just gonna wait for Roshan. He's like, guys, it'll spawn eventually. I'll keep my eyes on it.
This will be Ags too, right? So who still needs an Ags?
I mean,
and
Shaman,
are we just giving it away to someone? Shaman Ags is
Honestly,
good. Okay, what
wait a minute,
about Crystal Maiden?
She has the boots of bearing.
Because she has the disarm. So you could Crystal clone into Freezing Field.
And
I mean, that'd be pretty
bearing,
sick.
dude.
Yeah, so you can just chase and like root again. I mean, I'm up for it.
I think
Support's
absolutely.
fighting over it. I deserve it.
I like what Shad's done here. He's locked his Aghanim Scepter. He's like, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna consume this, obviously, but we're gonna wait for Roshan before I do that, so... Wants to make sure he's at least getting the stat benefit of this Aghanim Scepter before he has to get rid of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe double Chakram. Oh, no, sorry. It changed. I forgot.
That's just
it's
the
the reactive
25
armor.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, which... Yeah, forget that. Let's go Frostbite. Mega Frostbite ult.
Dude, I think it would be pretty good. Like, the Freezing Field is a ridiculous amount of damage, especially when you're playing against something like the Meepo.
Yeah.
And if you're against the Medusa,
Even Medusa and
like
her
Stone
illusions.
Gaze, yeah, like,
Yeah.
you just boots a bearing and, like, run while, like, facing a different way, right? Like, you're just like, oh, what are you gonna do, you know? I'm not staring at you, but I'm still on top of you.
Yeah, I think it'll be really good. Yeah, they start to work on the... Oh, Crystal Maiden, you gotta get over there quick. Pablo's gonna take it. You gotta be here. You gotta right-click him. You gotta win the war. I mean, Serpent Wards with the Ags is pretty strong, but I think you just... Zibe, no, think of the Crystal Maiden.
No! All right, I mean... So, remember I was saying
Classic
earlier how you have,
cores.
like, two incredibly tanky cores? You have an even tankier one now. So, reactive armor, obviously, it's dispellable, but you're not seeing a nullifier come out from any of these heroes.
That's true,
I
yeah.
don't think they have a Yules either, right? Like, no one has Yules. So, it's pretty good.
Radiant are
Not
scanning.
nearly as cool. Oh, there is a disperser, I guess. But, it's not nearly as cool as the Crystal Maiden ult. Maybe this game will drag on long enough. And then Primal Beast will take it and be like, no, I'm gonna consume this, get my money back.
I like that Shad also manages to find a Ninja Gear, so he is just running around the map, smoke, trying to find an opening. I will say, GHOSTIKLENOVO is doing a really good job at dodging at the moment, right? Like, they pushed bottom and super far while this Roche fight was, or the Roche, was happening. And then they kind of disengage, they go top, Kunkka. He is in some trouble. His X is going to be immediately countered as Sven as well as Zibe were just sitting there waiting. And Xantic snipes him with the rock throw. He's like, don't worry, guys, I got him.
There's some Ags lab going on. One shot by the rock at the end.
Don't remind me. they're doing a decent job trying to cut lanes. Nightmare, he's going to get seen, though, and Crystal Maiden will easily root him up. In comes the Sven, the Pulverize as well. No big problem. I mean, Kunkka actually doesn't have buyback for, 46 seconds. He's dead.
Yeah, they have to do this kind of stuff. I mean, you're not winning these direct fights, so you really just got to drag it out as much as possible by creep cutting, and maybe you force a mistake where they split up on the enemy team and you're able to start getting some kills. But they're being very disciplined about it. They're not splitting up too much, and we're now at the high ground. But Sven's actually not there, as I was just saying about being disciplined. They do have some kills, so it's kind of okay for now.
That's actually something that's kind of neat about the Medusa versus Primal Beast. Once you have Shard and your Ags, if you don't break him, the Cold-Blooded instantly cancels Pulverize. Dude, Meepo has just been cutting multiple waves constantly, and they actually are just unable to go high ground. He's wasting so much of their time. You need to get some wards on the Twin Gate. I think it's the only way it works.
Yeah, funny enough, like, their vision is, rather than where they're going to fight, it's just, like, making sure no one's cutting their wave. I think they'll win a fight, even without vision. So, I think if you use the Observers to find Meepo and, like, these Bat Riders, Kunkka doing all this kind of stuff.
Well, Sven has the money for his Swift Blink if he wants it. Which I imagine he does. Very good item.
I think you should save buyback still.
Is this Swift Blink a little bit surprising to you? Hex does catch the Medusa, but the Wizard will pick it up. Shad just pops the ult, and here comes Mega Meepo. He has to be very careful. He's running. That first Aegis gets spent, and Shad, I mean, he used his whole kit. In comes the Primal Beast doing what he can. They need to get more out of this, and here's the freezing field from Hanskin. It's just shredding through them. They finally get to cancel it, but Shad, as well as this Primal Beast, as well as Zibe, are doing so much work. Meepo is still alive, though. Pablo on the run. They finally managed to take down the Kunkka. They get another. They're trying to just shred through these backside sketch. Were forced out completely, but it's now Sven versus this Meepo. He gets the TP out. It's Xantic trying to rejoin the fight, but in towards the base. Timbersaw will finish off the Bat Rider, and that is a dieback. The immortal heroes that are Timbersaw and Primal Beast. What do you do? Now Medusa in trouble, actually. The Pulverize is there. He's got the damage. He's trying to hobble away, but she cannot. Buyback is out, but the Meepo, he gets the dig off just in time. Regenning a little bit, but it's not going to be enough.
Man, that was a really bad start, too, and they still won that fight. I mean, that just kind of shows the lead they have. That was as good of a fight, the start of it, that GHOSTIKLENOVO could have asked for. Okay, maybe dying in front of the fountain's not the play.
Yeah, that is, Xantic maybe trolling a little bit, as he was like, haha, you guys lost, but ends up feeding, what is that, like 2,200 gold? Something like that. Yeah, 2,200 gold away off that death. 1,400 of it going to the Meepo. That being said, it was a
Meepo's
costly
buyback refunded.
Yeah, true, yeah.
But it is the buyback. They probably could have gotten more out of that if that had not just happened. But I guess they broke open the base and got buyback. So now you just need, like, who bought back? Is everyone's on cooldown? Kunkka has his, but not the money.
Rider. Yeah, Medusa.
Gyro has his, but not the money. So actually, no one has buyback. You could literally kill anyone.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Pablo is going for the BKB, which I think is really smart. He's realizing he can't shackle the Medusa right now, which is really annoying for him. He just keeps getting procced from the Cold-Blooded. Once he has BKB, he just BKB shackles the Medusa, and she's held in place for an eternity.
Yeah, it's also really hard versus the Tide water park. Or sorry, the Kunkka's water park.
Pablo, run! All right, he makes it out.
Solo
And Medusa
kill
does damage.
All right, she's got the Divine queued up. After the BKB, she kind of recognizes the state of the game. Let's see if Sven will do the Revenant's Brooch. Looks like he's just going for a refresher so he can make sure to have 2 God Strength. That fight was a little close since he got caught out at the start. Didn't have God Strength after he respawned, but with that refresher, he'll definitely have it.
They're smoked up, heading to the mid lane. It's gonna pump. The Gyrocopter ends up kind of revealing himself there with the Stormcrafter. That will be a nice pickup. One of the only heroes, though, with the buyback available. So, not the best kill, but you will definitely take it.
Yeah, they're looking for more. They might still be able to find someone else. Although if Zibe separates, maybe he's the one who's getting caught.
I don't know if this guy
All
can die,
right,
man.
never mind. They're just going to get out. They don't know that they split up like that. Otherwise, maybe Meepo and Kunkka can kill him on his own.
Radiant are scanning.
It's pretty tough, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Radiant
his
It's
double
tough for all of
chakra,
them.
And if he gets the reactive armor off next to all the Meepos, the shield is regenning, I think, like 2,000 health a second or something. So,
If he's got Disperser, he can remove that, though, I think, right?
maybe actually. Disperser might be able to dispel it, because it is a basic dispel.
There's only one.
Illusion. Man, I'm just waiting for the amplify damage. Drop it on Shad. I want to see him one-shot people.
Looks like it would be about almost like with a full Meepo and some other heroes, he gets like 1,000 health a second on the reactive armor active, so pretty good.
Pablo gonna find Meepo? Or did Meepo find Pablo?
I mean, he's got the bots too just in time. No way. He's going to be forced to pop the Mega Meepo and the Dig. The team coming through. It's going to be the Medusa with the Stone Gaze, but there's the Sven on the backside. He chops through one. Can they bring him down? Yules will buy him a little bit of space as Zibe will chop down more. They want this Meepo bad, but Shaddy pops the Satanic, trying to finish off this hero. The Stormhammer back the other way. The Medusa holding the ground, but in comes the Primal Beast. Shad just seemingly too damn strong. The Meepo will die back. Shad will get away for now, and it's just this Medusa you have to worry about. The stuns come through, the freezing field from Hanskin, but the damage from Lupsy, they've done it, but no. They did the impossible. They brought down the Sven, but a costly one. As again, you can't kill a Xantic or Zibe. It's just not possible.
That was honestly a pretty good fight if you consider the fact that they're 30k behind. Like, they almost did it. They're gonna buy the Meteor Hammer to speed this up because their best tower taker is the one that died. He buys back. He's here now.
That is it.
GG.
Dude.
Well played.
I think that might be the first Meteor Hammer purchase of the entire patch.
Surely someone must have done it. Someone's got to have
No
built
way.
it.
That item
No?
is so garbage, dude.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I can't think of who would have done it. Maybe
Congratulations
someone
to
else
Rest
who
Farmers.
also has won the game.
Yeah. Very fun and exciting game 3, right? We see the Medusa come out again for GHOSTIKLENOVO. They finally get to play their Meepo, but you picked this Meepo into some incredible counters, and he played well. It just wasn't enough, right? The Sven is just too simple, too straightforward in terms of what it's going to offer the team, and there's just nothing for this Primal Beast or Timbersaw. They were just unkillable this game.
Yeah, there was like the laning stage wasn't terrible, but I think you kind of see the risk of running a Meepo with a Medusa. You're taking out a lot of that playmaking potential. So even though the game was still relatively close at that point, the team that has the Timbersaw and the Primal Beast and the Sven who can make plays as well, right? They get to kind of keep an eye on the map. Hey, they have a lot of greedy farmers. Okay, here's the guy we can kill. You kill that guy, right? He wants to farm. What's his alternative? He can't like, oh, I can't farm. I can fight? No, I can't fight. I'm a Medusa. I'm a Meepo. I got to farm, right? So good on Rest farmers to kind of put that pressure on them. It was still a little bit close, but once Sven hit that timing, it just started to get a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you know, Sven still seems like one of the strongest carries of the patch, and again, one of the better heroes that you can pick into a Medusa, just because he is just raw damage, and that is it's either A, burn her mana, or B, just do enough damage to where she dies. And it worked. So we'll see Rest Farmers move on here. So a very nice win from them. As we'll probably take a look at the bracket here in a second. There we go. So Rest Farmers will move on to play against Ninja Penguins in the lower bracket. And I believe that series is going to be happening on the B stream. And just, is it? Or is it over?
I think
that one's
it's tomorrow.
Okay, so that one is tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to cover Entity. Yeah, Entity versus MOUZ is going to be next. Whoever wins there will qualify. Whoever loses is not out. They'll drop down to the lower bracket. And then tomorrow, we will watch Ninja Penguins Rest Farmers. Whoever wins there will go play the loser of Entity MOUZ. And the winner there also qualifies.
Right. Yeah, ignore me. I'm there's been a lot of games. And I can't read.
There's been a lot. There's a lot of games. Reading is hard for the Dota players.
Entity MOUZ should be really good, though. I mean, this series looks exciting. Entity obviously having some experimental game ones in their series for the most part, but MOUZ has just been dominating. They are 2-0ing every single team. They 2-0'd to GHOSTIKLENOVO, then Ninja Penguins, and all 4 of their games were stomps, like 30 minutes or less. So they are looking incredibly strong. I'm very excited to see how they do in their series against Entity. So we will be going to a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with that upper bracket finals. The first team to qualify will be decided here for the Elite League Western European qualifiers. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Stay tuned.
Fingers crossed for Monkey King support.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the Elite League, brought to you by ESB and Fissure. Of course, we are getting ready to go into our final series of the day. It is the upper bracket finals of these qualifiers. It will be Entity taking on the side of MOUZ. And boy, I mean, both these teams have looked really good. Entity doing some weird stuff this tournament, I'll be honest, but they have made it through each of their series nonetheless. So we'll see if that continues the trend. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. Zach, talk to me, man. What do you want to see in this series?
You know what I want to see. I want to see that Monkey King support. If we're following the pattern here, Entity will do some weird game 1 draft, and we'll scratch our heads a little bit. It won't work out. They'll whip out the Monkey King support game 2, get their momentum back, and then game 3 has seemed to go very cleanly from there for them. So MOUZ, take advantage of that game 1 weird draft maybe, and then ban the Monkey King, break the script. Easy win. We'll see.
Yeah, we will definitely see. I mean, you and I actually haven't had a chance to watch MOUZ so far in this tournament, so it'll be cool to kind of see how they're playing, as we are very familiar with Entity at this point. Watson, No One, DM, Katomi, as well as Fishman. Katomi's Monkey King support has absolutely mind flayed every team they have played it against. I would be shocked if it makes it through this series at all. If MOUZ has done their research, they know. Don't let him pick the Monkey King. And here we are, their opponents, MOUZ. You want to introduce these guys for me, Zach?
Oh, yeah. I think it's Ulnit. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's an I or an L. I'm not familiar with this player. But besides that, we have Supreme, Force, Narman, Gangan. You'll recognize many of these names from like the DPC season, now coming together on MOUZ, and it's been going really well so far.
Yeah, Supreme has had a pretty solid background, also from Into the Breach, if I'm not mistaken. So there was like a couple different teams that we've seen that like Into the Breach players have kind of spread a route onto. Force, I think, previously played for Tickles, if I'm not mistaken. Team Tickles. I'd have to double check. But yeah, I will say, I just call him Unit. I don't know if it's supposed to be Ulnit.
Makes sense to me.
I just call him Unit. It's just so much easier. Previously, the Team Tickles carry player as well. So kind of like Team Tickles getting picked up by MOUZ with a couple additions, it seems like. And they're having a lot of success. I mean, Team Tickles, I think, had shocked a lot of teams in the previous DPC, and a lot of their players got poached, they reformed, and then kind of did it again. I don't know what it is. Like, that's like the hyperbolic time chamber of a team, where it's like these players get like their first shot and then just start owning.
It's the tickling.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, we'll see if it works out here. Like you said, they've been doing well. I'm excited to see what it is. I was taking a look at some of their drafts earlier. I know they played Broodmother once, so they got that dirty cheese in them. They're willing to do that. That's always fun for a team to have those options. It just keeps you on the toes. In the last game, we saw Meepo come out, which is another great cheese to have, but unfortunately, that one has been nerfed a bit and just didn't quite work out in that game. But I always like seeing it.
Yeah, I do too. I think it is very fun. I also want to point out that this team is running a core Omni Knight actually quite often, I believe, from the off lane, and it has been owning. So I am very interested to see if they are going to be able to get it, because I would like to see it firsthand. We'll see if Entity has an idea for dealing with it, but all of that will now be decided as we have a draft ready to go. So let's jump in. It's MOUZ versus Entity, game 1 of the upper bracket finals. And honestly,
10 seconds remaining.
I just want to see some cool picks more than anything.
5 seconds remaining.
Definitely. Shadow Demon, first phased ban here. I believe MOUZ has been picking it a decent amount. Actually, Entity's played a little bit too. Just a really strong hero right now. I imagine MOUZ will definitely want to ban out DK. Entity would be happy to grab that for themselves. Unless they want that Monkey King, you know? Ah, damn. Centaur banned out. We've seen DM have great performances on that hero. It just seems very consistent in many of the lanes you might play into. So just taking it out. Timbersaw, another really popular offlaner. These Monkey King maybe a little weird, but the others, these are more the standard bans we might have been expecting going into this.
Yeah, 100%. I will say there
Radiant
are
team
some very
ban.
interesting picks for both the teams still that I would like to see. There's the Dragon Knight ban. Having first pick for Entity, I'd imagine Chen is the next one. I would be
Entities
shocked.
turn to
Yeah, okay.
ban.
They do not let the Chen through. They will not make that mistake, which was made earlier. And boy, did Entity just steamroll them with the Chen draft. So Tiny will be the last ban.
Radiant
Entity
team
have the options of like Bat Rider, and they will do exactly that.
See, Enigma is still in the pool, which MOUZ has been playing. They could grab that for themselves if they want. Venge, another support response to Bat Rider. We were talking a little bit about that on the last series. Just a way to
10 seconds
cancel
remaining.
the lasso is very nice to have. But Venge has been dropping off since she got her nerf.
I honestly would not be surprised if they want to go for something like the Enigma. You'd have to be a little bit careful because the Rubik is always an option, and it would feel pretty bad to like ban the Rubik at the beginning of phase 2. But okay, interesting. Alesh, not a hero we see picked up all that often very early in the draft, but maybe MOUZ flex this. That could be something that maybe they want to move between the different hero or the different roles. I know they've played it in 3 of their 4 games in this
10
tournament,
seconds
so
remaining.
Yeah, it's a good... I think the stocks have been going up. People thought after it got nerfed, oh, he's dead, Bloodstone buffed. It was undecided. Some people couldn't tell if that was enough or not, but it seems to be working. It seems to have been enough mana for Leshrac, even though he can't steal it anymore while doing damage from the Bloodstone. Just the passive 3 mana regen is pretty nice. The build's better, as well as the AoE on all of his abilities, or, you know, the AoE ones. Increasing has made him pretty terrifying to play into. And like you said, you could flex it into the support role.
yeah, I think it will probably be mid. If I'm not mistaken, it's just been Supreme
10
just
seconds
having a free
remaining.
time mid lane on this, so I would guess that's where it's
5
going to be.
seconds remaining.
And the real question is, are they going to back it up with something, right? Because anytime you see the Lesh, like, you would like to be able to have some sort of a save. Your Shadow Demon's already removed, but the Omni Knight that they do play is kind of a neat little option as well.
It feels weird having to ban out an Omni Knight, even though you know the enemy team might want it. It's so different from everything else that's been going on.
Radiant team
These
ban.
picks and bans look way more straightforward, or at least the bans do. Like, these are all meta bans, to be honest, except for the Monkey King. But like everything else, you're like, all right, Sven and the Slark now as a response because you have the Bat Rider. Perfect, makes sense. You don't want those heroes into the Bat Rider lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden an option for MOUZ, as
5
they could
seconds
easily
remaining.
run that into the bat lane. It seems to have had a lot of success.
And the mana for Leshrac also really nice.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, they do ban the Rubik. Oh boy, here comes the Enigma. It's coming.
Got their choice. Enigma, CM, Magnus, maybe, if they want to do that.
I mean,
It's
if
something
you
that
don't pick
Rubik's
the
good
Enigma
against.
here, yeah, if you don't pick the Enigma
seconds
here, I
remaining.
feel like Entity are just going to take it for themselves.
5 seconds remaining.
I do think they play it too, so
You could just gyro, though, immediately if you see the Enigma.
that's true. Maybe that's part of their plan.
Okay, we're going to see a support pick, I think. And then we'll see what Entity respond with before they look for like the potential of an Enigma or Magnus.
I guess the issue with picking CM is that Leshrac 5 can work.
Whoa.
Okay, never mind. They're going to go for Bane. I did see they played it themselves, and it is a little bit of a steal pick from Entity. So that's kind
Especially
of
with
cool.
the Rubik.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that Rubik missing, Entity have picked it. They've banned Rubik
10
previously and
seconds
picked the
remaining.
Bane for themselves, or if they've seen the Rubik like not as a potential, if they've seen the double
5
support, they
seconds
pick the Bane.
remaining.
And so this is kind of a cool option here for MOUZ. Like, that's a really, really neat draft adaptation.
I gotta say, I wonder if Nightmare is going to be too much of a pain to use, though, with a Leshrac who has a lot of uncontrollable damage going around. Gonna wake up these nightmare targets.
Entities turn to pick.
Wow,
Radiant
Watson's
Support
right
TV.
away.
Are we here? Ooh, and the preemptive protection with the Brewmaster as well.
You know what? You're right. That actually might just be the support TB. Great way to save someone that's getting Fiend Script, right? But it could eventually be. It could
10
actually be the
seconds
carry. It's a little bit
remaining.
hard to say.
Flex
5
value.
seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Well, now it's definitely a support TB. So that's a very cool pick here from MOUZ, as synergizes incredibly well with the Leshrac, of course. But also, you're kind of calling the bluff on Entity here, being like, I dare you
10
run this
seconds
Terrorblade
remaining.
as a core for Watson, right? Like, oh, you were trying to be cheeky with the TB
5
flex?
seconds
Yeah, not
remaining.
anymore.
It would be pretty rough. The Ion Shell Leshrac running at people real early, that could be scary. Could you run something like Lifestealer?
Entities.
I mean, I know that's a
Banned,
little scary in
isn't it?
Tip-Bane.
Oh, it's not.
Lifestealer? I think
Nah,
Lifestealer's in
I
here.
thought it was, but it's not, yeah.
You have an Earthshaker too. That's a good pairing with Darkseer usually.
Yeah. Also, good lockdown for the Brewmaster. I think that's one of the things that they were looking for, is to try and find something that
10
can
seconds
prevent these
remaining.
brew splits from happening.
5 seconds.
Interesting
remaining.
option. Yeah, if you're looking for a carry here, you need to come up with something that can survive the Darkseer lane. Gyrocopter has been incredibly successful at doing that. So the question is, do you want to run Gyro in this lane?
Who else is an option? You don't want to give too good of an illusion if you get copied by the wall. Maybe you could take Wind Ranger?
Entities turn to ban.
Okay. That's a
Morphling.
cool one. Because you always have the option of stealing the Enchant Totem eventually if you go for the Aghanim Scepter, but it's not like you build that early. It's kind of just a nice bonus eventually.
Yeah, it's a little scary with the
10
Darkseer,
seconds
but I guess you also...
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder... I'm a little scared of Leshrac just running at him. I feel like one of the things Morphling is weak against is really tempo lineups, which Leshrac Darkseer kind of starts that for you. I guess you have Super Lane Dominator Terrorblade on your team to maybe make you some space.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to,
Team
but
ban.
I don't know if I trust a Terrorblade to make space against a Darkseer Earthshaker, if I'm honest. That seems really sad.
Tell you what, you get to copy the hell out of Darkseer's auras with that reflection.
I mean, that's true. I'm more mean the
Value.
lane. I feel like the lane is going to be
Yeah,
miserable.
the lane's scary. Lane's scary. I mean, you could run Batrider 5 in that
5
lane
seconds
instead.
remaining.
Yeah, maybe you could do that. Get rid of the Faceless Void
Radiant
here.
team
Get
ban.
rid of Invoker. Trying to think what else a Leshrac might struggle with here in the mid lane, is that's obviously what we're going to be seeing from Entity here. No one's hero. It could just be the Kunkka, honestly. The hero has looked very strong. It's a little bit annoying as
Entities
well.
turn to
Yeah, so they get
ban.
rid of the Kunkka.
Crazy pick. Let's go Sniper. Ho ho ha ha.
Hear me out, dude. Huerta. It's a very good Huerta game.
For
Ten
MOUZ?
For
seconds
MOUZ.
remaining.
Yeah, for MOUZ, it's a very good Huerta game.
5
I don't know if
I'm
they're
up
going
for
to do
that,
it,
actually.
but
I'm up for it. But yeah, it's up to them. It's definitely out of the meta, but the Pierce the Veil, extremely good versus Morphling, Terrorblade. The Silence, very annoying for Brewmaster. If you get clipped by a Silence while trying to
Radiant
ult,
team pick.
you just be killed in that time.
yeah. You put like the calling on yourself as well when you're like sieging, so that Batrider can't like blink lasso you. It's very annoying. They will go ahead and get the puck here, which, I mean, seems to be one of just the fallback mids. Like, this hero's always seems to be
10
viable,
seconds
almost
remaining.
despite the game, just because Tiny and Dragonite are always banned.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
MOUZ have some time here to think about what they want to do with this last pick. Anti-Mage looks pretty sick as well, actually, now that I look at this draft.
Terrorblade would have a good time in that lane, though.
Who would?
If they go anti-mage and then you run Terrorblade into that lane,
Ooh,
you
that
could
is
reflect
true.
that anti-mage.
Yeah, I'm curious. Does that actually, is that strong enough to warrant not picking an AM here?
Strong enough? I don't know. Otherwise, it is like pretty solid. There's not a lot of lockdown.
Choose your hero.
Ooh, okay,
So
going
go
for
for
the PA. That's excellent for high armor Terrorblade for the laning stage. Looks like it is going to be a position 5 Terrorblade, actually. And they'll run position 4 Bat Rider.
Yeah, I think you need the Bat Rider and the Beast in the Brewmaster lane, because you need someone to trigger Cinder Brew, and
yeah.
that's going to be the Flame Break, like, really easily. So I like it. Mid lane will be Supreme once again on this Lesh versus no one's Puck, and honestly, I'm excited for this series. Like, MOUZ, we haven't had a chance to watch them, but they have absolutely stomped their way to get to this point. Entity, on the other hand, has had some very bizarre, weird game 1 drafts. This one looks very straightforward. This is like a classic Entity draft, except for maybe the Terrorblade support, but DM on his Brewmaster, no one on Puck, Watson Morphling, Katomi on a Bat Rider. So the Terrorblade's only like a little bit shaky thing. We'll have to see, but I like this. I think it's going to be a really cool game.
I think so, too. I'm wondering if we'll see another Conda Revenant's Brooch on PA. That's a great way to bypass the high armor of Morphling, and just seems to be a fairly viable late game option for some of these carries that we've seen as some of these games go late. Just converting all your damage to magic. it's pretty effective.
I mean, think about it versus like the support Terrorblade as well. Like, I mean, granted, TB's not going to have a ton of items and he's going to be fairly low HP, but this hero only has armor, and like a casual dagger onto a TB support who maybe is walking around with like 1500 HP. Like, it might just kill you. So we'll see what happens. As we are going to go ahead and jump into our final series of the day, Entity versus MOUZ here, game number 1. And honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards the MOUZ draft here.
Prepare for battle.
I think it's the
Time.
lineup that seems a little more straightforward, but I'm kind of up for this Brewmaster Bat Rider lane, kind of wrecking the PA, and then Morphling is, I think he'll get through the laning stage.
This
like
Bane,
fine against the Darkseer.
he should live here, right? I don't think you can actually die for more. And speaking of which, a blood grenade out the other way. Here comes Supreme, the Puck falling incredibly low, still slowed up. One more auto attack from the Lesh. Oh boy, and your Fishman support TB. More like fish food, baby.
All right, so I like the MOUZ draft a little more now that they've picked up 2 kills. That's it's changed my perspective on the game. I mean, we saw this the other day where, by the other day, I mean earlier today, a 3-0 start for one team just made the game super easy, right? 2-0, especially a first blood for Supreme versus the enemy mid laner, that kind of thing
The battle
changes these matchups
begins.
a lot.
I mean, they managed to get 2 runes, but I don't know if they misclicked on placing a ward on this bottom side here to try and get more vision of the Bane, but they placed a ward just like in the small camp, and the Bane checking for the high ground with a sentry is like, oh, I found the ward as well. So they get the 2 kills. The first blood going to the Lesh, of course, who buys out the magic stick and is still only a couple hundred gold away from a bottle now.
Yeah, great start for Lesh. No one's still a great mid laner, so we'll see if how he does here. This was their pick into the Leshrac, so as you pick up Phase Shift, you can dodge out a lot of the spells from Leshrac. So maybe you can still get by this like early lane, even though you are down a few hundred gold just right off the bat.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay for the most part. Top lane is the one I'm most interested in, just because it is this Terrorblade support, 9 armor Giga Chad versus an Earthshaker Darkseer, which are just gonna have mostly magic damage. And once Earthshaker gets to, you know, more like you eventually just max Aftershock, I believe, on this hero, right? It's either max Aftershock or max Fissure, but that's not gonna be fun for the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think Aftershock is a little more common, but some players like Fissure. Last I checked. So
yeah,
I guess
depends
we'll see
on how
what
you want to farm and if you want to go for the shard, right?
Yeah, we'll see what Narman likes.
But he's just being annoying, trying to prevent the pulls here. There's going to be a nice Fissure. Oh, the vacuum! That is a costly mistake. I mean, Fishman would have been literally trapped between 2 tanky boys in a Fissure. So, unlucky there for the Darkseer, as he's going to keep spamming the Reflection. Literally a free spell in terms of the mana cost.
Yeah, super cheap. I think they'll probably nerf that.
Yeah, I think. Ooh, what's going on the side here? No, Narman's pulling. I was gonna say, I think with like your innate mana regen, you only spend like 5 mana or something when you cast the ability.
Mm-hmm.
Which, kind of weird.
Kind of good, I think you mean. Everyone play Terrorblade support.
Yeah, I
Now,
mean,
you definitely need a
that's
draft to
selling
make it work. You need people who will initiate for you and stuff, because you don't offer any of that. But this time he does. He has the Puck, the Bat Rider, a Brewmaster to cause chaos, and he just gets to like spam out Reflection and Sunder Save.
They're looking for no one. Oh, on the other side of the Fissure. Unfortunate, but Supreme is just doing quite well in this mid lane. 16-1. The Bounty Rune will get taken away, of course, by the Earthshaker, so Puck will not be able to rely on that for a bottle refill. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Okay, they were trying to get aggressive here onto this Phantom Assassin, but the Bane able to just kind of put his body between them.
Are fortified.
Who got the Lotus? I think it's already been chewed up, so I'm not sure.
Bat Rider has it in the bottom lane.
does?
Looks like Darkseer has a top lane. No one really being put under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah.
What?
Go for it. Do it.
Yeah, I think it's too hard, but he's going to force no one to commit to leaving.
Yeah. Well, that being said, Force gets a solo kill onto Fishman. During all of this, the Terrorblade was like slowly chasing after this Darkseer who was lane pulling, had meta up and everything, and he was like, "Yeah, I can trade, get aggressive," but he eventually just ate 2 Ion Shells and was like, "Wait a minute, I can't kill these."
I cannot do this. But we'll call that space, because Watson, as he's starting to pick up more levels and he's got the damage, he's just starting to deny and secure last hits in his lane. This is like the weakness of Darkseer. Many pros are pretty good at last hitting and denying around the Ion Shell.
Yeah. Bottom lane, looking for the Bane here. He does have a Nightmare to play around, throws it onto the Brewmaster, does get woken up, but guess what? Narman's here on this Earthshaker, so a little bit annoying. So we'll be able to force them back. Bane quite tanky thanks to that Brain Sap. They're just going to try and bring Fishman bottom. Like, they're like, all right, whatever. You guys want to leave the Darkseer top to solo? We will fight with the Terrorblade bottom. I think that's actually really smart. They do get the jump away here with this Phantom Strike, but they're looking to just dive this hero underneath the tower. The Nightmare will put the Brewmaster to sleep, as it will take a decent amount of tower damage here. Fishman needs to be very careful.
Yeah, the Reflection actually missed because PA used Blur. Otherwise, I think they would have killed her.
Oh, really? I didn't see that. Okay.
Dire's structures
Well,
are
Earthshaker trying to run away here with this Windlace to get some space from this Batrider. It actually works. The nighttime movement speed, actually, I think kicked in because he wasn't getting hit. So, managed to
Here
just
for the
squeak
6-minute
away.
rune.
And yeah,
Fishman?
Fishman not
Ooh,
looking so
knockback,
hot
not
there.
the direction. And they get the haste rune. Puck's doing okay for all the pressure that's been applied to him. No one's been keeping up in last hits. He hasn't been able to get active because he's been always under pressure, but he's at least not falling too far behind. We'll see if that starts to change here now, though, because this haste allows Supreme to gank and get back to mid pretty quickly. No one is getting a bottle refill here, so maybe they can go for a Dream Coil play
He's not
somewhere.
falling too far behind in experience, but look
Dire's
at
middle
the
tower
tower.
has
It's
fallen.
gone.
That
and
is
now
true.
You're like, look at the gold difference. You're so far behind the Lesh in terms of net worth. And this haste rune, he's gonna use this to head towards bottom. Obviously, they'd like to get DM, but Katomi, he's gonna TP immediately and head for that wisdom rune, but will he make it in time?
Radiant
No.
are
Katomi, really good read here. He's gonna give up his life for this, but I think absolutely
Radiant's
worth it.
middle tower is under
Not
attack.
losing that rune is really important, right? Like, they're already kind of struggling a little bit in some of these lanes, so that just made it worse.
Yeah, no one's going to try to get back in this with the gang. This is one of the strengths of Pucks, even if you don't have the best lane. Yeah, they find the Darks here.
Nice silence, yeah. He drops the wall, doing a decent amount of damage here. Watson actually needs to be a little bit careful. The Terrorblade illusion is actually still very scary as well, so.
Yeah, they didn't even use Coil for that, actually. They can just try again. Puck is
Yeah.
further behind than I realized. But, yeah, that's a good start, and maybe one more. They're playing pretty aggressive in this bottom lane.
They have to force another forward. They're going to walk in and see the rainbow TPs, the coil, holding it still. You don't even need it, it looks like, as Supreme is just way too far forward. So very, very worth it, honestly.
Yeah, they're trying to push this. The Diabolic Edict on Leshrac is what got buffed. He hasn't maxed out already, so it does insane damage to the tower. It only takes 2 Diabolic Edicts to kill an entire tower,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
but
attack.
pushed it a little too hard there.
Looks like Force picked up their 7-minute Wisdom runes, so both teams managed to get their own respectively, but that does mean Bane doesn't get, like, the bonus XP for it, so he's going to start falling a little bit behind in terms of XP. I like that they're giving Earthshaker a little bit of space mid to farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Right now, he's
Radiant
kind of, he's kind of deciding what he wants to do, and it looks like he is just going to go straight for the Blink Dagger, so kind of just standard stuff there for that support Earthshaker.
Trying to
Meanwhile,
run down this
bottom.
PA down here.
Yeah, this is a heck of a dive, and the blur will keep him alive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Wow.
top
I mean,
tower
granted,
has
it's just
fallen.
2 supports that were zoning him off, so that's super worth it. You do... I mean,
Dire are scanning.
you're losing a lot. Like, top tower goes down.
This is the worry of the Morphling. He needs time, and he's even going for a Lincoln's, which will help to keep him safe, but it kind of tells me this is very much a farming build. He's going to spend time just doing what he needs to do, but that means he can't really help against this Leshrac, who's just running around using Diabolic Edict to take all these towers.
Oh, Fishman needs to try to be careful, or he's taking a lot of damage, and he will at least manage to find the first kill. It does turn it around here with the damage from the Morphling illusion.
Radiant's bottom
But
tower
again,
is
another
under
great
attack.
rotation to bring down Force.
Yeah, this puts Morphling at the top, pretty close with the Leshrac. But this is like the difference. Leshrac's contributing right now. Morphling is going to come online later. So we'll see if they can hold on long enough till then. It's Brewmaster going for the Radiance, about halfway to the Sacred Relic. That will be a really good item to help them drag
Radiant's
out this
bottom
game.
tower is under attack.
You are going to give a Radiance to the enemy if you get copied, so you got to be a little careful.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what DM has done every single game on this Brewmaster, right? Double
Might
Bracer,
chain stun
Brown
Watson
Boots,
on
into
top?
Radiance.
Radiant's bottom tower
Well,
is under
can they?
attack.
Yup, they absolutely can. Meanwhile, mid, they're looking to dive the Bane, and Nightmare to buy himself a little bit of space. He gets the Brain Sap on an illusion and completely heals to full. Trying to
That
dodge
is
this one out of
insane,
the trees.
actually.
The Lesh is coming. He will get the kill. Nicely done from no one. Dude, that
I
was a
did
cool
not know
play.
that's how that worked.
Oh yeah, it's
Radiant's
based on the
bottom
damage
tower
dealt,
has
not
fallen.
the spell ability. So if you Brain Sap an illusion, it's like
Radiant's
full
middle
HP.
tower is under attack.
That is wacky.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Watch out, he's got a kobold! That thing's got 3 more damage. He's gonna take the tower. Oh, it's gone.
They're gonna TP back in on the Bane, see if they can maybe find something. They get the bottle refill. No one here with this amplified damage rune. Gets a lot done with this. Not only does he find the kill onto the Bane, but brings that tower down to just 140 HP. It's deniable, but you definitely don't want to have to deny it if you don't have to.
This is some classic DM though. He's just been farming this whole time. We've seen this a couple times. He just I feel like they just leave him alone. They're like, DM, we're not even gonna lane with you. Just do your best over there. But in turn, we don't expect you to join some early game stuff until you want. So yeah, okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, it really is. Like every single game we've seen him. I mean, the first time they did this, it massively backfired because they missed all their timings. But this one, it seems to be working out. You know, he's third on net worth, 400 in front of the Darkseer as he is closing in on his Radiance, about what, 1,500 gold away. Darkseer does have Guardian Greaves, I think. Oh no, he's actually not going to finish the Greaves. He's just going to go for Pipe after the mech. Okay.
It's like just enough right now where it was looking a little worrisome with how well Leshrac was doing and then putting a lot of pressure on the towers with Diabolic Edict. But Entity has managed to find just enough kills here and there to keep it even. They've now balanced out the towers as well. So it's just a 1K game at this point. It's very close.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is under
You know,
attack.
Lesh going to do the classic hide in the trees and kill your tower at the top side. So
I love this cheese.
Yeah, all the creeps just walk into range too, so has to pop the fortification. You do not want to give that one up, and I'm curious if they're going to respond because he has another one coming up in just a second. So, yep.
Doing some pings. He doesn't know they're teleporting.
Yeah, he does not at all. There's going to be the lasso. Does have that Pulse Nova going. Has a Yules as well to try and buy himself some space, but he's all alone. There's no one here to help him. They get the kill, and a massive one at that. That's 2 big deaths from overextending on this Leshrac.
That is the danger of that play, and really cool teleports from Entity to pick spots that he will not see until the Brewmaster committed, thinking like, oh, I'm the first person coming in, you know, but actually the others were just finishing and they knock him back. He can't get away in time. Huge kill for them. Leshrac's at the top of the net worth for MOUZ.
No one has his Witchblade. Probably going to go for what will likely be a blink. Yep, after that, cues it up. Where are we at on this Phantom Assassin's Battle Fury? She is still struggling quite a bit.
She almost struggled a little bit more just now, but yeah, not gonna get spotted right now. But yeah, she's everyone else is like relatively close together. She is in the back. She will of course speed up a lot as she finishes the Battle Fury, but not really a fast farmer until then.
Katomi cleaning up some massive stacks here in the jungle, so he is very happy about that, as it's going to get him very close to his Blink Dagger. And that's huge. I mean, this is one of the reasons people pick the Batrider. Bottom lane, they are looking like they wanted to go onto this Brewmaster, but they see the TPs coming through. They know there's no chance you're getting that Fiend's Grip duration, so they force some heroes bottom. They will get the Bane kill. Nicely done from Entity. Good response. Not giving up anything.
Is under attack.
I think MOUZ is going to try to finish this top tower while all that's going bottom. They know there were some rotations down there. Maybe a little
Blink
worried
Dagger's
still.
Out for both of the supports. Narman on the Earthshaker as well as the Batrider. They both have their blinks, and Katomi, he's going to reveal it actually there. So Supreme gets the tower, finally. Doesn't dive for it this time.
Let's read to the pipe, because that's going to be pretty good for them. Okay, not too far off. Just
Yeah,
another like minute or two. And then that'll help counteract this Radiance a lot in these fights. The Radiance has just come online. I wouldn't be surprised to see them look for a fight around this Blink Bat Rider.
Oh, the Echo
only on one,
onto the
but
Master. Can they follow it
Shades
up?
on?
They need to vacuum him back. He gets the split off.
Last second.
What, 100 HP? And now it's time for this Radiance to get the job done. Narman barely survives.
still alive.
But speaking of which,
Middle tower.
Katomi on this Bat Rider in trouble now as Supreme gets dragged up onto the high ground. Watson will wrap around, finish off the kill. Supreme will TP on out. Brewmaster's illusions almost all died, and he gets the Radiance actually.
Radiant's middle tower
But
is under
nope.
attack.
Force in some trouble here, trying to play around the wall. They don't have a Fiend's Grip for a moment, and with no one as well as Fishman rotating in onto the backside, they are going to both go down here pretty dang quick. Nightmare? Wait a minute, the illusion? The illusion? It missed!
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
that was very close. Well, that ends up being a huge win for Entity.
Yeah, that was looking very close. They almost killed the Brewmaster without that ult off, and then that looks totally different.
Puck also solo killed
Radiant's
the Phantom
bottom
Assassin
tower
on the other
is
side of the
under
map
attack.
while that was happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's she's having a rough one. She does have some ancient stacks now to catch up. She did finish her Battle Fury, so see her start to work on this, but she is pretty behind, and it's not going to get much easier for quite a while.
Bro, this Terrorblade has a Vessel. What?
Are scanning.
Let's go.
That fight, not only did he get Vessel completed before the fight broke out, but he ends up getting like 6 charges. No one. Do they have Fiend's Grip? They do.
Chase
They
stun?
just drop it. He is gone.
Thunder! No.
He was up
Never
here
mind.
playing with an Invis, and yeah, thought he might be able to just give some info, but a random, sentry ward on their own high ground just happens to scout him out. All right, that's a very convenient kill for them. They needed that.
Yeah, it's been slipping away from them pretty quickly, especially after that last fight. It was pretty even for a while, but now suddenly it's like 5k for Entity. And Watson, he's been pretty free during a lot of this, so he's got his Lincolns already in the way to his Manta. Should have it in another minute or two. And I think Morphling's going to be pretty scary for them to deal with. He's going to be like too tanky to be killed by magic damage easily. Now, getting an illusion of Morphling could be a big thing for them, so they'll have to look for the wall onto him. But PA is not going to have an easy time dealing with the Morphling at this rate, since she's been so far behind. But I do see she has the Revenant's Brooch queued up already after a BKB, so she kind of knows, like, I'm going to need to address him later on.
Yep. Instant smoke and teleport to the bottom lane here, looking to try and find this...
Dire are scanning.
What was I say? Looking to find the Morphling. Instead, it's Katomi on the Bat Rider. They have an idea of where he is. Fissure just happens to read him in the trees. They don't actually get the kill. And now you're in a really rough spot here. The Earthshaker stuck completely, as Watson will be able to find that kill. No problem at all. What a good play here from the Bat Rider.
Free? Whoa.
He was looking for that
Another
last
second.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I think they'll be able to take this bottom tower here as this Fortify ends. Oh, actually, all their creeps died, so they may have to wait for that. Just kidding, Morphling's damage is insane on full Agi.
Ooh, backdoor protection? Yeah, it doesn't kick in time. It would have been close. I think it was like another second away.
Regeneration.
DM did go for the Boots of Travels again, so he's going to deal with the top lane. Can always rejoin his team in just a little while. Yeah, what? He got Vampire Fangs again, dude. Every time we watch this guy play, he gets Radiance, Boots of Travel, and he keeps getting blessed with the Vampire Fangs.
He's just friends with Gaben.
What a guy. Yeah, Blink's almost done on Darkseer, so maybe they will be able to get some good vacuum walls.
Yeah, I mean, the Earthshaker Darkseer combo is always super hype, right? You see like a vac wall combo into the immediate echo. I mean, as the game goes on and you get like the vacuum AoE talents as well, like there's some crazy stuff that you can do with this.
Radiant are scanning.
See a smoke out from Entity. Toss someone over to DM as they are looking to put this lasso to use. They're behind underneath their own ward sentry, though, and I think they are ready for this. Who are they going to find? No one. Smoke breaks. They happen to get their perfect target. It's the Lesh. But there's the Echo. It comes out and manages to connect the Leshrac, however. Yules will buy him just a moment of time, but there is just way too much damage coming through from this Brewmaster force on the run now. The Vessel from Fishman as well. 3 dead as a Sunder will keep them going, and Bane will be the next to go down.
Very nice from No One. As soon as his smoke broke, he pops the phase shift to give him a moment to see what's going on in safety, then just jumps in and silences everyone, allowing the rest of his team to come in. Brewmaster just ults in the back and runs in. At that point, you kind of like have to throw out your spells, but it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, you didn't really manage to get anything out of it, right? You Echo and Fiend's Grip, I believe, the Bat Rider to try and keep this Lesh alive, but during that lasso, he's just getting pelted by Puck, all of the brew splits, and then Fishman on this Terrorblade. It's level 1 meta, but he hits for like 140 damage, and he happens to also have a Grove Bow, so he's just throwing in damage from downtown.
Great hero, everyone. Enjoy the Terrorblade support.
Dire's middle tower is
He's
under
gonna go for a pipe next. I think it's a pretty good aura. No one on his team really wants to build it, so he'll go ahead and grab it. I think that's something Terrorblade support can do for his team. Just buy whatever aura is desired, and it'll be pretty good here versus Leshrac, Darkseer, Earthshaker. And I think you're at the point where you're about to just start running at them. You got the shard.
He's looking
Bat
so
Rider?
good. You are 11,000 ahead. All right, we'll get the... Wow, it went to Supreme. Okay. How is that
Does Earthshaker
possible?
already have a shard? Yes. Okay, Earthshaker bought his shard.
Radiant's
So
top tower is
Supreme
under attack.
Supreme was below the others, but the shard is now
Oh,
pushed
yeah,
him
I guess they
above.
were like dead even in net worth, huh? Interesting, okay. So, I mean, that's a great shard. The Split Earth shard is really strong, especially once you get towards finishing that Bloodstone, which, unfortunately for him, he backed for the Kaya, and he does not have that Bloodstone completed yet, so it's being a little bit more
Radiant's
difficult for
top
him
tower
to
is under attack.
keep himself alive in these fights. Fissure will
Radiant's
not
top tower
connect. There's
is
going to be the
falling.
next stun. No one able to continue to escape as they couldn't get in range for the Fiend's Grip. Plus, he's got an Aegis, right? You don't want to have to blow the Fiend's Grip on the first life.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
he's not gonna have that option soon anyways. The Puck's working on Lincoln's. He is getting pretty close.
Tier 2
Radiant's
top
top
lane
tower
will
is
go
under
down to
attack.
Watson as they
Dire's
will
bottom tower is under
trade
attack.
for a tier 1 bottom. Well, do they even trade? Never mind. They're looking to get aggressive onto the Leshrac here as the Quell does come through. The chain stuns are there. The Sunder to keep him alive once again, and the Lesh is food. He gets the tower, but gives up his own life in the process. Meanwhile, top lane, Lasso comes out from Katomi. There's no one coming here, though, so he will just TP.
Putting the fear in him. Don't come back here. I'll lasso you again.
Uh-oh. He gets out. Okay.
Radiant's courier has been
Darkseer or
killed.
Shaker looking for something. They do see Fishman here. This wouldn't be that bad of a grab, but Watson just walks on in and does a ton of damage himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now he has Pipe already done. Dude, this Terrorblade is so farmed for the support.
Support Terrorblade. Air
Radiant's
quote.
middle tower has fallen.
No, he's been doing a very good job as support. He's been getting off a lot of nice Sunders. Has some useful items for his team.
Dire are scanning.
And yeah, we just see them playing on the enemy's half of the map. They know how strong they are. They're not going to back off until they use all their spells, then they can chill. But for now, they've got everything. And it looks like they're actually just going to start poking the high ground.
Puck's got Aegis for another minute and a half, has a bottled shield rune and a Lincoln's. I don't know how you kill this guy out of just 100 to 0ing him on an Echo Slant.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And I doubt they're going to give that to you, right? So shield rune gets active. He just jumps right on in and just puts a ton of damage into the Leshrac. So he's going to need to be a little bit careful as the tier 3 tower will fall. So Watson's going to get to work here on this ranged barracks. No problem at all. Lasso comes out. They manage to find Leshrac, and Bane was not there to save him. Just gets instantly collapsed on the backside of the fight. A nice Cyclone out from DM will find the Earthshaker, which means no Echo coming your way. As the vessel is there. Glimmer Cape to try and buy him some space, but yeah, they got him. Beautifully done. How do you defend now?
I don't think you can. I think this is it. They might back off after some fortifies and like 2 sets as the respawns come up, but I think they're just gonna keep this up.
Your Phantom Assassin finished up the Sacred Relic and has a BKB, but how do you kill anything? I actually just don't know. You just definitely don't have enough damage.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Dude,
they're just gonna back off.
The plays from Fishman on this Terrorblade as well against the Bane, like he knows that the Nightmare is gonna come out, has a Terrorblade illusion ready to go, and just instantly wakes them up.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility from those illusions as long as you've got the micro for it, which Fishman definitely does. It's easy mode for someone who plays like Chen and Enchantress. At this point on the PA, he's going for Revenant's Brooch. I think that build makes sense, but things are getting desperate. Do you just pivot to Divine, or is it actually better to get Revenant's Brooch against these high armor heroes?
And I think you need the Revenant's Brooch, but whether you go Divine after that or if you go the Ags, I'm not sure. You're down 2 lanes of barracks, and Entity didn't really even break a sweat in doing so. You finish the Parasma here on no one. You have the Octarine done as well on this Brewmaster. Like, it just doesn't honestly seem like they have any options at this point. Watson level 20 finishes his Conda on his way to an Eye of Scotty now as well. I don't know. Like, I've been waiting all game to see this like Darkseer Vac wall into Echo, but they're just not allowing them to do anything. They're not allowing them to get any form of setup. They are smoked, chasing into the high ground here. If the smoke pops, maybe you find the fight you're looking for, but they don't manage to do it.
He's aggressively to cut them off.
Yeah, you're just gonna lasso the Bane up onto the high ground, and he can't do anything. Meanwhile,
Deleted.
yeah, Leshrac gets absolutely deleted. It wasn't even close.
All right, that's 2 heroes, no buyback. They've already got the creeps in. They can push in the mid lane and then go straight bottom. PA will try to push out the bottom lane, but I don't think they care. I mean, TB can just tank it. He's so high armor just as a support. And Morphling's got twice of that, so he's just literally going to face tank the tower.
Yep. And just like that, the last tier 3 falls. The barracks easily exposed.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
You have now been megaed.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah, I mean,
attack. The Dire
this is just a serious outplay from Entity here. I don't even know if it was an out draft. I feel like the draft was looking fine, but those like 2 really rough deaths from Supreme completely ruined his game on the Leshrac.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about like what they would have to change. And that's probably what they're thinking about too now, right? They'll still play it out, but being megaed at 30 minutes, they're 26k behind, you know, it's probably not happening. Let's, you know, keep it real. And I think they recognize that, so they're trying to discuss now, like, do we change bans? Do we change the draft? What did we do wrong in this laning stage? How did we get here? Because they started off with a 2-0.
Oh, God!
Like
He
Echo?
dodged the Echo, but still died. Anyway, on the backside of the fight, you do have a Fiend's Grip at the ready. Will you use... I mean, DM would be the perfect target, but of course you have this Terrorblade kind of behind him, ready to go for a Sunder play. Watson's here as well. Supreme loses half of his HP immediately. A nice start here, but can they actually find these kills? There's going to be a nice pickoff onto this TP. All of these summons from DM are just crushed here by Supreme on this Lesh. Maybe not expecting the aggressive maneuvers here from MOUZ, is, you know, they're already mega, but they do manage to get away. Watson with the morph into the PA, getting that waveform into the Phantom Strike out. Very nice mobility from him.
Some nice kills, but you do see the cost of making these plays. They lost one of their tier 4s to the creeps in the meantime. So this is the tough part about being mega. That's why a lot of teams feel pretty comfortable once you get this. You just have such a clock on you to make any play. You have to push out the lane so far, make the play, and then make it back in time. And it becomes a little bit telegraphed to the enemy. I say that. They did manage to catch Puck off guard. So they do find a couple kills for their troubles. But now we're going to have Roshan's banner, and they're just going to run it down with the megas.
Do they have Echo? No, 25 seconds. So, yeah, that's, I mean, one of those things is like maybe if you had Echo, you could contest the Roche, but they're also just positioned super well, both Katomi and no one just positioned to kind of reveal or break any smoke that's coming forward. Rather than fight in the base, they're going to fight under their one ward and see what they can find. Smoke will pop. PA still blurred, looking for an opening. No one on the backside. Manages to just dodge it out and gets the coil onto the Bane. The rest of them now wondering, maybe they shouldn't have stuck around. There's going to be the Echo, the vacuum. It doesn't do any damage. You hit a full health Morphling and just a Brewmaster, and the lasso will find the PA. She pops the BKB, but a triple kill for Watson, as he is just way too strong. And there's the GG. The last-ditch effort from MOUZ, not enough, and game one will go to Entity.
Entity victory.
Thinking on it, I think the PA just maybe couldn't have a good enough lane against a Brewmaster Batrider. That is a pretty strong lane with a lot of early magic damage. It started off okay, but she got kicked out pretty quickly. Brewmaster 6. I mean, how do you even show yourself in the lane, right? So she's just trying to jungle from a low level, which is like also pretty awkward. The Morphling did fine versus the Darkseer because, I mean, Ion Shell is very consistent tick damage. So Morphling just, after a couple levels, just like, yeah, just deny everything, lasted everything. Like, what are you doing in the lane? So just a very different start for the carries, and I think we kind of see how that went from there.
Yeah, I mean, this Morphling also just felt no pressure from this Darkseer lane. You see, like, Darkseer Earthshaker as their pick, and they're like, like, maybe they can find something, but nah, Morph just free farmed this whole game. Watson didn't really have anything to worry about, and honestly, like I said, I think Supreme on this Lesh overextended a couple times that he just had no business dying to, and if that doesn't happen, maybe you build a little bit more momentum with those, like, early towers that you get, and Entity, you know, start to lose too much of their map, and you kind of start to worry if you're like they're gonna be able to come online. I don't know. You can't make those mistakes against this draft from Entity because it's so punishing.
Yeah, it's once you get ahead, every death becomes even bigger. So although it sounds like he only died twice, how big of a deal can that be? Like when you are the guy at the top net worth, your deaths are very significant. So just a little bit of an overextension, maybe feeling the pressure to make stuff happen because he was kind of like pushing that tier 2 pretty aggressively. So maybe just felt a lot of pressure to do that and was taking those risks. But I think if they took it a little bit slower, it would have been okay.
Yeah, possibly. Well, we'll have to see as we've got more games to be played here. Again, this is the last series of the day. The winner of this will finally make it to the main event. The loser will have one more chance in the lower bracket finals. But for now, we'll go to a short break and we'll be back in just a little bit. We'll see you then. Welcome back here, everybody, to the ESB and Fissure Elite League. We are into the upper bracket finals. The winner of this moving on to the main event. And it is Entity versus the one and only MOUZ back into the Dota scene. And a pretty rough game one for them, as I think we have game 2 draft like already underway. So I think we might just be jumping right into it. But talk to me, Zach, what went wrong in this game for MOUZ? Because I feel like they were in an okay position.
Yeah, I think so. They got some kills off the start. Leshrac was having a really good game. And then this is the part where you can maybe tie back to the draft. Maybe it's execution. I'm not sure what they want to focus on, how they feel about it. But I think they needed to line up the Leshrac's power with like the Darkseer aura and playing together. I think they just kind of missed the mark on that, which led to Leshrac dying once or twice and kind of losing a lot of momentum off of that. We could maybe switch that and say like they felt pressure to play that quickly because like they picked this Darkseer as a response to Terrorblade, but the Terrorblade flex was always possible. So then they just picked a carry who did perfectly fine versus Morphling, and they're like, oh, we gotta slow down that Morphling because our PA is not doing well. So I don't know where they want to address it. Draft-wise, Chen's here. What the heck?
Not only is Chen here, but MOUZ don't pick it first. So we see the Lesh banned by Entity. They're like, okay, we see Supreme. We see that like his Lesh was actually a little bit scary, and if they get it into a Chen, it's actually really rough for the Chen because it just melts through all of those summons. And you know what? They get the Chen now. Just somehow. I'm actually just so surprised. That being said, they do go ahead and ban out the DK and the Kunkka as the next set here for MOUZ. And Entity will have one more ban before they have to pick again. How do you feel about one team getting the bat right and the other one getting the Chen?
I feel really good about Team Chen, I'll tell you what. Bat Rider ain't getting like 100% ban contested. Now, they had to... I mean, you got to know what you're getting into. We said this last time, and then the team still lost to the Chen. But again, like if you let the Chen through when he's this highly contested, it's almost a guarantee that he's going to be picked up. So it's not like Chen necessarily wins every game. It's just tough. So let's see if MOUZ has a plan for this. It is certainly a level of respect when they ban Monkey King over Chen. They have seen Karaomi do this and like, give me Chen. I'd rather deal with that. Just give him Chen. Don't give him Monkey King. That's crazy, dude. But here it is.
Dude, that really is when you think about it. That's wild. The Puck ban comes out as well. As we've seen teams have a lot of success with this one. Just seems to be one of the most overwhelming mid-heroes in the game.
Go Lesh. Somehow it's done.
10 seconds remaining.
It'd be really good. I mean, the name of the game for Entity now is that they're going to be looking for either a very early game plan where all 5 heroes are kind of aiming for an early to mid-game win, or 4 heroes play together through that early game, making tons of space for that last hero, which I guess is actually kind of still an early to mid-game plan, just executed a little differently. But a lot of heroes... for example, the last time they picked Chen, they looked for a Centaur, which has been banned out this time. But there's other early offlaners. Oh, a Shadow Shaman? Oh, tempo is looking fast, my man.
Yeah, and now they get to kind of see a little bit from MOUZ here in terms of what they're doing. I mean, I think for me, not only was the Centaur banned, but the DK and the Kunkka were banned, which are also really good tempo heroes to play around. And I'm curious if they want to take a page out of the Primal Beast book here and maybe look for a Primal Beast for Entity, because that hero, I mean, it doesn't offer tower pushing, but offers really good team fighting early on. He's incredibly tanky, and you have plenty of push between the Chen and the Shadow Shaman. You can pick up some other heroes, but yeah, it's an interesting start to the draft from Entity. Now, MOUZ, a lot of options here for different carries, as well as some supports themselves. They need some wave clear, like pretty badly.
Yeah, for sure. Wave clear and just early play. You cannot plan to, oh, I need my Battle Fury. I need my next farming item. I need like that. You know, then I'm ready. You're not going to get that time. So I'd be okay with like a Mirana pick here. Oh, okay, Bounty Hunter.
What about
So that is
Doom?
not wave clear, but that is certainly a hero who wants to fight
Entity's
early.
turn to pick.
Okay, what else we get? Okay, Primal Beast. Good call.
I
All
was
right,
thinking
Bounty
Doom
Hunter's
might be
not
an
what I was
option, but-
expecting. I'd be kind of up for that. Bounty Hunter is not the direction I thought they were gonna take this, but he is a hero who wants to
10
fight
seconds
early, so
remaining.
to me that is the right idea.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and like when you pair it with something like a Bat Rider and a Primal Beast, like you're gonna have kill threat for sure out of these three. And one of the ways you can
Entity's
punish
turn
Chen
to
drafts who want to play fast is if they overextend, you can manage to find kills. Well, you get way more out. You get a lot more out of those kills with something like a Bounty Hunter. Tide Hunter will be the pick for Entity here. Not a hero we see all that often, but dang, does it look good in this draft. They will grab a Storm Spirit now to boot. Oh, man.
It's looking like a sick lineup, dude.
What do you even pick for mid lane here? I mean,
10
Pango
seconds
maybe? Like,
remaining.
I actually have no idea.
5 seconds remaining.
You gotta come online early. I mean, earlier I was gonna say like Keeper could maybe be good to like have that wave clear really
Yeah.
early, but now they've already got the Storm. You could still do it, but it's not great. And like Spirit Vessel build also isn't that great against like a Tide Hunter as the natural
Dire
dispel.
team
Though I guess
back.
Chen heal, like you got that.
Entity's turn
Okay, they're gonna
to
take the
ban.
Sven, who is a carry who comes online. Well, he does kind of like to farm a little bit, but every time you have God Strength, you're kind of willing to join an early fight, which I think is going to be necessary here for MOUZ. It's different from like a Luna, who we could argue also has a strong lane, farms really fast,
10
but because of her
seconds remaining.
build, she doesn't really want to fight to like level 12 or something where she
5
might
seconds
have points in
remaining.
Eclipse at that point. But Sven, he's definitely taking God Strength at level 6, and because of that, he is willing to join fights if they look good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Entity's
We're going to see the last set
turn
of
to
bans come out. The
ban.
Dark Seer will be removed as the Lifestealer will be banned by MOUZ. I'm curious. If they ban the Dark Seer, what are they looking for? Probably the Luna would be my guess.
10 seconds remaining.
That wouldn't be
5
bad.
seconds
Darkseer's
remaining.
also just generally an early game hero who builds auras, which I think would roughly counter them. So maybe it's not about the carry to core matchup so much as like as a whole. They don't want to like to deal with
Team
Ion
back.
Shell, all of that.
Yeah, there's the Pango ban.
Yeah, I was thinking Pango might be good. He comes online pretty early, can fight through all this stuff.
Yeah, I thought Pango was probably their best mid pick because it's good against Tide Hunter. It's good against clearing up the Chen creeps.
10 seconds remaining.
Rolling Thunder isn't really punished at all this game. You can get mana burn from the
5
Diffusal.
seconds
It
remaining.
does check a lot of boxes. Man,
If you did something like Lena,
like in the mid lane for MOUZ,
yeah.
it could actually be pretty good. I mean,
You might be
otherwise
annoyed
just
about-
put the primal mid and you pick a new off lane, but
Yeah. Because, I mean, you know Storm is mid. You don't know the carry, and Entity has last picked. So, whatever you think will, like, kind of body that Storm and then help you in that early game. So, if they feel comfortable with the Primal Beast, that's fine. I was just thinking, like, maybe Lena with her Dragon Slave could also help clear out, like, the
Dire team
Chen creeps pushing in, like, pretty
Entity's turn
safely.
to pick.
there it is. I was wondering when, like, I thought I saw Chen immediately, and I was like, Doom is still in the pool. It's one of those heroes that is very good at dealing with healing strats. Tide Hunter, of course, can't dispel any of this. Neither can the Storm Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
So, pretty good Doom pick. The question is, can you punish it with something
5
like a
seconds
Terror Blade
remaining.
here? Or do you want to play something faster? What do you think?
What's a... You want to lane into Doom. You want to be good against Sven.
Slark doesn't seem that bad either. Can dispel track and Batrider's napalm stuff.
I'm not open to that. How about Troll?
Decent troll game for sure, actually.
Or well, I was gonna say Medusa, but because Medusa's good versus Doom, but maybe not so good versus Sven. And then she is kind of slow. I take it back. I think Medusa, really cool pick.
No, continue that thought.
okay.
Yeah, Medusa, very good.
So we saw that Sven can be pretty good versus Medusa, since, to your point, he just brings a lot of raw damage that gets through the mana shield, even though he doesn't build Diffusal. Early on, I said, like, there's two ways to go with Chen. Either all heroes are early oriented, or 4 heroes are early, and the last one is just farming up a storm. So I think with the Medusa pick, that is your goal here. You are just trying to cause a lot of chaos, let Medusa hit probably like 3 items, probably something like Manta, Butterfly, +1. I'm not sure what that last one is quite yet, but she won't care about being doomed, so you don't have to worry about her too much as she's like left alone holding the lane and farming, and you're trying to like do stuff. If your carry is like being doomed and killed, that like it doesn't kind of feel great. But with a Medusa, that's pretty hard. So she'll be on her own and farm, and everyone else will be running at buildings.
Yeah, I think for the most part, one of the things to consider. Sorry, my cat just barged her way into my room. Sorry.
She's excited about Medusa.
Yeah, she's like, hello. One of the things to think about here is the fact that like Doom has 2 really good targets, and I think his goal is to just remove the Tidehunter or the Storm and not worry about the Medusa, and just leave the Sven to it, right? And if he manages to start the fight on the right target, if they can remove the Tidehunter's Ravage or the Storm Spirit from these fights, it's actually a really good fight for MOUZ. So we'll see what ends up happening. I'm a little bit unsure, as we haven't had a lot of success against a Chen, to be honest. No one has really seemed to beat it, so it will be interesting. But it is game number 2 here at MOUZ. Really would like to tie this one up and get themselves into the main event. Entity with 1 more win here will secure that for themselves. So we'll see what happens.
What a way to prove you deserve to win if you can beat a Chen, right? So definitely looking forward to it. I think this Bounty, who we see looking to play some deeper wards, we see him blocking some of Chen's camps early on. This is a bit of a question mark to me. I did think Orb of Venom buff looked good for him, but we just have not been seeing him at all. And to pick him into a Chen lineup when he can't deal with creeps, that's a little scary. But if they can find kills off some of these early game heroes, like a Batrider, like a Primal Beast, like a Doom, right? Like the kill potential is there. And then you amplify that with track once he gets it. I'm very curious to see how it'll work.
They can kill the Storm Spirit if he tries to go for this rune.
That'd be a great start.
Okay, he's not gonna make that mistake.
Yeah.
Doesn't know where the bounty is. Yeah, I mean, he had Orb of Venom, Blood Grenade, and of course the stun out of Shadow Walk. Like that would have been almost a guaranteed kill onto the Storm Spirit. But yeah, decides, quite smart not to stick around. And we're gonna head to the lanes. All right.
Bounty's got 1 more sentry. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him use the sentry to block the small camp and then body block the other small camp and just take away all of Chen's potential for creeps. But you can also just go Penitence level 1 and just like right click. You're a universal hero. He's got 62 damage. It's actually pretty decent.
I don't know what they're going to be able to do in this lane, right? It's like Chen Medusa versus 2 melee heroes. Bounty Hunter is definitely some of the, like, has literally some of the best base stats in all of Dota. Like, actually, his damage, armor, move speed, everything about this hero is ridiculously cracked level 1. But I don't know how you really threaten the Chen outside of him being really out of position. So yeah, this is going to be scary. This Doom is going to take a lot of harassment.
Yeah, we see Chen. Bounty went for the body block on the small camp, Chen just attacked Doom. Doom's down to like a third health. Like, that's just the annoying thing about this hero. Play with creeps, play with penitents. Spend all your money on blocking camps. I just right click, whatever. Didn't spend all your money on blocking every single camp. I still get creeps.
They do put a nice obs down there onto the small camp, so a good way of dealing with Chen. He'll eventually deward it, right? But I'm a little bit surprised he didn't use his 1 sentry already to try and do that. Gets the wolf, not super impressive, but top lane, we're going to see the 2 supports kind of fighting around with each other. You do have level 2 now on the Shadow Shaman, so probably going to opt for Shackles, I think usually is what we end up seeing. We're going to take a decent chunk of damage there as Batrider, if he was level 2, would have a fantastic time here. Unfortunately, comes out just a little bit too late. Does throw the shackles on over to him now. Is going to be able to trade a little bit of HP there. Blood Grenade is available, but overall a pretty good trade for MOUZ.
Yeah, I think it could have actually been the kill if he had been level 2.
Oh boy, that is a very nice kill. Bounty Hunter's like, I have done literally nothing in this bottom lane, so I guess I'll go mid.
Not for you.
That is a very nice play. That's a way to make use of it. I'd actually love if he just stayed here and just round 2, do it again.
I feel like he should, honestly. I mean, it actually is probably one of the best things he could do is try and kill this Storm Spirit a second time. I doubt no one's going to fall for it, but... Ward Sentry,
I mean, his lane's pushed out. He's got no other option. Narman knows this. He's coming back. He's just going to, like, mess with no one.
DM in the top lane, though, taking a lot of damage here. It does get saved, though, thanks to the shackles from the Shaman, putting him in a pretty rough spot, as well as the Batrider, just so effective at trading. It's the mid lane, though. Here he comes. First stun. Ends up doesn't... It barely expires, so ends up not stunning him. Okay, he's fine.
In the meantime, Chen is just going to try to follow this Doom around, but he's actually only level 1 because of like some of the weird creep shenanigans. So actually, if Bounty were to make his way here, they could maybe run at Fishman.
He just finally hits level 2, but yeah, I mean, 2 points in the Scorched Earth is a pretty good amount of damage. He's gonna go ahead and throw that Divine Favor on himself, do a little bit more regen, but top lane, more brawling between these 4 heroes. The Shadow Shot with the shackles onto the Batrider is not gonna be enough, and it should only be 1 more auto attack from Unit. Doesn't make it, and Narman just a little bit too slow on this Bounty Hunter to get to the top lane, but Shadow Shaman, you gotta be careful. Oh my god, he's right on the edge.
He's got those spider senses.
They saw him. They actually saw him. He drops a sentry immediately. He's like, all right, maybe we can bait the Bounty Hunter here. We'll see. All right.
In the meantime, Doom a little low in the bottom, but he is just creep dragging. He's got boots, windlace. It's a little hard to keep up with him. They should be okay.
Don't run into the
Don't get bashed by Roshan.
Oh no, the creeps. Ooh, that is really unfortunate.
Okay. Yeah. His creep wave did go into the tower, so I think it should still be okay.
Yeah,
but
it should still push.
He'd rather have all of them with him right now.
He has a salve being delivered as well. He should backpack those gauntlets. Yeah, so we'll get a little bit more help from that. Meanwhile, mid lane and top lane, we're seeing some ganks come out as it will be the Shaman that goes down. It'll be the Storm Spirit that goes down. Big wins here from MOUZ.
Just lives. Yeah, I can't believe for all the fights we've watched top, that was the first time someone died. And then in the mid lane, since we couldn't keep up with everything at the same time, Pulverize comes out just before Storm can hit 6 because he has been getting some denies, that kill earlier, giving more XP to Supreme. So we just Pulverize into the Bounty running at him as well.
And Supreme might be making a rotation on in now with this Invis rune. That being said, Tidehunter is very tanky. He's about 1,000 HP, has infused raindrops. You could kill him potentially with the trample, but You might need some help. Narman on the bottom side here. They almost kill Force with just a really well-placed Mystic Snake. That being said, Fishman underneath the tower, he's trying to drop the aggro. He's like, someone tell this tower to stop! Top lane, though.
Rider's gonna come in now.
They got him. The Supreme Invis eventually pays off as he takes down that Tidehunter. 3 points to the trample. Very good. Does not save you, or the Kraken Shell does not help you at all there.
Dire are scanning.
I did spend a little bit of time waiting for that Tide kill, so Storm was able to catch up a little in the CS department. Still a bit behind, though, because he died earlier. But he is now 6, so he probably shouldn't die again. Not without more heroes chain stunning.
Oh, the body blocks. He can go for his ult here on the Medusa, but will he be able to in time? He does. But Supreme is in front of him, hoping to try and block him off, but doesn't look like they'll be able to with the rotation from both supports. Nicely timed level 6 from the Medusa.
I mean, that goes back to why they picked the hero, but wow, even 4 heroes, I thought they would get him.
Sorry, they're gonna go back for the Storm.
I mean, that would be a great kill. I think it's tough. They don't have enough mana on Primal.
Pulverize into the stun. He's just trying to secure the rune, and he gets it. All right, so no one's fine, but you get the shield rune onto Supremes. Primal Beast, which is quite nice. Well, all this is going
open up
on.
The dives.
Oh, that's true, huh? Good point. Just goes right back to bottom. He's like, Medusa doesn't have ult. We can kill her this time. I promise, guys. Force doesn't have Doom, but of course, it's one of those things that, like, Doom doesn't really help you anyway.
You know what they say, second time's the charm.
Well, Fishman will scout the gank. Supreme will just look to try and close the gap, punish this Chen. They look for Watson, but it's a little bit more difficult of a kill.
Yeah, even without killing him, though, it's drawing a lot of heroes down here, and you can see he's been, like, zoned off the wave. Oh, maybe they're not done here. Okay, they're still going to go for the Shadow Shaman rather than the Medusa, recognizing how hard it is to kill her. But during all this, right, she's not farming as nicely as she'd like, and anytime creeps are dying, she is splitting it with supports when they're alive next to her. She's currently getting all of this on her own. So it is still slowing her down in a way, while Sven is being left alone in the 1v1.
Yes.
So he's able to get last hits, and he's getting 100% of the XP all the time.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic game. And top of the net worth now, as he's got just a casual Morbid Mask. Is he going to finish the Mask of Madness? He is, yeah. So Mask of Madness is done mid lane. Jump in from the Storm, trying to finish off the Bat Rider. Great dodge there from the Onslaught. Shackles out from the Shaman. As the Doom comes through, he finds the Storm Spirit. Pulverized as well. Should be more than enough damage to bring him down. Now they're going to turn their attention onto the other heroes. Great Mystic Snake, the Stone Gaze as well. Finishing off the Primal shackled under the tower. Getting a little bit too lost in the sauce there.
Rare rotation from a Medusa.
Yeah.
Actually
Super
gets her a
solid TP.
mid-kill. Yeah, very nice play from Watson. You won't see that from your pub Medusas.
And you really you need this Bounty Hunter to get to his level 6. Either him or the Bat. Like, one of these guys need their, like, ultimates to come online so you can start playing with them. But right now, both kind of struggling a little bit.
Might see another zip play on the mid.
Exactly what they do. And Bounty Hunter should be an easy pickup there. Well done. No one's having a great game on the Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're kind of hanging out Watson. The Stone Gaze not available as Unit pops that ultimate as DM. Ooh, the Medusa just gets evaporated by that charge in from Supreme. He's finally got the point in the Ravage now, but since your Medusa's dead, do you even use it?
Ooh, interrupted. He was going to. That tower actually just saved his life. Maybe not for long. Okay, never mind. He's dead still.
He held the point for so long, and okay, I mean, you get the Bat Rider on the other side, but you end up losing 3 heroes bottom here.
Structures are fortified.
How about one more?
Radiant's bottom
Nah,
tower
just kidding.
is
We're
under
out.
attack.
No, that he pulverized him, but because of the tower, Sven actually couldn't attack in that time. So Tide almost lived and was really thinking about that Ravage. It's a tough call because you're like, oh, maybe I live, but we don't get anything out of it. You know, maybe I should just die and come back and like then we can fight or something. So he really couldn't decide. And then finally wanted to commit for it, and then the Sven stun hits him just as he starts the animation.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Sven gets a lot out of that rotation. Now level 10 on his way to his Echo Saber. We're going to see them smoked up heading towards this top rune as no one needs to be a little bit careful. It's an Arcane. That is so good for this Primal Beast as Armin's looking for Katomi here on this Shadow Shaman. Will drop the wards as that will likely just end up being a little bit of extra gold. And there we are. Level 6 for the Bounty Hunter. Level 6 for the Bat Rider. These guys are ready to go.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's kind of crazy they've been involved in so many kills and they didn't have track for any of it.
Yeah.
So sad. But
I
they'll
was
have
gonna
it
say,
now.
I'm surprised at how well they're doing against this Chen lineup in the early game. Like, they have a 2K lead already.
Yeah, I kind of think maybe that's the strength of the Doom. Like, maybe why you needed to ban it. Because it does feel like Bounty Hunter was not even in the lane. And Medusa certainly farmed. But it didn't quite feel like the full pressure of the Chen. We did for that first few levels. But now that Doom can just eat creeps, right? That dropped off as soon as that really picked up. But I do have to also shout out Supreme. Because he is 6, 1, and 4 right now. He is 10 out of 11 of these kills. Starting with like a good mid lane and then just rotating around. And Medusa was having a good time down here. I'd say that's like kind of mission success for Chen. But now with all these heroes here, you're like, oh, wait, whoa, I can't like... Sometimes I save you, sometimes I can't, right? They're restricting the Medusa and the Chen down here. I think it's really nice play from Supreme to keep making these ganks.
Well, that's Ravage down. They throw the Ravage to try and get the gap closed with the Shadow Shaman, but bottom lane, they're just diving this Fishman. Do they... Oh, okay, well, that'll secure
okay,
the
they
kill.
kill him.
That'll definitely find the kill.
I think you take that.
Middle tower
as
is under attack.
Fishman,
Yeah, it's a
you're
track
like,
kill, why not?
Yeah.
Dire's top
The
Like, I
thing
got
is-
Doom.
Dire's top tower has
It
fallen.
is track kill, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe the Doom survived that Ravage getting pop. I'm like looking at him like how it happened, but he has like Phase Boots, Windlace, 4-point Scorched Earth, and he also has the Speed Aura. So this dude is fast when he has those Phase Boots active. He just zoomed away from the Ravage. He's like, nope, I don't want any part of this.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned in the draft, it is the big difference between Medusa and Sven. We see Sven come through the Twin Gate. He contributes the stun, the God Strength attack. Medusa comes for a gank, right? It's like, you know, like kind of attack, kind of have a Mystic Snake. I don't really want to get in front, pop Stone Gaze like that way. I'd rather keep it defensively, so
Bat Rider
it's
on
kind
the
of playmaking
top
just a
side.
little harder.
Goes down. The trade, though, will be a track kill going the way of the Sven. So Tidehunter TPs to safety. Nicely done from him. And Unit trying to clean up these wards. Watson farming up some nice stacks in the jungle here for the Medusa. And he's got his Manta, which is a massive power spike for this hero in terms of your farming potential, right? Because you can just send Manta illusions to clear waves. This mid lane, DM does need to be careful. Bat Rider, no Blink Dagger, of course. He also has a Mage Slayer, so he's pretty tanky here on this Tide.
Damage.
Yeah, 4K advantage here at 15 minutes. You know, we were very worried about leaving the Chen in, but it seems like they did have a plan. I don't know if that plan included Doom being available at the very end, but they did have a plan,
Yeah.
and it's working out so far. This is usually the part where Chen's lineup is like 4K plus ahead, and they start running down every building. I guess you actually can feel more confident. You can feel more confident about Doom being available since he's really dropped off. Zip up here with the amplified damage.
Yeah, I don't think he's expecting the amplified damage, but he
Oh.
wasn't expecting just a turnaround Doom Force will be able to survive. I think the Storm Spirit's going to make it out as well. So that level 1 Doom duration, not nearly as scary as it once was. But, I mean, he keeps himself alive. You do manage to get Doom, though. So you could just try and pressure and see what you can find. You got to be a little bit careful, though, thanks to the Bounty Hunter.
They see Pulverizes down and Onslaught if they want to fight.
Bottom lane? No, okay. Looks like he was trying to make a play onto the Chen, but I think he just killed all of his creeps instead.
It's practically worth a kill.
Both teams just kind of chilling, farming to their next item. Supreme is 1 gold away from BKB. He's going to have it now. So that is a pretty big pickup for them that they do need to get. The Doom has his Blink, like we've seen, on his way to his BKB after his Midas. A little bit more of a greedy build from Force. This game, I don't hate it, though, because you're against this, like, oh, we'll come back to it as they go ahead and just try to dive him behind the tower. And this game, I just really don't like that greedy Doom build because you can't really sustain against these builds or against this, like, this burst damage, right?
Yeah, like a Veil would have made him a little tankier, maybe. I'm open to it because, like, Devour plus Midas, half of Chen's army is down. So, like, that part I'm kind of up for. And you also kind of know you probably have to just drag it out past the Chen lineup. And if you do, you're in a great spot. And usually going a Midas would be greedy, but for Doom with Devour and all that, like, I think you do kind of deal with the Chen with that greedy build. So, but it does have its downsides, like we just saw there.
Haste coming out from the Primal Beast. He's got this ward, scouting Fishman, and Pulverize is coming real soon. That's just a freebie with the track as well. And that gold from these tracks is definitely going to start adding up. Like Bounty Hunter, very scary.
Yeah. Quality of life buff, just in case anyone from Valve is watching. I'd love to know how much gold you get from track, like throughout a game, like the different heroes and all that.
Yeah, as opposed to just seeing like your gold stolen or whatever from Sakuchi, or from Sakuchi.
Yeah,
from
which
Sonata.
I appreciate that one as well. I'm glad that's there, but I just want to know, like, oh, I gave my team, you know, X amount of gold.
Yeah, that'd be super cool. Nice smoke wrap around. They're going right into Watson. They get the stun. The Sven is there. There's the Pulverize. A great Ravage. The Doom already on top of her. So no way she's getting out. They pop the Lotus to try and survive. The lasso on the backside's caught DM as well. Pretty difficult hero to bring down. The Stomp, though, from the Doom should be able to seal his fate. DM trying to run away. Down to 70 HP. Does almost survive, but the Doom with the Blink to chase those 4 points in the Infernal Blade. Well done. 3 heroes dead. I think only 2 of them end up being track kills, just thanks to the, you know, the nature of Kraken Shell. But still, very good fight.
I think they're on a pretty good pace. I think the Chen lineup has kind of missed the mark a bit. Medusa is the top net worth for her team, and she's not too far behind Sven, so there's still some hope around that. But every time one of these small skirmishes go the way of MOUZ, I mean, they're winning more because of the bounty. So Sven getting to that Ags, then going to get into crit. I think that's when things are going to be really scary. I think for now, they're still kind of content to just like take things slow, farm up, find small fights.
Yeah, our observer was
Sven hits that mass, he's ready.
Our observer was highlighting the Diffusal Blade on Watson. Talk to me. How do you feel about this one? Because normally we see the Butterfly as like the immediate next item, but he needs to rush the Disperser, it looks like. Is that just because of the Doom? Like he's just like, I need to have this surge to get away type of thing? Or what's the idea behind this?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe another Dispel against Bounty and like the Warcry.
Oh, true.
But I do like the Butterfly as a way to just evade the huge hits from Sven, and he's not a hero who likes to build MKB. But the build-up for Diffusals may be a little better than Butterfly, and maybe he thinks he needs to be bringing a little bit more damage early on.
All right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower in the bottom side will go down after they did manage to find a nice pickoff on...
Dire's
Well,
middle
they find a
tower
pickoff
is
bottom,
under
but now they
attack.
also find another pickoff of their own mid. No one actually does not have a lot of mana to work with here. And that is the Ags reveal from the Sven. Pops the God Strength, and no one is no more. They're looking for more, though. They get on top of the Chen.
Nice.
They chase on forward. Another track, and boy, oh boy, MOUZ East is just... They're just crushing this. They're 9,000 gold ahead. Every single one of these track kills is absolutely adding up. As you can see, just the net worth on these supports is skyrocketing.
Yeah, let's see what they're spending their money on. Looks like maybe Greaves for the bounty now that his 4-staff is done and on the way. And then Bat Rider has a blink, going for a pipe. So yeah, putting the money to good use, buying a lot of utility for their team. Kind of recognize their primal, the Sven. They're kind of doing all the damage we need. Let's just help them out, keep them alive, and they'll do the rest.
I feel like you're going to run into some damage issues here on the side of Entity once these BKBs are here, right? Like, Doom's is done. We already see the one completed on the Primal Beast. Sven's is done. This Tricore BKB, who kills them when these are active, honestly? They're looking for DM here in the jungle. They will go and just pop that Blade Mail. Does end up hitting him with the Anchor, which is great. No one on the backside. Does manage to snatch the Bat Rider, as Watson will also pop the Stone Gaze. Looking to take down the bounty. They get him. Screams BKB. He hasn't TP'd quite yet, and he's maybe trying to bait as here comes Unit on the Sven, trying to just cleave through the Shaman. He will get him. Now turns the attention over to Fishman one by one. The Sven just cleaning up here as Force on the high ground has his Doom available. There's going to be another Anchor drop as the Medusa will get caught. You got to be careful. The shackles are out, and now they turn it around onto the Sven. The best buyback from Katomi you could ask for. And again, this is why you don't Doom a Medusa. She does not care in the slightest. She has lost 0 HP, is now Force will get chased down. The shackles are there once again, and a massive overextension from MOUZ here. And just a really good fight from Entity altogether. Ends up being almost a 6,000 gold swing.
Sven may be overextending there a little bit. Like, who's really feeling it? He killed the 2 supports. He's like, more. Sven doesn't have, or Storm has no mana. I can keep going. But if you... Like, Medusa was in range, so she was attacking, slowly getting her damage out. Kataomi buying back. We're talking about damage issues, but something not to be underestimated is the Hex gives damage amp. Right? Yeah. So 35% damage amp to your Hex targets now with that level 10 talent. So that is a lot to really help with a hero like Sven, who once his BKB is down, he can be hexed up. Medusa has the damage. I think that is part of the reason why she got this Disperser early, who she is now going for the Butterfly.
Yeah, I mean, they're right back in this game now, right? It is only a 4K lead. They have an Aegis now to protect the Storm Spirit, who also has his Lincolns, looking for his Parasma. Like, they've got a lot of tools now, and I don't know, you gotta be a little bit scared now if you're MOUZ, because yes, you have a Sven who is very farmed, but you cannot make a mistake like that again.
Yeah, I think they'll be much more careful going forward, but we'll see if that one mistake was enough to really hurt their game. We're essentially at a dead even game at this point, even though the score is 12-23, but a 3K lead is not a huge deal, and in fact, Entity has the Aegis. So I think we'll enter a little bit of a slower period now as both teams kind of reevaluate their strength. MOUZ probably felt a lot better until that fight. Kind of realized, maybe we're not as strong as we thought.
Yeah, you do get an amplified damage here on the Primal Beast, and he is still very strong. They happen to scout Chen heading towards the bottom lane with that ward, so I think they will find the kill here. Yeah, Fishman comes through. They're looking to get the track, but not quite in range.
Kill him too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? It's Sven and a Primal Beast with an amplified damage rune. That's just way too much damage. They have another ward top scouting Shaman. Is they're going to come through that twin gate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aggressive blink going for that tower. Katomi does get the shackle, or I'm sorry, the hex for the moment there, but In comes the Bounty Hunter. They get themselves a free track kill. Now Doom looking for Storm Spirit, but again, that Lincoln's preventing him from doing anything. Instead, they're going to go for the Tide. There's the Doom. Lincoln's not in time. No way DM gets out of this one. All right, great series of kills here, actually. How that, like, we were talking about the game's like fairly even, but yeah, those 3 sets of kills kind of back to back to back are fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing. MOUZ always had this potential. They just overcommitted it on that last one. And even though they, you know, gave a bit of gold back, they still have that same potential, especially when finding these heroes on their own. Watson, we'll see. He's pretty tanky.
Decent amount of that disperser duration is wasted. There's going to be the lasso, the Lincolns to buy him a little bit of space, and he will Manta dodge, keeping unit on the low ground. And getting on the Bat Rider, able to get away quite dang fast as no one's trying to chase after him, out of mana, but does have the damage of that newly completed Parasma. So a good find. You do get the Stone Gaze, but you don't get anything else. So Butterfly is done, and like we said, Parasma, the Storm Spirit, these guys are now super strong.
I knew Shadow Shaman and Tide were dead, so I guess they really wanted to force something, but that feels a little deep, and you didn't have the whole team ready, so yeah, a bit of another overextension, giving away a Bat Rider death there.
Bounty wanting to go for the Tormentor here so they can get themselves a shard. Meanwhile, top lane, you're going to lose this one. There's no way you get to this tier 2 in time. Watson cleans it up with ease. And they're going to start threatening the high ground. And why not? You still have a minute left on the Aegis here. And to be honest, they got like the worst shard that they could possibly get. Dude, this tier 3 tower is dying so fast. And the Shaman wards are just gonna chew through this tower. You have no way of slowing this down. They're smoked, going for a wraparound, and maybe that's your best case. Maybe you can find Fishman to start the fight, but Bounty Hunter, the one maybe in trouble. Supreme goes in, BKB going for the trample. He needs to get more out of this. Where's the rest of the team? Superman Sven comes in. Watson protecting himself here with this Stone Gaze, looking to finish off the Bounty Hunter. Should be able to do so. Okay, never mind. High ground miss. He makes it to the high ground. He's gone. Doom onto DM this whole time. It's not enough, and now Sven is in trouble. Turns out the BKB just chews through the Aegis, and the Medusa is just left here to the side of MOUZ, and no one. He's forced to leave the Ravage. Too little, too late. He comes in and just dies. I don't even know what to.
All right, that was... Originally, I thought Entity was looking really good there as Sven kind of got kited around. They did have the Doom on the Tide, but Tide was just running away. Doom was running like after him. So it was looking okay, but yeah, they clumped up. The Doom Stomp got 3, and Sven was like right back in there with the big hits.
Yeah, you saw BKB the whole time. I thought he had like spent it, but no, not at all. They kind of baited them in too far, and yeah, Doom with that War Stomp, absolutely perfect. That was sick. Really good fight there from MOUZ, and yeah, you get the Aegis, you get the Medusa, you don't get the Storm, but more than worth it. Katomi's Aether Lens actually dead on the Courier. Very unfortunate for the Shadow Shaman.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So they're down 1 set top, or like the range tracks is down top. It will always push to them. But it's not too bad to deal with because you have a Sven. They're 13k up thanks to all these kills with the track gold. Valve, really, please let me know how much. So I feel like we're kind of back on track to where they were before they threw that bottom fight and gave up the first Aegis. So I guess at this point you're now going to wait for that second Aegis. Maybe we'll get to see Roshan's banner come out here. They could place that top, so it pushes back. Yeah, I think maybe they've got control of the game again.
I mean, they got some big items out of that fight as well, right? Like, it's... Yes, of course, like we were talking about the Parasma and the Butterfly over on the Radiant side, but Doom gets his level 20, finishes his Octarine. Supreme has his Kaya Sange Blink, now on his way to a Wind Waker, which will be incredibly powerful. And yeah, Sven, he's got himself a Harpoon now on top of his Daedalus, so...
Picked up another Defiant Shell too. This one's so good on Sven because his hits are just so powerful. So they're just sitting down here. They're waiting for that Roche spawn. They don't want to give up this area. They're not going to have much room to farm here, though. Force wanted to devour something. Sven's killing things too fast. Please. I want to eat something.
I too want to eat something. I am hungry.
Ooh, yeah. But unfortunately, MOUZ is looking for a game 3, so food's going to have to wait.
Food will indeed have to wait.
Double smokes. Now this fight breaks out around this ward. There's a huge vision advantage for Entity.
Yeah. They see the Medusa. They don't go for him. Instead, they blink away. And now who goes in? It's spending a chunk of his mana. But they manage to catch the Doom. The Hex is there. From that is doing so much. Don't manage to toll me. Because they get so much out of it. A big Ravage out of the Supreme just staying alive. He will make... dies to unit on the front side. It's a little bit of a messy fight, but you don't get to BKB on the Doom here. That is huge. How does the Shaman full channel like a shackle onto this guy?
Without an Aether Lens, I'll tell you what. That's a great target to get, because in these last fights we've seen Doom remove like Tidehunter out of the fights, but this time Tide's able to stay in, get the Ravage off on the Primal Beast after his BKB ends. Just the smoke's not breaking in their favor. Medusa's not the hero you want to jump.
Yeah, I mean, she's not bad if you can burst her down, but I think they just maybe we're a little bit afraid. I feel like with Lasso into like Sven God Strength BKB, you might get the kill, but
yeah, maybe if they all pop their BKBs as they go on the Medusa. It's just scary though. Like if she ults, your BKBs are definitely being wasted, and as soon as they're done, like the Tide Ravage is coming in. So you'd much rather, like, the fights we've seen be very successful versus the Medusa is you kill off all of her teammates and she's the last one alive, and you just kind of like kite away from her because she wants to just sit and auto attack, and even though she does pick up like some movement speed items, she's not really looking to run around in a fight. She wants to just stand there and auto attack, split shot everyone, which is why like Sven kind of works too, like Supermaning from target to target. It's harder to be hit, but not when you run into the Medusa and the enemy gets to pick the best targets.
Daedalus now done on the Medusa. It's her turn to start putting out some serious damage. I mean, not that she isn't already, but Daedalus will do a lot of work. Sven will hit his level 25 to the God Strength multiplier online. Sven is scary, right? If he's able to get on top of these heroes, he can absolutely kill them. The biggest problem for them is the initiation. So we'll see if they can manage to make it happen. They're going to go ahead and smoke to the top side of the map here on Entity and see if they can intercept this Sven, right? Roshan's going to be moving to the Dire side here in just a moment. Both teams would love to get set up for this. So they're going to go ahead and place their own vision.
Bounty wants to be the one who runs in, just die and buy. Oh, he doesn't have buyback, actually. I say that's a really good use of his, like, for these Roche fights. Maybe you can do the same with the Bat Rider.
Oh, Roche.
Starting
it's
the
gonna
Roche.
die. It's very fast.
So
There's
fast.
the ward. The scans are out. Fishman on the bottom side of the map. Here, this would be a great find. The Lincolns won't connect, and it's going to be these illusions from the Medusa just zoning them out completely. Looking for your Doom target.
Dire's middle barracks
Love to get the Tidehunter. Remove that Ravage. You've got to get into the pit. It's just dead. They don't find anything. They don't even contest it a little bit.
In the mid lane, they're being ratted by Chen creeps too.
And no one just gets a very easy solo kill onto the Bounty Hunter as well, who doesn't have buyback. You talked about that earlier.
Stupendous.
Oh, they lost Aegis and a set of racks. That hurts. That's really rough. I mean, from behind, Entity has managed to hold composure for this game, and I can't believe it, but it actually looks like they might be pushing here for the win.
I mean, your Storm Spirit has a regen coming right now. He has cheese available for him as well. Your Aegis is on your Medusa. You have to doom the tide. You actually have no choice. Looks like they're thinking of wrapping around bottom, or just, I don't know.
Doom's bought out Halberd. He could blink Halberd, Doom the Storm, or maybe just like Doom Tide, Halberd the Medusa.
Well, they just get 2 lanes of barracks and leave. They're gonna go deal with the bottom wave. They are playing this very safe on Entity.
Yeah, the way these fights play out, it's so, like, we've seen it go both ways. It really depends who finds who. Do you get the Doom off on the right target? Do you get the Hex Shackle on the right target? It is very much a game of initiation, and I thought that might that favor the Bounty Hunter a little bit. But Chen's showing his strength here too, which is that you can move your creeps around the map, split pushing and forcing people to react to that, or when they don't react to it, you just take buildings.
Oh man, this smoke. The Watcher gets taken right next to them. They have to know this, right? They just saw it disappear. No one's going to walk on into them. Lincoln's will pop, but the Lotus will protect them from now. They do manage to get the Stone Gaze out of the Medusa, and Force thinking about going in.
I think they should. That's a good chunk of Storm's mana and Stone Gaze. I know it's Aegis, but we want to ignore Medusa throughout most of the fight anyways. So I kind of think they should be looking.
They're just going to go threaten mid. I actually feel like they can just walk high ground and force MOUZ back into their base. Right? You have
going to
Shadow
find an
Shaman.
amplify damage.
Oh my god, another one? Okay, this one... I feel like you should just take this on the Storm, but they'll put it on Watson instead, drop the bottle for him.
He doesn't know what to drop. Oh, I have so many items. What do I do? Too rich.
Tormentor on the bottom side here. I mean, there's a couple good shards still. That one's not bad, being able to throw it on an ally.
Yeah, imagine an Invis trampling Primal Beast. Maybe this will help them find the right targets for Doom as well.
Center on the high ground, no one will go up, scout those wards.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They will Lotus him and be like, all right, go clear him out, bud. All right, amplify damage pop. They're looking to get these towers dropped as the last tier 2 standing over the last lane of barracks between them and a shot at the main event. To be honest, like, you have to get like the Dream Lasso and not have the Ravage come out, or the Storm Spirit has to get doomed. I don't know which is more difficult, but yeah, Watson, perfect placement of his illusions here. First track will come out. The lasso gets instantly popped. What a use of the Lotus Lincolns. There's the Ravage. They got the Sven. He doesn't BKB. He's dead. His God Strength already popped on the backside of the fight as the Primal Beast. His BKB's expired. He's going to catch a Eul's Force. Comes in, gets the Doom onto no one. A lot of damage coming out from him. Can they bring down Watson, though? He's standing his ground. Shackles for an eternity, it feels like, onto Unity. Gets the BKB off finally. But does he have the damage? They're trying to look for Fishman now. He's falling quite low. Supreme doing a lot of work here, but Sven will die back in this process, and no one is here. And with this Parasma, there's no shot of getting out. And that will be GG. Entity will be the first team to qualify for the main event here out of Western Europe.
That is a very impressive win. They were really on the back foot as Bounty Hunter track gold was adding up. They took that bottom fight. I think that's kind of what brought them back into this game. They were holding on, then managed to wipe the entire enemy team on MOUZ. Yep. I'm still pretty impressed with MOUZ. You know, they aren't knocked out. They're just going to the lower bracket. I think they did show. They played pretty well. Definitely looked like one of the better teams that we've gotten to watch during this. So they still have another shot tomorrow. But Entity, in the meantime, they get to rest. They get to feel secure here. They're going to move on to the main event.
Yeah, this was a pretty interesting series for sure, and I am definitely curious to see how they're going to do against the winner of Rest Farmers and Ninja Penguins. I think Ninja Penguins got stomped pretty handily by MOUZ earlier. Rest Farmers have not crossed paths with them, so that could be an interesting matchup if you know, they manage to be the ones that advance. But either way, tomorrow's going to be an exciting day. Excited to see, you know, which of these last 3 teams will be the ones that qualify, but Entity has got to be super happy. So let's take a look at the bracket, see where we are. And there it is, of course, like we said, Entity all the way through the upper bracket, first team to qualify. And tomorrow, MOUZ will have one last chance.
Man, we didn't even get to see the Monkey King support from Entity.
I know, true. First phase ban. No team's going to give that to them anymore.
You take it away from them, they're like, fine, we'll take it seriously the whole time. How do you like that? They show Chen. He didn't quite have the early lane that we thought he might have, but he showed that's not all he has. The fact that you can rat the trolls, they're so good, dude. The skeletons are so good. I think he might have had 2 on that push in the mid lane. Maybe it was just 1. But while everyone was posturing for Roche, he was just taking another lane of Rax. Like, who else can do that? It's just Chen. It's so good. Like, you get to the point where it's like, oh, Sven just clears your creeps. That means they're bad. So, I just won't bring them to the team fight. They'll do other things for me.
So yeah, I can get other stuff done with the creeps. It's whatever. I'm still walking around Vlad's pipe drums in these fights, and yeah, it's the game became very difficult once like you said, they lost that one fight, and then items start coming out like the Lincolns on the Storm Spirit, the Lotus on the Tidehunter. Suddenly, Doom's game is not so black and white. He's like, all these other things have to happen before I can find my Doom target. And yeah, Sven into the Medusa, typically a pretty good matchup, but not when there's that much of a net worth difference, I think, between the two teams.
Yeah, man. It was good for MOUZ. They're going to be a little upset about that one, but hopefully they just go back, kind of look at where we overextended a little bit. It's tough. It's tough to have that exact discipline because you know you're playing against really good players. You have to push your advantages, but in a game like Dota, it's very easy to go beyond a good push into, oh no, this is really bad. This is really bad, right? So that's the hard part of Dota, and you only learn by making these mistakes. So hopefully they'll be able to look back, help it to identify it. Because I mean, if they repeat this, like say in tomorrow's series, they get themselves these huge leads. If they just cut back that like 1 overextension, I think they just clean out the game nice and easy from there.
Absolutely. That is something they're going to revisit, but that is a thing for tomorrow, as today we are going to put a stamp on it. You know, we have finished up day 2 of these Western Europe qualifiers. We have 1 day left before we go into Eastern Europe the day after that. So still lots of Dota to be played here during the Elite League. We want to give a big shout out to ESB as well as Fissure for putting this together, but we are going to call it an evening. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back here same place, same time tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening.